We are the #1 Knights Academy in the magic resistance test. The Archmage puts his hand over the boy's head, tells him to get ready, and then activates the blazing inferno. The boy tries to resist, but after 57 seconds he drops to his knees. Then comes the girl that people said was a genius. She knew that this fire magic was an illusion, and she only had to resist the burning. Her clothes were beautifully set on fire. Everyone was shocked when the old man told her that she had proven herself after standing for 5 minutes. Other students went until it was time for a boy named Ray. The old man told him to get ready, but on the grandstand everyone was anxious, because red hair in this world is the sign of a curse. The moment Ray found himself in the mana space of the old man, he tried to get ready for the so-called Blaze Inferno, when all of a sudden a gigantic dragon appeared and bit straight into his body. Then suddenly the old Archmage was thrown far away. All the veteran knights were completely confused. They had never seen something like that happening. Trembling with fear, the mage said that this boy had the curse of him, the strongest creature this world has ever seen, and then he lost consciousness. Every professor mage in the grandstand could not believe what they had seen. How could a mere kid put an Archmage to sleep in 1 second? Sometime later at the dining room, every red-haired guy now is getting bullied by this duo, saying that these disgusting freaks should not be allowed to leave their homes. He leans on the red boy and tells him to avoid eating in the same place as them, so as not to curse their food. When suddenly a chicken thigh comes flying and hits the dude straight on his chin. When he goes to ask who did that, his face is instantly slammed to the table with Ray, telling the guy to repeat what he just said. One of the knights sees the commotion and everyone begs Ray not to kill the guy. But bro ain't letting this hair racism slide, and when the knight tells him to stop, he just pretends not to listen and keeps breaking the dude's arm. The knight repeated himself, but my boy does not care at all about him. Only after some pops he releases the dude and tells his friend that this is how you teach a lesson. But the knight asks why he disobeyed the order to stop. Ray just replies, "Sorry, my hearing is not that good," and walks away. Now bro is hated by the knights and archmages of this academy that he just arrived at. But considering that his goal is to kill everyone there, this is not really a problem. But why does he want to do that? See that red dragon defeated on the floor? That is Ray in his past life, the strongest being that survived alone for thousands of years to get revenge on mankind for killing his relatives. But funny enough, the second he closed his eyes as a dragon, he found himself as a baby. Bro went stone-faced like, why the fuck is there a human holding me? But without wings or claws, all he could do was wave his tiny arms. The little killer kept whining and decided to use his ultimate move, his dragon breath, the same attack that once burned enemies to ash. At least that's what he expected. Instead, he just blew some air and spat in his father's face. His legendary breath was gone, reduced to baby spit, and he had no idea where his magic went. Then he faced his real final boss, his strict mother. Even the red dragon feared her, but she simply calmed him down and reminded him his new name was Ray. To him, that pathetic name was an insult. Still, even as a helpless baby, Talon was glad he'd been reincarnated. Now he had another shot at revenge on the humans who wiped out his kind. In his heart, he swore to destroy humanity. While he laughs like a tiny maniac, his dad starts wondering what kind of baby they brought home. Even so, both parents adore him. Even when he babbles what are basically death threats, sleep suddenly takes over. He barely moved and he's already exhausted. Before passing out, Talon thinks humans have terrible stamina. Then time moves forward. Talon grows a little older and starts getting used to human life. Living with his family, he learns more about Scarlet and Jake. They raise him with real love and kindness. He also notices the villagers treat his family with respect, and this is when he first learns about adventurers. One day, the little dragon crawls to his mother for food and the villagers are amazed he already understands what he wants. They also start noticing his bright red hair, which looks nothing like his parents'. Jake explains it only turned red a few days ago. To Talon, that sounds like proof his powers may be returning. Later, he hears villagers whisper that the family might be cursed because of his hair, and that only makes him feel proud. His parents, though, still treat him like a normal little kid. He eats like a wild beast and makes a huge mess, trying his best to annoy them. And with Jake, even pee on him, but they still care for him. These humans love him more than anyone ever has, and to a dragon like him, that almost feels like torture. We also learn adventurers are rare, and Scarlet being a mage makes her even more unusual. Talon figures that if he ever gets his dragon powers back, revenge will be much easier. 2 years pass, and when children reach that age, they can take the mage evaluation. This is the day Talon finds out whether he has mana. Jake sends them off, and Talon rides with Scarlet in a cart. He's sure that as a reincarnated red dragon and the son of a mage, there's no way he'll fail. And if his magic returns, no one will stop him. When they reach town, the red-haired boy wakes from a nap and thinks his only problem is this weak human body. As Scarlet carries him through the market, he notices adventurers selling valuable beast crystals. Then a beggar asks one of them for food, only to get kicked away and warned not to interfere. People just pity the beggar and move on. Talon notices that even among humans, the strong still mock the weak. It reminds him of his past life when he tried to protect the weak but failed in the end. Soon they reach Roland Academy for the magic test, where a long line is already waiting. While waiting his turn, Talon watches other kids cry after failing. One child throws a fit and says it isn't fair, but Talon thinks that's foolish. This world was never fair. Eventually his turn comes, and his name is called as Ray Talon. The mage tells Scarlet to place her son's hand on the crystal ball. If a child can use magic, the crystal glows and its color shows their element. Talon eagerly reaches out, already imagining everyone being shocked. As a dragon, he believes he should have mastery over every kind of magic. But instead of gasps of awe, Scarlet suddenly starts crying. Talon first thinks she's overwhelmed by his talent, or happy they share the same element. But then he realizes the crystal isn't glowing at all. The old wizard sadly tells them Ray has no magic ability. Talon is stunned. How could the strongest red dragon be reborn without magic? Scarlet asks again, hoping there's some mistake, but the furious boy slaps the crystal ball with his tiny hands, convinced it's broken. The wizard picks it up and says there's nothing he can do. That only wounds Talon's pride more, and he spits out his pacifier, raging inside that he's the king of magic. Then he grabs the old man's beard and yanks hard, sure the wizard is lying and hiding his talent. Scarlet tries to stop him, but Talon keeps pulling, refusing to believe a dragon could be born with no magic. On the ride home, Talon starts thinking heaven is punishing him for killing so many humans, and wonders why he was reincarnated at all if this was his reward. Then he changes his mind. Maybe this is just a test, and if he can't become a mage, he'll find another path to revenge. Later during dinner, he looks at Jake and asks him, in broken words, to teach him how to fight. If he can't use magic, then he'll become a swordsman instead, and still chase his revenge. 2 more years pass, and Jake has been training him in swordsmanship. But Talon quickly learns revenge won't come easy. He hasn't beaten his father even once. During another practice match with wooden swords, Talon gets serious and vows to win. Watching Jake closely, he figures the key is to turn the instant Jake swings down, then strike from the side. He goes for it, but his legs get tangled, and Jake's wooden sword smacks him right on the head again. Ray wonders why it always ends like this. His mind knows what to do, but his small clumsy body can't keep up. Later he wakes up in bed after blacking out from the hit, and Jake just chuckles. Scarlet snaps at him for laughing and tells him to ease up. Ray is only 4. Jake mutters that the night trials are coming soon, and at this rate he won't pass. Still upset, Scarlet says he's pushing their son too hard, and reminds him Ray doesn't have to become an adventurer. There are plenty of other paths, but Talon says that's not it. Ray is just young and still can't fully control his body. They still have a whole year, and he believes their son can make it into the Avarian Knight Academy. Hearing that, Ray thinks he still has 1 year before the night trials, but isn't sure that's enough. Then he reminds himself he's the reincarnation of a red dragon, so he shouldn't be this weak. Fired up again, Ray tells them he can do it, and vows to become the strongest person anyone has ever seen. To step up the training, Jake gives him a gift, a real sword they can use from now on. Ray is shocked to hold an actual blade, especially one that feels too big for him. Jake says it will help him improve his control faster, and leans in to say he has one more gift. Ray starts wondering what he's hiding. They head to the storage room, where Ray finds a magic puppet. Jake warns him not to take it lightly. It's powered by magic, and even students at Avarian Academy use these to train. Even so, Ray eyes the puppet like he isn't fully buying it. Jake then tells him to attack it, and Ray takes the challenge without hesitation. After loosening up his wrist, Ray swings with all his strength, and the puppet activates at level 1. But the moment his sword hits its shield, it fires back instantly, and knocks his sword out of his hand. When level 1 shuts down, Ray is left frustrated by another loss. Seeing that, Jake calms him down and says beating even the first level would be enough to pass the night trial. He also admits he had to call in a lot of favors to get this puppet. That gets Ray excited again, and he starts thinking he'll clear the trial soon. Determined this time, he trains until he drops to the ground from exhaustion. With a deep sigh, Ray admits his body still won't move the way his mind wants. It frustrates him more and more. At this pace, he won't even beat the puppet, let alone get his revenge. Then a voice behind him asks why he's so set on defeating a puppet. Startled, Ray raises his sword and looks around for where it came from. He spots a girl who had snuck up on him and gets flustered. The blonde quickly apologizes for scaring him and introduces herself as Amy. She says she lives in the village and noticed him training out here, so she came to warn him to leave before sundown. A little uneasy, Ray asks if this place is dangerous. Amy explains that it's safe in the morning, but since it's close to the forest, magic beasts can show up after dark. Ray is surprised by how much she knows, and Amy says it's because she gathers fruits and vegetables around here all the time. She offers to head down the mountain with him before it gets dark, and Ray quickly agrees. As they introduce themselves, Amy reveals she already knows who he is because he's famous in the village. That catches Ray off guard, though deep down he already knows why people know his name. The Talon family is admired in the village, especially Jake, and people often stop him when he's out. But when Ray walks beside him, some villagers whisper that the red-haired boy is cursed and worry it might spread. No one else in the village has hair like his. Ray knows people respect his parents, but fear him for no reason, making him an outsider no one really likes. That reminds him of his past life as a dragon. Maybe it's because adults always use stories about cruel red dragons to scare kids. Red should mean power, but humans treat it like evil. He can't help thinking how twisted that is. Humans wiped out his kind, yet dragons are the ones painted as monsters in stories. To Ray, their revenge was just self-defense, but humans use that as proof dragons were savage. Lost in those bitter thoughts, he gets pulled back when Amy asks what he's thinking about. After that, Ray snaps out of it and walks down the mountain with her. Amy says she's seen him here a lot lately and asks if he's been training. When he says he wants to be a swordsman, Amy thinks that's awesome since his father is the village's only swordsman. She asks if he's aiming for the Knight Academy, and he nods, Then she shares that her brother is taking the exam too, and claims nobody in the village can beat him. Still, he's jealous of Ray for being taught by his dad, since normal people don't get that chance. When Ray asks about her brother, Amy lights up and asks if he'd like to be friends with him so they can train together. Right then they hear footsteps, and Gary shows up. He rudely tells Ray to stay away from his sister. Amy quickly steps in front of Ray and tells her brother he didn't do anything wrong. Gary ignores that and questions why she's with the red-haired boy, calling Ray cursed and saying it could spread. He even checks her hair to see if it turned red. Amy gets annoyed while the two boys with Gary move in and mock Ray for walking with her. They keep piling on, saying his parents must have it rough raising a cursed child. Then they tell Ray and his family to leave the village because ordinary people like them don't want anything to do with his curse. One of them adds that those proud adventurers would never care about common villagers. That makes Ray clench his fist. He suddenly punches one bully straight in the face. Done holding back, he goes for Gary next, but one of the others jumps in and takes the hit. Still, the blow is so strong it sends Gary flying too. Ray makes it clear he only wants to beat the one who insulted his parents. Gary calls him Ray Talon and says he knows both his parents are adventurers and that Jake is a swordsman. Since Ray was trained, Gary challenges him to a fight and says they won't use weapons because he doesn't want to kill him. So the two toss their swords aside. Ray tells them they can all come at once. He doesn't care. The fight goes on as both boys trade punches, but Ray's weak human body gives out. Gary lands a heavy final blow and slams him to the ground. Bleeding on the dirt, Ray lies there while Gary asks if he's ready to admit defeat. But Ray still won't quit and somehow forces himself back up. Gary just keeps talking trash, saying he's disappointed. A great swordsman like Jake trained him, yet he's still useless. Gary brags that his own father is only a merchant, but he's still better. Then he tells Ray to give up on becoming a swordsman and find something he can actually do. Those words hit hard, and Ray drops to the ground in despair. When they get home, Amy scolds Gary for going too far. Gary insists Ray had it coming and warns her to stay away from him, since so many people fear the cursed red-haired boy. He says Ray's parents are adventurers, but theirs are just ordinary people. That only makes Amy angrier. She yells at him to get his own food and says she hates him before storming off. Left alone, Gary notices something on his hand. He looks at the mark and realizes that without his arm guard, Ray's first punch would have broken his arm, and Ray would have won. Later, Ray comes home covered in mud, bruises, and cuts. Scarlet, who was making dinner, turns and immediately sees he was in a fight. Ray tries to brush it off, claiming he just got hurt while training, but Scarlet can tell he's lying and wonders if other kids beat him up. Ray denies it and keeps acting tough, saying he's a man now while she checks his wounds. Jake hears that and praises his son for training so hard. Even with dinner close, Ray wants to practice again. His parents try to stop him, but he says it won't take long and wins them over. In the storage room, Ray sets the puppet to level 1. He dodges its attacks with ease because he already knows its pattern. Waiting for the right moment, he lines up his sword and swings, but the blade jams into a wooden post, shocking him. When he yanks on it, the sword starts to crack. While he's distracted, the puppet slams him from behind, and he cries out in pain. The next day, Ray heads up the mountain. There, he spots Amy waiting in the distance. She looks awkward and quietly greets him. When he asks if she was waiting for him, Amy apologizes for what her brother did. Ray tells her it wasn't her fault and blames himself, saying he just wasn't strong enough. That only makes Amy tear up. Tired of how troublesome humans are, the red-haired boy awkwardly tries to comfort her and realizes he really needs to learn how to talk to people. Then he takes an apple from her basket to show he accepts the apology. Amy tells him not to worry, Gary won't bother him again. From that day on, the blonde girl starts coming to the same spot every day. Before long, Ray gets used to having Amy beside him. Later, soldiers and horses gather outside the Talon home. Jake and Scarlet speak with their leader, who reports that nearby villages were attacked by some unknown creature. Jake is furious at the news. There are no clear witnesses, and the victims who were infected are too out of it to explain what happened. So the leader came to ask the adventurers for help. Scarlet is worried and confused, since those things normally don't come near human areas. She says she'll go too, but Jake refuses. It's only a recon job, and someone has to stay with Ray before his test. She still doesn't like it, but Jake reassures her he'll be back soon. In the end, she tells him to be careful. He keeps training until he's out of breath, but he's still unhappy with his moves. He can't fully control his human body yet. Then he glances back and sees Amy reading a book, which makes his heart start racing. The moment he notices, he smacks himself to get a grip. Then he walks over and tells her they should stop for today, since it's almost time to head back. Amy is so lost in her book that she didn't notice how late it was. As they go down the mountain, Ray asks if people in the village bully her because of him, since everyone calls him cursed for his red hair. Amy tells him what her friends say, then shrugs it off. It's their problem. To her, red hair looks cool, not scary. She calls him special, says his hair doesn't change that, and tells him to just be himself. Those words hit him hard, and he remembers Gary mocking him, saying he should do something he's actually good at. The protagonist smiles, finally understanding. He thanks Amy excitedly and waves goodbye. As soon as he gets home, he rushes to the storage room and turns the puppet back to level 1. This time, he drops low, puts his hands on the floor, and holds the sword in his mouth. Moving like that feels natural to him, faster, lighter, and much more agile. Once he spots an opening, he attacks with everything he has, and just like that, he clears level 1. He's thrilled by the win, but instead of stopping, he wants to test himself. Passing level 1 already means he could likely pass the Night Academy exam, and yet he still switches the puppet to level 2. Early the next morning, Jake gets ready to leave for the mission. Ray, just awake, sees him and asks where he's going. Jake apologizes and says he'll be away for a while, but promises to return before the test. He tells his son to keep training with the puppet while he's gone, smiling as he says he knows MC can beat it. He is about to tell him about clearing level 1, but the people waiting outside call Jake to leave. On his way out, Jake tells Scarlet to take care and says he'll miss her. Ray just smiles and thinks it's fine. Beating one puppet isn't that big a deal. He decides to save it and really shock Pops when he gets back. As he heads for the mountain, he wonders how Jake will react, and realizes he only found this answer because of Amy's advice. He feels thankful and oddly happy, then catches himself becoming more like a human. The protagonist reminds himself humans are awful, but his parents and Amy are different, so he won't take revenge on them. As he keeps climbing the mountain, he starts wondering why Amy hasn't come today. Then he realizes he's getting way too impatient waiting for her. He acts like he doesn't care and tells himself no one can interrupt training now. He's a mighty red dragon, he can't let human feelings eat away at him. Later, Ray has apparently fallen asleep and is snoring when he suddenly jolts awake. He realizes it's late and knows he'll get scolded if he doesn't hurry home. As he runs down the mountain, he remembers he still hasn't thanked Amy, and decides he'll do it tomorrow. By the time he reaches the village, it's already dark, and he sees a crowd gathered, talking about searching to the west. It turns out Amy and Gary's father is questioning the blacksmith, who says the 4 kids came by that morning to buy weapons. He overheard the blonde boy say they were heading to the forest to hunt magic beasts. Amy and Gary's parents are terrified, scared they might lose their children. Then Bob and Kale's mother grabs the blacksmith and blames him for letting them go alone. Panicking, he says he didn't know they really meant to enter the forest. After that, the blonde kid's father orders him to call the guards so they can search together, since the forest at night is too dangerous. As the old man hurries off, Ray keeps walking, and thinks about Gary's missing group. At first he figures it's karma. Maybe magic beasts already killed them, which would save him trouble. Then he remembers Amy. He tries not to think about her, reminding himself he doesn't want revenge on her since she treated him well, even if her brother is a fool. Around him, people gather torches and supplies for the search, while he starts to walk away, thinking how short human lives are anyway. But Amy's face flashes through his mind. He stops, confused by the feeling making him hesitate. Then he turns back, deciding Amy did nothing wrong, and he still hasn't even thanked her for helping him beat the puppet. The scene shifts to the forest, where 2 magic beasts are badly beaten. Nearby, Kay and Bob lie unconscious on the ground. Gary stands in front of Amy, trying to shield her while she cries in fear. He tells her not to move and raises his sword to face the beast. Ray rushes into the forest, catches the scent of blood, and soon finds a dead young demonic wolf. He checks the fresh sword wound in its stomach, and realizes the kids must be close. But the tracks and marks are so mixed up that he can't tell which way to go. As he's trying to decide, he hears a scream. Amy! Back at the fight, an adult demonic wolf slams Gary into a tree and sends him crashing down. The wolf then moves in on Amy. She covers her head, shuts her eyes, and prays someone will save her. Then she hears metal strike and opens her eyes to see Ray battling the wolf, driving his sword into its mouth. He quickly checks if Amy is okay, but Gary and the others are in bad shape. Then Amy warns MC to watch out. Too late. The wolf claws his arm and she screams his name in terror, but he tells her he's fine and won't die that easily. Ray tries to draw the wolf away from Amy and leaps onto a tree branch, but the beast bites the branch and he drops right off. Worried, he realizes this body is too weak to keep up with an adult wolf. He struggles badly and sees his speed means nothing here. Back then, a demonic wolf was easy for him. Now he can't even hurt it properly. He snarls that these humans are his, and the wolf can't touch them. Knowing he can't last much longer, Ray prepares one final move and targets its weak spot. He grips the sword in his mouth and throws all his strength into a strike, injuring the wolf's eye. Even then, he's frustrated by how little damage he did. He remembers how, in the past, one blow would have ripped it apart, but now he needs a human sword just to survive. The wolf charges again, and this time he stays calm, waiting for an opening. Then he swings and cuts off one of its legs, sending it crashing down. The moment Ray looks toward Amy, the wolf attacks out of nowhere, but he barely avoids it. With the sword in his mouth again, he puts everything into one last strike and finally kills the wolf. After that, he drops to the ground. Right before he blacks out, a screen appears, saying he unlocked a new ability and got an intermediate-grade beast crystal. Covered in wounds, he wonders what this useless message even means and looks at the unconscious siblings nearby. He knows he has to move them before their blood draws more beasts, so he staggers over in pain. He lifts Gary onto his shoulder and carries Amy in his arms. Gary briefly sees the red-haired boy saving him, then passes out again. Ray figures saving 2 people is all he can manage, so he leaves Bob and Kale behind, thinking he's done all he can, and stumbles out of the forest. The villagers are already searching with torches and weapons when they see him emerge. They call the parents over, and someone recognizes him as the protagonist from Talon's family. Bleeding badly, he asks them to help Gary and Amy and says they may need healing before collapsing. Even then, the villagers start whispering, wondering why the kids entered a forest full of magic beasts at night. Then a mother rushes over and panics when she learns Bob and Kale are missing. She looks around wildly, then at Gary and Amy, and their father tells her only those 2 made it out. She tries to run into the forest, but the villagers stop her, saying she can't go in alone. Calling them cowards, she pushes forward anyway. But the moment she sees the glowing eyes of magic beasts in the dark, she turns and runs back. When the villagers point that out, the shaken woman insists she isn't scared. Furious, she grabs Ray by the collar and demands to know where Bob and Kale are. She blames him, claiming he tricked them into the forest even though they're good kids. Certain he lured them in, she slaps him and calls his red hair a bad omen, a sign of disaster. Hearing that, the others start whispering too, deciding MC must be guilty since he's the one who came back out. They all turn on him, demanding answers about where he took their children. The woman keeps hitting him, screaming about why he saved Gary and Amy, but not her kids. With barely any strength left, Ray says her children are still in the forest. Calling him heartless, she throws him down and cries that they're just children, so how could he leave them there to die? Then she begs the others to go with her, but they refuse with weak excuses about their own kids at home. Lying there in pain, he wonders if they forgot he's a child too, or if they never saw him as human because of his red hair. The woman snatches a torch from one of the villagers, walks toward Ray and says this red-haired monster should die. Watching them, the protagonist thinks these people are worse than any beast. They're the real monsters. As she raises the torch to kill him, his life flashes by. He gives a faint smile, thinking it's a pathetic way for a red dragon to die. Then she swings the torch at him, but someone jumps in front of Ray. It's Gary, blocking the attack with his gear. The villagers shout that Gary must be crazy, saying the monster even fooled him, and they scream for MC to be killed. Gary glares at them and says they're the crazy ones, trying to murder someone over guesses. He stands in front of him and warns them not to touch his savior. Later, the protagonist has a nightmare about the woman blaming him and hitting him, calling him a star of calamity. The dream shifts to his past, with mages rushing at him and demanding his life. Surrounded by humans who want him dead, he wakes in fear and sees his mother. She's holding his hand, crying in her sleep beside him. Ray thinks humans can be both beautiful and cruel. As soon as he sits up, Scarlet wakes and lights up with joy, almost like she can't believe it. She hugs him and says she thought he'd never wake again. But squeezing him makes MC cry out in pain, so Scarlet quickly lets go and scolds him for being reckless. Then he asks how long he was asleep. She says it's been a full week and tearfully admits she had no idea how to explain this to his father if he didn't wake up. Ray then asks about the people from the forest. Scarlet says the two he saved are only lightly hurt and doing fine, but Bob and Kale are still missing, and she thinks the beasts killed them. Then we see Scarlet's flashback. When she reached the forest, she found him beaten by villagers while Gary defended him, explaining that the kids entered the forest on their own, and he saved them. She sees her son lying there unconscious and explodes with rage, her magic flaring up. The villagers try to calm her, claiming Ray led the children into the forest and should take responsibility, saying a mother should understand that pain. As Scarlet lifts her badly injured son, she glares at them so fiercely that even the woman who beat the protagonist starts shaking in fear. Then that same woman breaks down, begging the villagers to save her children, and they murmur in pity about how she'll live without them. While holding MC, Scarlet hears people still gossiping, saying they should have stayed away from that curse. One man warns another to keep his voice down while talking about Talon's child, but the other smirks and pretends he meant the forest. Hearing that, Scarlet carries Ray away. Coming back to the present, Scarlet pats his head and tells him not to blame himself. It's over now. She says Gary told her everything and says he did great. Then she leaves to bring him something to eat. Once she's gone, he starts thinking about the strange screen that appeared in the forest. Wondering if everyone has one, he taps the skill called Blessing of the Dragon's Eye. The moment he does, the skill activates, and he freaks out when he sees his mother's energy status, realizing this is an ability he used to have. He remembers his time as the Red Dragon, when he had many kinds of magic. After failing the aptitude test, he never thought he'd use any of it again. Excited to have power again, Ray guesses he'll unlock his abilities one by one. He also checks the intermediate grade beast crystal, and figures he got it for killing the intermediate demonic wolf. Suddenly, smoke starts filling the room, making him cough. He opens the window and hears villagers yelling that the house is on fire. Then Scarlet rushes in, warns him the flames are spreading, and tells him to get out now. But as the fire keeps climbing, Scarlet shields Ray with magic and stops it. Clinging to his mother's arms, the protagonist uses Dragon Eye to find who set their house on fire. He scans the villagers with it and finds the culprit, Bob and Kale's mother, with fire still burning in her hand. Their whole house is nearly swallowed by flames, and the villagers panic when they realize it's Talon's home, blaming the cursed child again. Scarlet wipes out the fire with her magic, blasting the flames away like a strong gust. When it finally ends, the villagers whisper that the curse struck again, and that if the red-haired boy stays, the whole village will fall into chaos. Hearing that crushes Ray, but his mother cuts in and asks if the fire scared him. Pushing those thoughts aside, he takes her hand and says she looked amazing when she blew the flames away. As they head back, MC keeps thinking about those humans trying to burn their home and them with it. Once he decides they wanted his family dead, his anger turns into a vow for revenge. Later, he leaves to train and Scarlet warns him not to overdo it since his wounds still haven't healed. Then he reaches the forest and pulls out his sword. Using Dragon Eye, he spots beginner magic beasts and gets excited since he can beat them easily. One of them, a monkey-like beast up in a tree, picks an apple and starts eating. Ray locks onto it with Dragon Eye and sneaks up behind it, then brings his sword down on the beast. By the end, he has killed 20 beginner magic beasts. After the hunt, the dragon system appears and tells him he got a beast crystal. Looking at the screen, Ray says it's all luck. He killed 20 beasts and only got 2 crystals. Then he wonders what happens if he absorbs one. As he thinks about it, he notices a small wolf walking around its dead family. He reaches out to pet the pup and tells it to keep fighting from now on. Then a screen appears saying he has a chance to tame the black demonic wolf pup. Not knowing what that means, he clicks yes. He gets excited when it works and the black wolf pup is tamed, but he freaks out after learning the tamed beast goes inside his body. Stunned, he asks the dragon system if there are side effects and whether he can summon it. Annoyed, he warns the little dragon he'll kill it if this fails, and the creepy thing just nods. Right then, he unlocks another skill, but puts it off for later because he has something else to do. He starts searching for the 2 missing kids with Dragon Eye and finds them beyond a hill. When he gets there, he finds a cave-like spot full of corpses and skulls. Then he sees 2 bodies that look like Bob and Kale. The beasts tore out their organs and ate everything, leaving only bones and clothes. Ray takes the clothes as proof of who they were and puts them in a basket. That night, Scarlet keeps telling the protagonist not to train so hard while he's still hurt. He tells her to stop nagging, so she scolds him for talking back and dirtying his clothes. The protagonist still says he'll train again tomorrow. Finally, Scarlet says his dad will be home in a few days, so he can train with him instead. MC lights up, eager to show his father how much he's improved. Then his mother snaps and orders him to get under his blanket and sleep. It scares him enough to realize human instinctive fear is very real. Later, at midnight, Ray opens his eyes, still awake. He heads into the storage room and takes the bucket of clothes from the forest, along with another bucket filled with blood. At the same time, someone knocks on Bob and Kale's house, and their mother comes downstairs, wondering who could be there this late. She opens the door, hoping her sons are back, and calls their names. Instead, she spots something on the ground in front of the house, and she quickly realizes it's Kale's clothes. She picks them up and notices footprints leading away. Thinking they'll lead to her children, she follows them, shouting that she's coming. But the trail takes her deep into the forest. It gets too dark, so she raises her lantern and decides not to go farther. Then she sees Bob's clothes hanging from a tree and runs over, calling both boys' names. As she nears the tree where Ray is hiding, he releases the rope and a bucket of blood dumps all over her. Covered in blood, the woman screams and demands to know who did it. Then Ray jumps down from the tree and shows himself. She instantly says she knew it was the cursed red-haired monster. Furious, she demands her children back and calls him the source of their misfortune. All around them, dangerous magic beasts gather in the forest. He stands calm in the dark, then slowly steps back, leaving the woman trapped among the beasts. With a cold, serious look, he keeps backing away and watches the beasts tear her apart as blood sprays everywhere. The next day, the town is full of rumors that the curse is real, and people decide not to get on the Talon family's bad side. Then Ray appears with his training sword and glares at the gossiping villagers with killing intent. Terrified, they quickly act friendly, wishing him good morning and praising how hard he trains. After he leaves, they breathe again, while the protagonist guesses there are fresh rumors about him, and this time, he likes them. When he gets home, he sees a lot of horses outside the house and gets excited, thinking his father has returned. But the moment he steps inside, he sees his mother crying. Afraid something happened to his father, he rushes over and asks what's wrong. Through tears, Scarlet tells him Jake is sick, but he should recover. Seeing his father in terrible shape, Ray activates Dragon Eye and realizes he's never seen a living being with stats this high, not even back when he was a dragon. Then Jake weakly mutters that the shadows will kill everyone. The mages explain that Jake was hit by a plague of shadows while fighting a shadow beast to protect a villager on a mission. Hearing that, Ray feels like he's heard of something like this before. He wonders when these beasts appeared and what happened to the world after his death as the Red Dragon. As Scarlet thanks the mages for bringing Jake home, one of them apologizes for failing to protect him. MC checks the dragon system and thinks maybe a spell could help his father. He remembers a high-tier spell he once used that could remove curses and dark magic, but he has no idea how to unlock it again. If killing magic beasts gives skills as rewards, then this spell would probably need a high-rank beast. He knows he's still too weak to face something like that. Then Ray turns to his mother and asks if joining the Avrian Knight Academy will help him grow stronger. Still crying, Scarlet tells him that's where his father studied, so he can become a strong warrior just like him. That fires him up. He decides to pass the exam, enter Avrian Academy, and find a way to save Jake. With a heavy heart, Scarlet hugs him and says she believes he can do it. In the next scene, we move to a church-like place filled with hooded priests. There, the Master Elder tells them a prophecy has been revealed and a huge change is coming to the world. The others ask what kind of change it will be. The prophecy is about Ray, and the Master Elder wonders whether the boy will bring salvation or disaster. No one knows yet. Right after that, the Elder orders the knights to find the boy at once, so if he brings redemption, they can guide him. But if he brings calamity, they must kill him. Next comes the exam day at Avrian Knight Academy, with everyone lined up and excited to see the knights arrive. As they show up, the crowd cheers, especially when they spot the charming Knight Delbert. People whisper that he's exactly like the rumors said. The girls go wild over how handsome he is, since they only get to see the knights once a year on exam day. With the cheers still going, the knights reach the testing area, and Winford introduces himself as a knight of Avrian Academy, and welcomes the kids. He also introduces Sir Delbert and Sir Bernardo. Then Winford says they will be the exam proctors, and makes it clear that anyone wanting in must show their best. Once the sword puppet is set in place, Winford tells the candidates to come up one by one. The first boy steps forward, looks down on the wooden puppet, and charges in. Sure, brute force is enough. His parents cheer him on, but the second he attacks, the puppet knocks him away, and he fails in less than a second. The parents who were cheering moments ago go completely silent, too shocked to react. As the next kid is called, Ray thinks about what Jake told him, how the puppet works, and that he only needs to beat the level 1 wooden puppet. He studies it for a second. It stands still, but its blocks and counterattacks are as fast as an adult's. His thoughts break when he hears Delbert and Winford talking nearby, and he realizes his hearing has gotten sharper, probably from absorbing more beast crystals. The knights complain that coming here is a waste of time, but they were ordered to. Delbert says knights should come from noble blood, and can't see why they bother with filthy commoners. Even Winford thinks that's too harsh. Delbert gets even more annoyed when nobody passes after several rounds. Then Gary steps up and clears the test with a grin. When Bernardo announces it, the villagers start saying the boy has talent. Ray feels secondhand embarrassment watching Gary show off, and then it's his turn to step forward. Winford and Delbert both focus on him. They know this is the child they've been discussing. The villagers start whispering that he's the cursed child, that Jake's condition is his fault, and that his blood-red hair makes him a monster who only brings bad luck. They laugh at the idea of him becoming a knight, but he ignores them, pulls back his hood, and walks up. Bernardo tells him to get ready. The test will begin in a minute. Then Delbert walks over and says he doesn't believe in prophecies. In his eyes, if they're real, the red-haired boy should pass no matter what. To test that, he switches the puppet to level 3, and Bernardo immediately objects. The puppet suddenly lunges at Ray with blinding speed. Bernardo and Winford shout for him to move before he gets killed, but in the next instant, the protagonist cuts the puppet's head clean off. The whole place goes dead silent as the wooden head hits the ground, leaving the knights stunned. Bernardo is too shocked to speak, so Winford tells him to announce the result. Bernardo finally congratulates Ray for passing. Scarlet is proud, while Gary can barely believe what he saw. After passing, MC leaves the village with the knights and says goodbye to his unconscious father. He tells him not to worry and promises to find a way to save him. Ray starts to tear up and Scarlet comes over. She holds a pendant and puts it on him, saying it has been passed down through her family and should bring him luck. He tells his mother he's leaving and asks her to take care of herself. Scarlet worries over him and tells him to stay safe, reminding him she will always be there if he needs her. He reassures her and says he's a man now. Then he leaves as Scarlet cries. When he reaches the cart, he's told to sit with the other boy inside. He looks in and sees Gary. They both go quiet, and Ray wonders if they were the only two who passed. The ride starts in complete awkward silence. Eventually, Gary works up the nerve to apologize to the red-haired boy, admitting he was cruel and even hit him. He bows and calls himself an idiot. Ray is surprised, but accepts it, thinking Gary is just a 5-year-old kid. He also points out that Gary saved him before, so they're even now. That only confuses Gary, who says he is the same age as him. He gets nervous and quickly changes the subject, asking about Amy and why she didn't come to the exam. Gary looks confused and says he thought his sister had already told him she was going to the academy. The protagonist is surprised. He didn't even know Amy had magic talent. As they keep traveling to the Night Academy, one of the knights suddenly yells to stop the cart, and it halts. The boys peek outside and see thick fog, with no idea what's happening. Winford calls out that they are knights from Avrian Academy and orders whoever is there to identify themselves at once. A badly hurt girl stumbles out of the fog begging for help. She says her name is Anne Woodwork, an adventurer from the Traceless Guild. When Bernardo asks what happened, she collapses into his arms and says her team was attacked by shadow beasts. Bernardo is shocked. They hadn't even seen a single magic beast on the way here. Delbert, still arrogant, says maybe the monsters came because they know how strong the knights are. Winford tells Anne they're heading to Rennie, so if it's on her route, they can take her. She gratefully agrees. Gary asks why they're going to Rennie instead of the academy. Delbert hears him and snaps that sending kids straight to the front line would be stupid. Both boys are confused by what he means. Delbert explains that Avrian Night Academy sits on the border, so it could be attacked anytime. Winford adds that they first have to train in Rennie for 10 years and learn the basics before going there. Hearing 10 years leaves Ray speechless. For a dragon, that's nothing, but not for a human. He wonders if his dad can hold on that long. Gary is also shaken. Anne was the only survivor, and Ray's father was attacked by shadow beasts too. Even the knights were rattled. So what happens if they run into them again? Then a cracking sound makes Ray tense up. Winford warns everyone to get ready. Something huge is coming. It's the Drop Bear King, now turned into a shadow beast too. All three knights prepare to fight as the giant monster charges in. It goes straight for Bernardo, and he can't dodge in time, but Ray jumps in and kills the beast, saving him. Bernardo immediately tells the kids to protect themselves, while Winford notices the Drop Bear King isn't moving and gets uneasy, thinking it's waiting for something. At the same time, Gary struggles against the shadow beasts and gets scratched by one of them. Ray saves him by slashing the creature across the back and warns him to be careful. These drop bears are much stronger than demonic beasts. Then the Drop Bear King roars, the force blasts one knight away, and everyone else struggles to stay on their feet. Seeing that, Gary wonders what that thing even is, but Ray already knows it's far too strong for them to fight head-on. One knight points out that the Drop Bear King is staying in one spot instead of attacking. Then the giant beast points at Winford and speaks, saying they'll never defeat the shadows, and the shadows will take over the whole continent. While the other knights fight the smaller beasts, they're stunned to hear a monster talking. The shadow beast adds that he is doomed to fail, and everyone around him is destined to die. Ray is stunned, and so are the knights, who take it as a threat. Then the giant shadow beast growls and leaps away. Once it's gone, Winford says they should be thankful it chose not to fight, because none of them would have made it out whole. As Ray gets a crystal through his dragon system, he keeps thinking about the beast, feeling like it was talking to him. Winford then praises Ray and Gary for how they handled the attack, and says they'll make fine knights. Ray asks if beasts normally talk like that. Winford says shadow beasts have never shown up on the border before, and this is the first talking monster he's ever seen. Looking at the red-haired boy's calm face, Winford thinks no normal child his age would react like this. Meanwhile, Delbert keeps staring at Ray with clear disgust. Later, they reach Rennie Town on horseback and are met by a troop of guards. There are far more guards than usual, so Winford asks why security is so tight. As Anne thanks the knights for escorting her, a guard tells him the Allure Kingdom has issued an Amber Alert, and every town and city is under heavy watch. Winford realizes things must be serious if the kingdom declared an Amber Alert. The continent is close to crisis. Then he looks at Ray and wonders if he is the child of prophecy meant to save them all. Meanwhile, Ray is with Gary, thinking about his father and promising himself he'll become a knight. He tells himself this is only the start, and Pops just has to wait until he makes it. 10 years later, the story returns to Rennie Town. At the academy, a teacher asks what power knights use since most of them can't use magic. Gary raises his hand. He answers that knights use chi. With training, it boosts their bodies and senses, and some can even push past normal human limits for a short time. The teacher praises him, then asks why chi can only be trained after age 15, calling on Ray. But when Gary looks over, Ray's seat is empty. Since Ray skipped class again, Gary awkwardly says he went to the restroom. The teacher moves on and calls on Sylvia. Sylvia explains that cry puts huge stress on the body, since a person's organs finish developing after 15, starting then lowers the damage. The teacher tells everyone to remember that while Sylvia keeps staring at Ray's empty seat. Then, we cut to the black demonic wolf. Ray tamed years ago. The wolf battles a magic boar and cuts it down. Ray gets a beast crystal from the kill. He absorbs the beginner rank crystal's power. Then he pats the black wolf for doing well. Figuring he's hunted enough for one day, Ray decides to head back before someone blows up at him for ditching class. Just as he's about to return, Winford rides up from behind. Winford says it is a surprise seeing him out here and praises the beast he killed, then wonders how Ray keeps getting past the tight guard. As they walk, Winford says Ray has gotten much taller. Ray jokes that Winford hasn't changed at all in 10 years, and asks his age, but Winford says that's a secret. Then he mentions hearing Ray slips out of class to hunt beasts. He adds that Ray seems to have caught quite a lot. Ray says that's thanks to the Amber Alert being lifted, which made sneaking out easier. Ray says he'd rather move around out here than sit in class. Winford warns him not to push his luck, because the outer guards would not go easy on him. Then Winford remembers something and says he stopped by Ray's house. He tells Ray that Jake's condition hasn't gotten worse because his mother is taking good care of him. Passing along her message, he says Ray shouldn't worry too much about his father. Ray quietly thanks him. Still, he thinks about how hard he trained over the last 10 years. Even after all that, he still hasn't unlocked any new abilities, and has no idea how to help his father. Seeing his mood drop, Winford pats his shoulder and pulls him in close, leaving Ray flustered. As they head back, Winford tells him to cheer up. They leave for Avrian Academy tomorrow, and he's excited to see the other kids there. Later, at Rennie Town's entrance, Alan is yelling at a guard for letting his student leave. The guard argues that after the Amber Alert ended, he had no reason to stop him. Then Winford and Ray arrive and see Alan grabbing the guard by the collar, saying the red-haired boy is special and they need to know where he is at all times. Winford calls out to him. Alan turns and spots Ray standing beside the knight. That is the last straw. Alan explodes, reminding Ray he was told not to leave his sight, and asking how many times he skipped out this month. Winford watches from behind, thinking Ray had this coming. After getting smacked on the head, Ray mutters that the alert ended a month ago, so he should be able to do what he wants and that Alan is way too stiff. Ray ducks behind Winford while Alan keeps after him. Ray says he's leaving soon anyway, so Alan will be free. Alan snaps back that as long as Ray is his student, he doesn't get to skip class, while Winford tries to calm them down. After that, everyone is called to Rennie Town Square for an emergency meeting. When Ray shows up with a bump on his head, Gary asks if he got caught again. Ray says he just got unlucky. Sylvia sneaks a look at him and starts blushing. Once all the students gather, a squire named Lancey tells them he'll escort them to the Avrian Knight Academy, and the trip will take about 7 days. With a serious look, Lancey warns them that if they want to stay out of trouble, they must follow his orders. Later, a guard asks Winford if the route has been chosen. Winford says they'll go through the swamp. The guard immediately panics, saying it's too harsh for children. Winford looks at the students and says future knights are supposed to face hardship, and they aren't the only ones being tested. The next morning, the students leave Rennie Town in carriages and start their trip to the Avrian Knight Academy. While Ray snores away, Kyle wonders why they didn't just use teleporters, since that would get them there right away. Another boy agrees it would have saved them the trouble. Dan calls Kyle an idiot and says the academy doesn't have a teleporter. Kyle asks if everyone is like Roland Academy and just can't afford one. Then a voice cuts in saying someone clearly wasn't paying attention in class. It's Sylvia. She explains that every academy sits right on the border, so it has to defend against both invaders and shadow beasts. If a teleporter were there and the defenses fell, enemies could use it to go wherever they wanted. The others are surprised by that. Sylvia starts turning red as she looks at Ray, but when Gary notices, she quickly looks away while Ray keeps sleeping on his shoulder. Later, they reach some castle ruins by the swamp and are told to set up camp since it's already getting late. As they work, Gary tells Ray the silver-haired girl has been staring at him. Ray doesn't get why, so Gary tells him to look behind if he doesn't believe it. The two of them turn and sneak a glance. Sylvia is already peeking at her crush, but she gets caught and panics, fumbling with her camp. Since Gary was right, Ray guesses it's because of his red hair. Gary points out there are plenty of redheads here, like Kyle, Ian, and the twin Sloth and Badger. Then Gary grins and asks if Ray is really going to ignore a girl that pretty. Ray doesn't seem interested at all. Meanwhile, Dan sneaks behind the castle ruins to meet his friend Monk. The two are hit by a horrible smell and quickly figure out where it's coming from. Staring at the swamp, Dan says he can't even see the end of it. As they look around, Lancey suddenly appears behind them and dryly tells them it's a swamp. The boys jump, and Lancey warns that if they don't want sharp worms in that swamp biting their legs off, they better set up their tents and go to sleep. Night falls. Ray slips out of the ruins without the guards noticing. Since he already scoped the area out during dinner, he figures he can leave without trouble. But just as he starts to go, someone grabs his hand. It's Sylvia, asking where he's going this late. Ray plainly says he's off to hunt magical beasts. Sylvia's shocked and warns him this isn't near Rennie anymore. He could run into an intermediate rank beast and the knights might not reach him in time. Ray pulls his hand free and says he'll be fine. An intermediate rank beast isn't a problem for him. Sylvia looks hurt as he walks off to hunt. The next morning, the knights yank the curtains open and wake everyone up, warning that the last person up will be punished. Gary jolts awake and nearly jumps out of his skin when he sees Ray lying there with his red eyes wide open. He asks if Ray stayed up all night. Ray, who had only just laid down after hunting all night, calmly says he slept fine, he's not stupid. Gary quickly figures out the truth and rushes outside so he won't get punished. Ray stays behind, smiling at his dragon system. He figures that if he keeps hunting like this, he'll max out beginner beast crystals before they reach every Knight Academy. After that, he can start absorbing intermediate ones. Later, the group continues toward the academy, with the knights leading the carriages. As they move through a creepy forest, Winford suddenly stops after sensing something ahead. He gives Lancey a look and the knights pull back. The students are about to face this test on their own. Then things burst from the ground, rocking the carriages. Gary notes how quiet it had been outside, while Ray is still half asleep. Then a horse screams as something attacks it. Sharp worms erupt from the earth and slam into the carriage, terrifying several students. Gary and Ray react at once, drawing their swords and cutting into the worms. One worm crawls forward to strike a girl, but Gary jumps in front of her and slices it apart. The sight of worm blood pouring everywhere leaves some students shaking. Gary warns that sharp worms travel in swarms, so more are coming. He tells everyone to stay alert and get off the carts as others move in to help. He orders them to fight in the open and form groups of 3, standing back to back so there are no gaps. Kyle, meanwhile, looks fired up to kill every worm he can. Ray thinks they're getting a little too into it and activates his dragon eye. After checking the field, he sees the sharp worms are only beginner rank beasts, so he has nothing to worry about. Then he spots the 6 knights on top of a cliff, watching from above. As Ray starts drifting back toward the carriage to nap, Dan catches him and tells him not to break formation. With a huge yawn, Ray says these are just beginner rank monsters, so they don't need him. And with him out, the numbers work out better anyway. From the cliff, the knights assume Ray is scared and say he'll probably end up with a red belt. Another points out that Gary is doing very well. They note that he attacks without hesitation, kills in one swing, and controls his body well without wasting movement. They expect Gary to earn a white belt. Winford then points to Sylvia, saying she doesn't attack first but notices everything. Another knight praises her perfect stance. Sylvia neatly dodges a sharp worm and cuts it down with her sword. Winford says she's steady, and once she sees an opening, the fight is over. Lancey is impressed that she even kept her clothes spotless. Then the ground suddenly explodes and a giant sharp bug rises out. The students panic, thinking the worms merged into one huge monster. Shaking with fear, one kid stumbles to the ground as the giant worm leans in. Just before it can strike, Ian jumps in front of him and tears off the worm's tentacles with brute strength. Fueled by anger, Ian keeps ripping into it, shouting that no one gets to hurt his comrades. The twins, Sloth and Badger, rush into and carve through the giant worm like pros. Kyle, still counting his kills, drives his sword through it and proudly says that makes 45. Watching from above, the knights are surprised they don't need to step in. The red-haired kids, aside from Ray, have nearly finished the monster on their own. Once it's over, Ian checks if his teammate is okay, and everyone is relieved the worms are finally dead. Winford notes that Ian isn't just strong, he also looks after his team, making him a real gem. Then there's Ray, asleep on the carriage like none of this matters. Afterward, everyone climbs back into the carriage. Gary asks Ray why he didn't help, and warns that this place is dangerous. Stretching, Ray says he was too sleepy, and the knights were watching anyway. Gary can only call him a lone wolf. Winford, still watching, wonders which one is the child of prophecy. As the trip continues, Kyle brags about killing the monsters, and Dan praises him. They start talking like they'll be real knights before long, and Dan says if they're lucky, they might even earn a white belt. Gary, confused, asks what a white belt even is. Dan explains that knights have different ranks, and the ones escorting them now are white tassel protectors, high-ranking knights. He says those knights once earned white belts, proving their skill through tests and trials. There are also green and black belts for other levels, while red is the lowest rank. That wakes Ray right up when Dan adds that red belts go to students who do poorly on the tests. He goes on to say white belts get personal instructors, rewards, and better resources. Red belts get basic training and are mostly ignored. Since the academy gives up on them, they can pretty much go wherever they want. Hearing that, Ray is thrilled. If he gets a red belt, he'll have all the freedom he needs to hunt magic beasts and gain stronger crystals and abilities fast. Excited, he clenches his fist and decides he has to do his best to earn that red belt. Soon after, they finally arrive at Avarian Knight Academy. The place leaves the students stunned. Gary thinks it's awesome, and Ray is speechless at how massive it is. Avarian Knight Academy is basically a giant castle with enormous gates. The students can only stare. It's exactly how they imagined it. They whisper that the academy feels like a whole city just for knights. They're even more amazed to learn it runs on mana crystals instead of torches. Gary says this place feels like a completely different world from the village he grew up in. Lancey then tells Gary and Kyle to stay close if they don't want to get lost, promising they'll have time to explore later. Lancey the squire starts giving them a tour, leading them through the armory. At the library, he tells them to keep quiet. Some of the girls are more focused on how handsome Sir Lancey is. Dan asks if the librarians are knights too, and Lancey explains that every graduate must serve the city for 2 years before choosing to stay or leave. Before the dorms, Lancey brings them to one last stop that looks almost like a cemetery. He reveals it holds the remains of knights who fought or died for the Allure Kingdom. He says he brought them here to remind them that war never truly ended, and a knight's first duty is to protect home. The students answer together that they will fight to protect their home. But Ray starts trembling with anger, thinking about how humans use dragon bodies to make armor and weapons. Then Sivlia raises her hand and asks about the statues and who they were based on. Lancey says they honor the founders of Avarian Knight Academy, the legendary Dragon Knights. The students immediately start buzzing with questions. Lancey cuts it short, saying they'll learn all about them in academy history. As they head for the dorms, Ray is still upset enough for Gary to notice. Using his dragon eye, Ray senses a tomb beneath the graveyard and something down there is alive. On the way to the dorms, Gary wonders who their roommates will be and hopes they're easygoing. Ray barely hears him, too busy thinking about that strange presence in the tomb. It didn't feel like a magical beast at all. Gary finally asks if he heard a word he said. Ray replies that he was talking about roommates, and just then they reach their dorm. They find out they're assigned to the same room and start wondering who else will join them. Then Sivol walks up, and to their surprise, she's apparently sharing the dorm with them. Gary is thrown off and Sivol turns pink the moment she sees Ray. She looks clearly uncomfortable. Gary tells her it's probably normal, since the academy treats everyone the same, no matter their gender. He adds that she should look on the bright side. They're nice guys. But Sivlia is so nervous, she slaps Gary. He drops to the floor, then stomps off, making it clear she refuses to share a room with boys. As Gary lays there in pain, 2 others watch the whole thing. Ray brushes it off as a spoiled girl throwing a tantrum. Those 2 are their other roommates, Monk and Ian, and Gary quickly introduces himself and Ray. Noticing Ian's red hair, Ray figures he must be from the same place as him. Gary checks the dorm list and sees 2 more roommates are still coming, Dan and Marcia Woodwork. Meanwhile, Sivlia slowly heads back upstairs toward the boys' room. She glares at them and warns them not to come in because she's changing. Forced out into the hall, Gary says he knew the school wouldn't let her switch rooms. Right then, Dan shows up and asks why they're all standing outside. Gary says they were waiting for him because there's a huge cockroach inside, and they need someone to handle it. Hearing that, Dan puffs up and says future knights shouldn't fear a bug. Then he throws the door open, while the others struggle not to laugh. They just played a dirty trick on their new roommate. The scene then shifts to dinner, where everyone is busy eating. Still annoyed from the prank, Dan asks if they had fun, since now Sivlia might kill him in his sleep. With a slap mark still on his face, Gary jokes that plenty of people would be jealous just to get her attention. The second Dan says more about her, Sivlia overhears and gets mad. Dan and Gary quickly deny talking about her at all. Meanwhile, Ray keeps eating like none of this matters. Sivlia mutters that she can't believe they're eating at a time like this when the test is so close. Since Ray is focused only on food, Gary guesses she means the belt test, and asks what that has to do with eating. Ray just says it's free food, and Sivlia looks completely done with them. Nearby, some older students sneer at MC and Gary, mocking them as country kids stuffing their faces like they've never had a decent meal. With their mouths still full, the 2 turn and stare at the seniors while the mocking continues. Then the seniors move to Ian and start picking on him too, mocking his size and saying his chair might break. They call him a country brute, and Ian looks close to tears. Then they go further, saying they hate seeing redheads from Rennie. Hearing that, Kyle stops eating, while Sloth calmly drinks his tea and grips his twin brother's hand before he can pull a knife. The seniors keep ranting about red hair, like it's some curse, and tell them to stay away. Monk finally stands up and tells them they've gone too far. Ian tries to stop him, but the seniors tell Monk to mind his own business. They mock him too, saying he'll be lucky to get a red belt, and threaten to beat him if he keeps talking. Then they turn back to Ian, praise him for knowing his place, and tell him to take the long way around whenever he sees them. The moment he says that, someone throws food at him. The senior snaps and demands that whoever did it show himself. Ray steps up. He slams the guy's face onto the table, twists his arm, and pins him there. Then he asks who he was threatening, and the idiot still spits out that it was the disgusting red-haired freak. The fight at the table draws the knight's attention, and students start shouting that someone's gone crazy. He keeps pounding the loudmouth until Ian stops him and says they weren't hurt. Gary urges him to calm down before the knights step in, and Sylvia warns him the coming test could ruin his first impression. But he doesn't let go and twists the senior's arm even harder. Other students call for a knight and accuse the red-haired boy of attacking another student. Then Sir Lancey arrives and orders Ray to let him go. The senior cries for help, but the protagonist only squeezes harder. Lancey repeats the order, telling MC to stop. Instead, he tells Ian this is how he was raised. When someone tries to use you or treat you like dirt, you make sure they pay for it. A crack follows. Ray has broken the guy's arm and the room goes silent. Only then does he let go, pointing at the senior and telling Ian that people learn only after they're taught a lesson. Lancey glares and demands to know why he ignored a direct order. With a smug smile, he apologizes and says he figured his teacher of all people would understand what it's like to hear only what he wants. Without even blinking, the protagonist grabs Gary's hand and tells him to keep eating. They shouldn't let trash ruin their appetite. Lancey is furious, but whispers spread through the hall. People point out the seniors started it and say they had it coming after bullying others for so long. After that, the three commanders arrive and the students assume the test is about to begin. Winford orders everyone to be silent and welcomes the heads of the academy, the 6 elders. The 6 elders enter in cloaks and masks. Seeing them, the students get nervous, since it's rare for all 6 to watch a test. As Ray watches the elders approach, he wonders if they're as strong as the humans who once slaughtered him and the other dragons. He snaps out of it as Winford explains that the 6 elders will witness the test for the new knight recruits, and the results will decide what color belt each student gets. He adds that a poor result means a red belt, basically a failure. Still, Winford smiles and tells them not to lose heart. Even a red belt doesn't decide their whole future, and every one of them showed talent when they were chosen at age 5. He encourages them to keep going, because training will sharpen the gifts they already have. Ray looks at Winford and thinks he's as kind and hopeful as ever. That only makes him more uneasy, wondering how Winford will react if he gets a red belt. When Winford finishes speaking, he hands things over to Lancey. Lancey says he'll handle the rest, then shoots Ray a deadly glare. Lancey announces that the trial has 5 stages, each testing a different part of a knight's skill: Stone of Power, Blazing Inferno, Undetected Passage, Ion Precision, and Will of Truth. The first stage is the Stone of Power. Lancey explains that they simply have to push a huge stone to the goal line to clear the stage. Each student gets 2 tries. If they fail once, they can use magic gloves on the second attempt to boost their strength, but that will lower their evaluation. Gary whispers that this looks easy, and Ray agrees it should be no problem for him. But Ray mutters that someone clearly doesn't want him to pass, leaving Gary confused. Right before the test starts, Lancey announces that as proctor, he is rejecting Ray Talon's participation. Ray stays calm and folds his arms. Gary and Sylvia protest right away, asking how this could be fair. Lancey says it's a lesson for all future knights. They must obey their superiors. If anyone disagrees, they can report him, and if his superiors overrule him, he'll accept it. Then he calls the first student forward. Gary whispers that Ray really got on Lancey's bad side, and Sylvia tells him to report this, because Lancey has no right to treat him that way. But Ray shrugs it off and says this actually makes things easier. He tells them to take the test first, and he'll join them in the next stage. To him, that means he's basically guaranteed a red belt. Soon, both Gary and Sylvia pass. Then Ian grabs the rock and lifts it instead of pushing it, leaving everyone stunned. Gary comes back drenched in sweat, but happy he made it. MC congratulates him and warns that the second stage may be rough, so he should get ready. The blonde boy looks confused, but Ray points out the second stage proctor, who seems to be from Roland Academy. Seeing that, Gary panics and asks how they're supposed to handle this when they've never learned magic. He says the battlefield won't care what they haven't learned, so they'll probably just have to endure it somehow. He adds that people with strong bodies often have weaker magic resistance, so these 5 tests are likely meant to measure both strengths and weak points, then help shape their training. Gary says that makes sense, and jokes that maybe he's an all-around genius, but the protagonist clearly doesn't buy it. Then the second stage, Blazing Inferno, begins. The mage tests Gary with magic on his forehead, and he lasts 57 seconds. Ray says that's pretty good though. Gary thinks he did badly. Dan cheers him up, explaining that in the mage's illusion, an hour inside is only a minute outside, so he actually did well. Next is Sylvia, and when the mage starts her test, she stays calm, telling herself it's only an illusion, so there's nothing to fear. When the illusion of fire appears, she holds on for 5 whole minutes, and the others start talking about how amazing she is. While everyone is calling Sylvia a goddess, the proctor tells her she's proven herself. After that, Ray is called up and Sylvia wishes him luck. He figures lasting 20 seconds would be enough, or maybe he should just give up right away. Then gets ready, but as the proctor casts the illusion, a red dragon suddenly appears before him and breathes fire. Ray is thrown off, wondering what's happening, and the red dragon looks like his past self. Then the proctor is suddenly lifted into the air by some force, shocking everyone. The mage panics and cries out that the boy is cursed by the red dragon. Right away, whispers spread through the crowd that the red-haired boy is bad news, that he's cursed. Seeing this, Winford rushes over to the old mage, who looks unconscious. MC stands nearby and asks if he's okay, but Winford says he's just exhausted and tells him to rest. Winford finds it strange that the old mage's mana is completely drained. It doesn't add up. In the next scene, the elders look into the incident. Winford says it was just mana disorder from overusing mana, and the mage should recover with rest. The elders aren't convinced. They question how a mage from the famous Roland Magic Academy could be drained by a test like this, while others wonder if he simply used too much mana on the students. Winford tells them the mage is resting, and says he'll keep investigating. He also suggests replacing him for the remaining tests, and the elder agrees, but as Winford leaves, one masked elder calls over an armored guard knight and whispers something to him, and the guard says he'll handle it at once. Then the elder stares at Ray Talon from a distance, as he heads back to his friends. After the incident, he asks about mana disorder. Sylvia explains that it happens when a mage has no mana left, but forces out another spell anyway, causing it to backfire on their body. He understands, while Gary jokes that his friend is just unlucky, and says geniuses always have it rough. As the two laugh, Sylvia stays doubtful. She thinks it's weird that a mage from Roland Magic Academy would make such a simple mistake, and she keeps thinking about the curse he mentioned. Then they hear a noise and the ground starts shaking. Everyone thinks it's an earthquake, but trees suddenly start appearing everywhere, making it clear this is magic. Soon the whole testing area is filled with trees. Gary has no idea what's happening, and Sylvia says someone is casting a spell. Then a proctor appears and announces that the third stage is starting now. While everyone is still caught off guard, he tells the students to follow him and copy his movements as closely as they can. Just like that, the third stage begins. Gary can't believe the test is already underway. The proctor takes off at impressive speed, and the students chase after him. Poor Dan, still in disbelief, yells about how fast everyone is. Gary tells Ray he won't lose today, and Sylvia runs after them, leaving Dan behind because nobody is waiting for him. The instructor starts thinking he may be pushing the kids too hard and should slow down, but when he looks back, he's shocked to see them catching up. He's impressed. Gary even calls out to Monk that they're about to catch him, since he'd been in front the whole time. Now the proctor realizes he underestimated them. There's no reason to go easy, so he challenges them to catch him if they can. As they keep chasing him, Ray admits he's bad at this because he used to move on all four limbs. Then he spots arrows flying toward them and warns everyone. Another proctor is the one shooting. The female proctor says the third stage proctor didn't need to hold back so much, since there are so many kids, but he says they're better than she thinks. She then tells the students to keep following or they'll lose him, and reminds them to grab a bow. Everyone wonders about the bow, then realizes the fourth stage has started too. Gary guesses it's an accuracy test. Sylvia agrees, and they keep moving. The fourth stage proctor announces that targets are set up deeper in the forest. She says they'll pass by hitting 3 targets while dealing with her interference. With that, the fourth stage, Ion Precision, begins. Ray thinks he's fine getting a red belt, but he still doesn't want to finish last, so he decides to show a little off and activates his dragon eye. The moment he does, a magic arrow shoots toward Gary, and the protagonist instantly shoves his friend out of the way. He realizes he can't dodge it in time, but another arrow smashes into the incoming one. Ray feels the danger right away, and thinks that shot was far too strong for a normal test. It nearly hit them. Then their classmate Marsh saves them and asks if they're okay. Gary thanks her and says she's amazing. Marsh says she's just glad she was nearby, because otherwise she doesn't know if she could have stopped it. Right after that, MC senses more arrows and warns everyone to be careful. They all dodge. Ray quickly understands something is wrong. Those arrows were wrapped in cheat and completely different from the proctor's shots. Someone is trying to kill them, or maybe just him. Another arrow suddenly flies at the students, but he tracks it and fires his own to stop it. At the same time, the fourth stage proctor also senses the danger. Just as the protagonist is about to release his arrow, his bow shatters, stunning the others. Realizing something is seriously off, the proctor goes after the imposter and fires a full attack, but she's shocked by the speed. The imposter dodges everything without leaving a trace. She wonders who would target the students and knocks the arrow out of the tree. Then she tells the students her arrow simply went off course and orders them to continue the test. Ray knows she didn't fire that shot, she's just trying to calm them down. As the others keep testing, he wonders if someone dangerous slipped into the venue. When they finish, they find Monk waiting with the third stage proctor. Gary and MC tell Sylvia what happened, and she's shocked to hear it. She says they should report it to the Knights, but Ray thinks they shouldn't. Gary agrees. The proctor clearly lied earlier. Maybe she was trying to calm everyone, but maybe she was hiding something too. He adds that if someone really is after them, it has to be someone who can get inside the venue, which means the attacker could be a proctor or even a knight. That leaves Sylvia deeply worried. When she asks what they'll do now, he says they'll wait and watch, though he's very curious about the bastard who tried to kill them. Meanwhile, the intruder tries to run after tossing away his bow, but a female proctor catches him and orders him to stop. He freezes. She points an arrow at him and demands to know why he attacked the new students, warning him not to move because she can kill him at any second. The intruder reaches for his sword, but the proctor warns him not to move or she'll shoot. He glares back at her and they clash right away. Then the story moves to the fifth and last test, Will of Truth, which checks the students' willpower and chi control. Holding up the sword, Delbert says it was made from a Firebird Ultra Beast crystal and bursts into flames when someone grabs it. Even if the students haven't learned chi yet, he says they can still try to guide it with pure focus. He starts calling students up, and the first is Ion, the red-haired boy. Ion steps up nervously and grabs the sword. A huge flame erupts and blasts soot onto his face. Lancey flinches at the sight, then calls the next student. The scene cuts to Elder Gibby talking to the intruder. He's annoyed the man failed and even got caught by a proctor. As the man apologizes, Gibby says he never expected this problem to be solved so quickly anyway. Then he puts on a mask that can change the user's appearance and mutters that at least they've sent a message. The Pureblood Guild is still around. Back at the test, Gary steps up and controls the flames perfectly as he holds the sword. Then our boy goes up next, and Sylvia asks Gary if Ray is really strong. Gary thinks for a moment, then says Ray is insanely strong. The others doubt it since his first 4 scores were awful. That's when the blonde boy brings up the last time he fought with Ray. He says he won easily, but 10 years ago when an intermediate demonic wolf attacked him, Ray saved him and killed it. The others laugh it off. They were only 5, so they think it was probably just a big wolf, not an intermediate beast. Sylvia starts wondering if Ray really is strong and why he hides it. Then the test begins. Our boy grabs the sword and suddenly the dragon system appears, asking if he wants to absorb the ultra-grade beast crystal. No flames come out at all. The students start whispering that weird stuff always happens with this guy, and they're shocked the sword isn't even glowing anymore. He swings it around, wondering if it broke. Delbert stares in disbelief, and yanks the sword from his hands. When no flames appear, Delbert panics, shouting that the weapon was made from an Ultra Beast crystal and is one of the Allure Kingdom's treasures. He grabs the red-haired boy by the collar and accuses him of doing something to it. Ray, totally confused, asks how he could damage a sword made from Ultra Beast crystal. He adds that Delbert was watching him the whole time, so he couldn't have tried anything anyway. Delbert is furious, but before he can go on, an armored knight cuts in and says there's an urgent report. He whispers in Delbert's ear, and Delbert is stunned by what he hears. Right after that, he announces the tests are over and orders everyone back to their dorms. The students relax, and they're told to come back at dinner to receive their belts. Everyone starts guessing what color they'll get, while Ray hopes for red, but something else catches his attention. He overhears the knights saying the 4th stage proctor has been found dead. At the crime scene, armored knights tell Winfred that she was already dead when they found her. What shocks them more is that her body is still warm, meaning she was killed not long ago, and Winfred can't believe someone pulled this off. A knight orders the elders to be informed at once. The next scene moves to the elders' meeting room, where the armored knights report the death. They say the proctor was killed in a single strike, so the killer had to be highly skilled. They also mention something strange. None of the intruder alarms went off. One elder says that makes it sound like an inside job, especially with all the rumors about hidden groups. The elder wonders if it was the Pureblood Guild or the Dark Guild, while another says this is outrageous. A captain of the Green-Belted Knights was killed during an exam, so they need answers. They wait to hear what the head elder thinks, and the head warns them not to let a word of this leave the room. He orders the knight captains to keep investigating and find the killer. By dinner, all the students gather to receive their belts, and everyone is tense. Meanwhile, Gary and Sylvia are talking with a girl named Marcia Woodwork. Sylvia is happy to finally have a female roommate. Hearing her last name, Gary asks if she knows Anne Woodwork, and learns Marcia is her daughter. On the other side, Ray is stuck thinking about the murdered proctor. He's sure this wasn't done by an ordinary person, but by someone high up, maybe even a commander or elder. Gary snaps him out of it and asks if he remembers the adventurer they met on the way to Rennie years ago. He says that woman turned out to be Martha's mother and talks about what a crazy coincidence it is. But the protagonist barely listens, which annoys Gary. He points out that the protagonist has been spacing out a lot lately. Sylvia figures he's still worried about the one who fired the arrow. Gary pinches his cheeks hard, and MC finally says he was thinking about why the sword in the 5th test didn't react to him. He keeps quiet about the proctor's death, knowing that would only make things worse. As Gary keeps pinching him, Sylvia says Ray really has the worst luck. She's about to bring up what happened in the 2nd test when the knight commanders arrive. Winfred says it's time to hand out the knight belts and tells the students to come up when called. The first name is Gary Blueblood, and as he walks forward, the students whisper that he was the top performer and should get a white belt. Some argue their goddess Sylvia did just as well, and others say both of them will get white. The guesses keep going, but after the final decision, Winfred announces that Gary will receive a black belt. Gary looks disappointed as the whispers spread through the hall. After that, Ian and Sylvia receive white belts, and some students lose it when they see the red-haired guy get a white belt. When Ray Talon is called, everyone is sure he's about to get a red belt. Instead, our boy is given a black belt, leaving everyone stunned, especially him. Dan starts crying because he's the only one who got a red belt. His friend Monk got black, and even the guy who did the worst got black too. Another student tells him whining won't change the results. Meanwhile, our boy can't understand how he got a black belt with such low scores, and he starts wondering if there's some conspiracy behind it. Finally, the knight commander explains that from now on, students will train under different knights based on belt color. As Gary wonders what black belts even do, a man who seems to be their instructor is smoking a cigarette while holding the list of his students' names. He looks over the two redheads in his group, hopes they don't cause trouble, and calls them the future Dragon Knights. The next day at the training grounds, the students have already returned from their dorms. The black belt group waits for their instructor while Ray naps and Kyle keeps complaining, hoping their teacher is at least normal. As the red-haired guy tries to stay hopeful, their instructor suddenly appears behind them and asks if they were talking about him. Kyle nearly jumps out of his skin. The instructor, a laid-back guy with a cigarette, tells them to follow him. He, Kyle, Gary, and Monk trail behind in awkward silence. Kyle asks if the instructor ever said his name. Since he didn't, Gary tells him to just ask directly. So Kyle does, bluntly asking what they should call him, and our boy is a little shocked by how bold he is. Without turning around, the instructor waves a hand and says they can call him K. Ray thinks the name is weird, and Kyle figures it can't be his real one. As they keep walking, they run into Delbert, who greets him as Sir K, still bitter toward the red-haired boy. Delbert says he feels sorry for the black belt instructor for ending up with two redheads. He also mocks the protagonist Talon, saying he must be thrilled to have gotten a black belt. Then he adds that if it were up to him, someone like MC would never have been allowed into the academy. But our boy fires back that it's a shame Delbert doesn't get to make the decisions. That pushes Delbert over the edge. He warns Ray to know his place and says he'll be watching him. As Delbert moves to hit him, Case blocks him with his sword and reminds him that he is now part of the Black Belted Knights. So letting discrimination come between them would only make things worse. Case's sword stops Delbert, but the knight just smirks and says everyone will soon learn the prophecy about the protagonist is wrong. Still annoyed, Delbert tells him good luck and walks off. The students are left confused, whispering about the prophecy and wondering what he meant. Kyle glares after him, then tells the student knights to follow. He leads them to a room inside the castle and says this will be their special training area from now on. When they enter, the chamber is completely dark. A strange wind hits them, making the students flinch and shield their eyes. The place is run down and gloomy. The silence freaks Monk and Kyle out, and they suddenly realize Sir K has vanished without them noticing. While the others start panicking, Ray uses his dragon eye and figures K is gone. He still can't find him, even with that. Gary asks if MC can see their teacher, but he says no, he's nowhere in sight. Then K suddenly appears behind them and grabs both boys, scaring them half to death. With a candle in hand, K explains they'll train in total darkness to sharpen their senses. They'll stay here until they can move with the dark and use it like a weapon. That makes Gary uneasy. He says he heard black belts get sent on assassination missions and asks if that's true. Ray can tell that's what's bothering him. K takes a drag and says their skills make them better suited for those jobs than the others. Like it or not, Gary has to accept that. Gary, clearly upset, asks why they can't just fight head-on like everyone else. K steps closer and tells him they were picked because they have abilities the others don't. He pats Gary on the shoulder and says if he wants a straight fight, he can still have one, so he doesn't need to worry. Then K tosses them their black belts and tells them that from today on they can fight however they want. The next day, Ray checks his watch and sees his rank is 300. He figures the watch shows the current rankings. Lying on his bed, he recalls KF saying the list updates every day after practice. Students in the same grade can challenge each other anytime. If a lower-ranked student wins, they take that spot, and the higher your rank, the more resources you get. Ray then asks Gary how many students are in their grade, and Gary says there are over 300. He realizes that puts him near the bottom of the rankings. Then Dan checks Gary's watch and freaks out when he sees Gary is ranked first, saying everyone had been wondering who'd take the top spot. Dan is thrilled to share a room with the first and third rankers, laughing that he can brag all he wants. Gary gets annoyed at him for flashing everyone's ranks. Nearby, Sylvia, the third-ranked knight, glances over at Dan, acting wild, and says, "Boys are foolish." Then Ian asks Monk why he looks so happy. Monk checks his watch, sees he's 65th, and quietly gets excited. He says it's nothing, but he's clearly proud and ready to keep working. 10 days later, Ray walks through the hall thinking he's close to 100 points for beginner beast crystals, but hunting hasn't given him much. When he reaches his dorm, loud arguing inside snaps him out of it. Monk is heated, saying Gary only climbed the rankings because of his natural talent, while Gary argues that the black belt training is kind of deceptive and useless for him. Monk shoots back that the training isn't useless. Gary just sucks at it. Gary says he doesn't need it to keep his rank anyway. The protagonist walks in confused, and Dan says he's never seen Monk this mad. Dan explains they're fighting over whether black belt training is actually useful, then asks Ray what their training was like. MC thinks the answer is obvious. Gary isn't built for stealth, assassination, or hiding his presence, but Monk is naturally good at it. Still, Gary isn't wrong either. He's better than Monk in the basics, and even if Monk is improving fast, Gary is still stronger overall. Monk yells that Gary can't just dismiss all his hard work. Gary snaps back that he only gave his opinion. Worried, Sylvia jumps between them and asks him to help. The protagonist brushes it off and tells her to handle it herself. Dan loves that idea, and Sylvia quickly tells him to stop making things worse. Then Monk says they should settle it with a rank battle. Gary agrees right away and says they'll see if those special skills really help in a fight. Soon they're at the training grounds, where everyone is buzzing that someone is challenging the #1 ranker. Some students wonder if it's the blonde guy, since they heard the challenger is another high-ranked black belt. Hearing that, Sebastian, Delbert's youngest son, gets interested, but a silver-haired boy says it's nothing special, just a fight between country kids from Rennie. Meanwhile, Kyle loudly calls for bets. using a wooden box as everyone chooses between top-ranked Gary and Dark Horse Monk. Dan jumps in first, putting 10 silver on Gary. Sylvia immediately yells at him for betting on his own roommates. Then, to her shock, Martha bets on Monk, saying maybe he'll surprise them. Troubled, Sylvia asks Ray if Monk has any chance of winning. By then, the match is starting. Gary and Monk take their wooden swords while Kyle stands in as referee. Kyle eagerly gives the signal to begin. At the same time, MC asks Sylvia if she thinks Gary will win. The fight starts, and the two clash hard right away. Sylvia says Gary is clearly gifted. His technique is great, and he stands above most of them. Still, Monk has worked harder than anyone in special training, so he's probably Gary's biggest rival right now. Monk swings hard, and smoke bursts out around them. He thinks his training paid off, but when the smoke clears, Gary has blocked it. As their swords grind together, Gary tells Monk to give up because he can't win. Ray admits Monk has improved a lot, enough that Gary has to take him seriously. Even so, he still thinks Gary will win. He yawns, nearly nodding off, while Sylvia says Monk can't close every gap in such a short time. Martha, who bet on Monk, watches nervously as he starts losing the fight. Around the training ground, most people are already expecting Gary to win, and that's what happens. Gary lands one final strike and shatters Monk's wooden sword. Monk stares in disbelief, asking how this happened. Then he starts to break down and Gary apologizes, saying that's just how it is. But Monk can't accept it. He grabs the broken sword, now sharp at the edge, and rushes Gary from behind. Still out of control, he charges with the jagged blade and yells that it's not over yet. Seeing Monk about to stab Gary in the back, Sylvia screams a warning, and Martha yells for Monk to stop. The broken blade is only a moment from Gary's neck when someone catches it barehanded, blood dripping down. Gary turns around and Sylvia is stunned, wondering when Ray got there. It's Ray. He stops Monk's attack and tells him that's enough. Monk finally snaps out of it, drops the sword, and starts apologizing. Sylvia's shaken. Monk moved so fast she couldn't even follow him. Yet Ray crossed the distance in an instant. She can't understand how he did that. Monk keeps apologizing as blood runs from Ray's hand. But Ray says it's only a scratch. Monk says he lost control, and if Ray hadn't stopped him, it would have been much worse. Even after that near disaster, the students who placed bets start shouting at Kyle, asking who won and saying it had to be Gary. Kyle tries to calm them and says the match won't count since someone interfered, so everyone will get their money back. The crowd hates that answer. They curse at him, accuse the redhead of doing it on purpose, and then start throwing things. Poor Kyle keeps shouting that everyone will get their money back, trying to settle them down. The mess on the grounds gets even worse. The students start hurling stones, calling them trash, and yelling for the redheads to leave the academy. They keep mocking them as red-haired monsters, and drive them back with rocks until one hits Ray in the head. Monk jumps in front of Ray to shield him, but the crowd just curses at him and tells him to get lost. Gary checks on Ray and sees blood running from his head. Sylvia and Martha try to calm everyone down, but the crowd is out of control. Elsewhere, a silver-haired student named Sebastian Spoony grabs a large brick, ready to throw it at Ray. Monk rushes over and knocks the brick from his hand with a stone. Monk tells him to stop, saying Ray has nothing to do with this. But the silver-haired boy snaps back and warns Monk he'll remember this, calling him a brat. Sebastian is clearly losing his temper. Ray gets mocked again by the humans around him. They call him a red-haired freak, say nothing good happens when he's near, and wish he had never been born. As those cruel words pound through his head, Ray wonders why this always happens to him and thinks humans never fail to disgust him. Their insults keep echoing, tearing him down again and again. Ray's anger explodes, his veins bulge, and he decides they should be the ones to die. Then Sir Winford arrives and finally brings the chaos under control. Gary quickly tells the knight Ray is bleeding badly and needs treatment. Winford calls for the injured to be helped, but Ray insists it's only a scratch and asks if the knight needs something. Winford hesitates, then tells Ray that his mother is here to see him. Scarlet is waiting for her son. Ray walks in and calls out to his mother. She greets him warmly, saying it's been a long time and noticing how much he's grown. Ray happily says he got taller, takes her hand, and asks if Pops is doing well since she came here. But Scarlet brings terrible news. His father is gone. Ray panics, thinking he died, but Scarlet says that's not it. Jake left the house and the village. Shocked, Ray bombards her with questions. How could that happen when his father had been stuck in bed since getting infected? Outside the room, Winford hears everything and thinks about how he never had the courage to tell Ray the truth about the Plague of Shadows. Most infected people die within a year. A few like Jake can resist longer, but in the end, even they lose themselves to the shadows and become slaves that spread the plague. There has never been an exception. Scarlet explains that Jake had been fighting the Plague of Shadows for the past 10 years. Then she tells Ray about one night when she heard a noise. She found Jake sitting in a chair awake and able to move. She rushed over and hugged him. But Jake, whose body was turning black, said he couldn't hold on much longer and begged Scarlet to kill him. Hearing that, she broke down in tears and said she couldn't do it. Then his condition suddenly got worse as the plague took over. Jake burst into flames. Even then, he kept begging Scarlet to kill him. All she could do was watch him turn into a black shadow. Back in the present, Scarlet tells Ray she couldn't kill Jake and takes out a letter. She says his father left it for him. Ray opens the letter. Jake apologizes for not being there while he grew up and says he's proud that Ray made it into the academy. He thanks Ray for being his son and ends the letter by saying he loves him. After reading it, Ray starts crying. It feels like his father's final words, and he vows to find a way to save him. Later, Ray lies on his bed, crushed, replaying what his mother told him. She said she would find his father no matter what. When he tried to go with her, Scarlet refused and told him to follow his own path, saying Jake would want that too. She hugged him, happy to see him again, and told him not to worry about them. He should focus on what he needs to do. Now alone on his bed, Ray thinks about the last 10 years and how he's found nothing. He feels useless. He couldn't avenge his dragonkin, and he couldn't protect the people he cares about. To him, everything feels awful. Gary comes in and asks if he met his mother and what she said about his father's condition. But even though he's falling apart inside, he says his father is fine and walks out. Gary can tell something is wrong. As the protagonist leaves, he drops a paper behind, and Gary notices it. He picks it up, wondering what it is, when Dan suddenly sneaks up behind him. Dan snatches the paper, joking that it must be a love letter from a fangirl, since Gary was staring so hard. Gary panics and tries to grab it back. With a weird grin, Dan tells him not to be shy and asks to see the heartfelt confession. While they mess around, the other roommates walk in, confused. Gary finally blurts out that it's a letter for Ray, and that's how they all learn his father was infected by the plague of shadows. Dan says the poor guy had a rough life, so they should treat him better. Monk feels bad for MC after hearing all that. Later, in the crowded cafeteria, he walks by himself. Then Martha and Sylvia join him, pretending it just happened, and ask him to eat with them. Back in the dorm, he notices his bed is neatly cleaned and fixed up and wonders who did it. Dan and Ian awkwardly say Sylvia made his bed because she's so nice, though their bad acting gives them away. Ray immediately senses something is up. The next day, he notices fresh flowers in a pot. Gary says he picked some lilies to cheer him up. The protagonist takes it the wrong way and makes a face, asking if Gary fell in love with him. Gary instantly freaks out and says it's not like that at all. MC then says he's been meaning to ask what his roommates have been up to, and Gary decides to come clean. He accidentally saw the letter. He says he never meant to invade Ray's privacy and shouldn't have read it, but things got out of hand and everyone ended up seeing it. Panicking, Gary admits it's his fault they learned about his father. He just smiles and says they're the best, leaving Gary relieved that he's not mad. Their moment gets cut off by someone shouting for them to move. It's Monk, badly hurt and covered in blood, being carried in by Dan and Ian. Seeing him like that, Gary asks what happened. Dan says Sebastian beat him badly and even provoked him into a rank battle. Since rank battles are supposed to stop when someone gives up, the protagonist asks how Monk got hurt this badly. Dan explains Monk passed out during the fight, so he never got the chance to surrender. Sebastian kept beating him anyway on purpose. Monk weakly calls out to Ray and apologizes, saying he won't be able to help make his bed for the next few days. Sylvia says his limbs might be broken and they need a doctor right away, so Ian runs to get one. As Gary asks where MC is going, he says, barely holding himself together, that he's going to make Sebastian pay for what he did to Monk. Gary grabs his arm and tells him to calm down and not do anything stupid, but he, set on revenge, asks if Gary is coming. Gary hesitates, admitting he also wants payback for Monk, but he says this isn't just anger, it's retaliation. Then Sylvia steps in and says Sebastian is from House Delbert, while Gary adds that he's Sir Delbert's youngest son, so crossing him is dangerous. The protagonist doesn't care. He says Sebastian started this, so he should answer for it. Gary snaps, saying the protagonist doesn't get the situation. This isn't the first time Sebastian has done something like this. Nobody wants trouble with him, and the protagonist could get expelled. Still, the red-haired boy says he'll be fine because he's not stupid. If he challenges Sebastian in an official rank battle, he can get his revenge without breaking the rules. Later, House Delbert is out on the training grounds. Ray walks up and cuts into their training, asking for Sebastian right away. The night students say he doesn't belong there, and joke that Sebastian never mentioned a red-haired friend. MC tells them to move, and a silver-haired guy asks what the noise is about. The others tell him this redhead is trying to push in and wants Sebastian. Stepping up, Eric says Sebastian doesn't know some red-haired freak, and gets mad that he interrupted training. He even asks if the protagonist's parents never taught him manners. MC shoots back that if Eric isn't Sebastian, then he has no business with him. Eric clenches his teeth, and then Sebastian steps out and asks if Ray is looking for him. Sebastian guesses he's here because of his friend, probably another black belt. He skips the talk and challenges him on the spot. He sends the rank battle request through his watch, and Sebastian notes how blunt he is. But Sebastian turns it down after seeing the protagonist is only rank 280. He mocks him, saying a fight that uneven would be boring. Laughing, he says he thought the other black belt was the strong one, but MC looks way too weak. Then he claims he didn't mean to hurt Monk, that the gap between nobles and peasants, like the black belts, is just natural. Saying he doesn't want a repeat of that, Sebastian shuts Ray down. When he steps forward, Eric blocks him and says Sebastian won't lower himself to fight someone like him. Eric boasts that he's rank 9, so if the protagonist can face him, maybe others will start taking him seriously too. Sebastian agrees and lets Eric take the fight. Ray then asks Sebastian if he'll accept after Eric loses. Though Eric is clearly offended, Sebastian says they'll talk once the match is over. The Delbert students get excited for another real match, happy they're on a strong team. People challenge every day. MC tells Eric to make the first move. Eric grips his wooden sword, thinks MC is acting cocky, and warns him not to cry for revenge later, while the others notice MC still hasn't even drawn his sword. Eric sees it as the perfect time to show what Sebastian taught him. Sebastian smugly says Eric is picking on little kids again, and the fight starts. He stays still and unarmed while Eric lunges first, swinging his sword. Eric thrusts hard, trying to wound him, but the protagonist slips past it with ease. Eric is stunned that Ray dodged such a fast, strong strike. Still, he says it's not over and attacks again. The match keeps going and MC keeps slipping past every blow, moving so lightly it barely looks real. Eric starts to panic. He's swinging as fast as he can, yet nothing lands. Then Ray suddenly throws a heavy punch at Eric, sending him crashing to the ground. He follows up with a brutal hit that leaves Eric shaking in pain. Once Eric passes out and gets carried to the infirmary, he turns to Sebastian and asks if he qualifies now. Sebastian asks what he'd gain by agreeing. The protagonist answers by tossing out 2 intermediate beast crystals, offering both if Sebastian wins. Shocked, Sebastian asks where he got them and makes sure they aren't stolen. Ray says his adventurer parents left them to him. MC adds that Sebastian can still win them before he uses them for gear. Tempted, Sebastian accepts, but with one condition. He wants the rank battle held in public, so no one says he forced the crystals out of him. He agrees right away, saying that's what he wanted too. Soon they're at the training ground where students are already cheering for Sebastian to crush the redhead. As they walk, Kyle asks if Ray is really about to fight Sebastian since he's ranked 2nd, and that's a terrible idea. Kyle warns that even if the protagonist wants easy betting money, Sebastian won't hold back. The protagonist tells him not to worry and to go place the bets. Since he can't stop him, Kyle just asks MC to make that bastard bleed. MC agrees with a fist bump. While Kyle starts taking bets on black belt Mim versus white belt Sebastian, Dan asks how long he can last, and Ian hopes he doesn't get hurt. Sylvia says this won't be a simple fight. Dan teases that love is making her blind, but Sylvia snaps back that she doesn't like the protagonist like that, and insists she's right. Annoyed, she tells Dan he's the blind one, if he can't see how strong MC is. Gary, though, isn't worried about who wins. He's worried what Sir Delbert will do after this. On the stage, Sebastian starts grandstanding, saying knights' children become knights, farmers' children stay farmers, and class lines can't be crossed. Sword in hand, he says Ray may have gotten bold after beating Eric, but this fight will show the real gap between them. When a knight student tells them to take position, he says Sebastian should save the negging for his lackeys. Right before the match starts, the protagonist wraps a black cloth over his face, leaving only his eyes exposed. The fight begins, and Sebastian strikes first with a hard swing. Ray dodges cleanly. Sebastian says he's lucky, since not many people avoid his opening attack. MC immediately proves his luck is bad by cutting Sebastian's face. Sebastian wipes the blood away, thinking the cut is shallow, and tells himself he can't beat him like this. In the middle of the fight, the protagonist asks why he talks so much, like all his wins came from running his mouth. Flustered, Sebastian bursts forward at top speed and says MC's luck ends now. He slips past the attack and uses a camouflage strike, cutting Sebastian across the face and shoulder. Everyone is shocked. Dan can't believe Sebastian got hurt first, and Ian is just as stunned. Gary wonders when Ray learned this technique and realizes the way he dodged Sebastian looked just like Sir Kay's style. After that, Sebastian finally gets serious, channels magic into his sword, and asks if the protagonist can dodge this. The crowd erupts as chi gathers on the blade, all of them cheering him on. Sebastian attacks with the chi-covered sword, and Ray still evades it. But this time Sebastian says he saw that move coming. Knowing MC will keep dodging, Sebastian unleashes a wild chain of strikes, trying to leave him no room to escape. The students go crazy, hyping up their white belt hero and telling him to put the red-haired brat in his place. Watching closely, Dan figures he can't keep dodging forever, and says Sebastian is going too far. Sylvia tells him to calm down and look closer. Ray is fine. She points out that Sebastian is actually the one losing, and they finally notice he's the one getting cut again and again, soaked in blood. Dan is speechless, thinking the protagonist had only been dodging. Gary, just as shocked, says the protagonist has been attacking the whole time. Sylvia explains that every dodge came with at least one counter, and MC has been draining Sebastian's stamina little by little. Covered in cuts, Sebastian screams that not even his father ever beat him like this. Threatening to kill Ray, he charges again. He slices him once more with his sword. Dan can hardly believe it's really the protagonist. Sylvia says he could have ended this much earlier and wonders why he keeps dragging it out. Gary realizes MC is doing it on purpose, breaking Sebastian down slowly like a predator playing with prey. By now, Sebastian's face is a mess of cuts and bruises, and he cries out, calling him a dirty peasant. But Ray, finally paying Sebastian back for what he did to Monk, goes for one last move. The protagonist lands one more hit on Sebastian's nose. Shaking, Sebastian threatens that his father will make the protagonist pay and that he's dead. MC lifts his sword again, thinking, talking to a guy like this is a total waste. Sebastian, finally breaking, says he'll forfeit. But before he can finish, he smacks him again with the sword. He keeps hitting him the same way Sebastian hurt Monk. Blinded by revenge, Ray won't let him surrender that easily. Sylvia and Gary realize this is getting bad. If it keeps going, Sebastian could die. Then someone suddenly yells for the protagonist to stop. It's Monk. He tries to calm him down, and MC wonders why he's here. Meanwhile, the battered Sebastian gives up, and the match ends with him as the winner. Right after that, the students rush over and carry Sebastian to the infirmary. Gary runs to Ray. Even beaten up, the white belt brat throws a fit and tells everyone to move. He keeps shouting that in the end, he'll be the one laughing. The story then moves to the top floor of Ivarian Knight Academy's central building. There, Delbert is making a huge scene over what happened to his son. Kay tries to calm him and says that by Knight rules, Ray Talon did nothing wrong. The black belt instructor tells him not to ignore the rules, but Delbert slams the table in anger. He says if rules didn't matter, he would have killed the red-haired brat himself, then demands Kay look at his son's ruined face. He accuses the protagonist of doing it on purpose, and says he was born a monster. One elder cuts in and says Delbert may not be wrong if the prophecy is real. That red-haired boy could destroy the kingdom. But Elder Van reminds them the prophecy also says the boy might become the world's chosen savior. Another elder interrupts, saying the child already shows signs of becoming a disaster. Someone else suggests expelling him now before things get worse. The head elder shuts that down, saying arguing is pointless. Since everyone disagrees, they should vote on whether Ray Talon should be expelled. In the end, Delbert, Elder Gibby, and Master Knight Rose vote to expel MC. On the other side, Elder Van, the head elder, Elder Humphrey, Winfred Bernardo, and Instructor K vote against it. So 3 support expulsion while 6 oppose it. Ray stays in the academy. Later, he is lying on his dorm roof with his eyes closed when he hears footsteps coming closer and wonders who it is. It's Sylvia. She couldn't find him in the dorm, so she checked the roof. The protagonist says he wants to be alone, and she asks if he's thinking about Monk. That catches him off guard, like she read his mind. She admits he's different from most people, and not very good at talking or understanding feelings. Ray cuts her off, saying he doesn't care. Flustered, Sylvia quickly says that's not what she meant. She explains she knows he isn't a bad person. Whenever she sees him angry or confused, she wishes she could help, and hopes he'll trust them more since they're friends. When she says that, MC suddenly pushes her against the wall, leaving her stunned. Then he activates his dragon eye. Looking up at her, he asks if she's afraid of him. She answers honestly, sometimes she is, but she still doesn't think he's a bad person. Then Sylvia smiles and says his dragon eye actually suits him, telling him not to see himself as a monster. As soon as he hears that, Ray's eye returns to normal. He turns away, thinking that whenever he believes he's finally seen what humans are really like, something changes again. It makes him realize he still has a long way to go before he truly understands people. Elsewhere, Delbert storms out of the building and swears he'll kill the red-haired monster someday, prophecy or not. Then Elder Gibby walks up to him. He says he knows Delbert believes knights should come only from noble blood, and admits that idea caught his interest. Meanwhile, Sylvia heads downstairs when a blonde white belt student stops her and asks where he is. She tells him he is on the roof. He thanks her and heads up, while Sylvia wonders if she's ever seen him before. The protagonist is still on the roof when he hears someone coming again and assumes Sylvia came back. But it's someone else, the blonde guy. He says MC must have mistaken him for another person. Then he introduces himself as Harry Delbert, a second-year student. Ray immediately looks annoyed when he hears he's from the Delbert family. Harry says he beat his little brother, so MC assumes he's here for revenge. Harry denies it and says the protagonist got the wrong idea. He's not here over something that petty. He actually wants to thank him. The protagonist is shocked, but Harry says he knows how arrogant Sebastian is and that his brother never trained seriously. It was only a matter of time before someone beat sense into him. After hearing that, MC turns to leave, but Harry stops him. They can't have an official rank match since they're in different years, so he asks him to spar with him instead. He offers a wooden sword, and Ray takes it. The protagonist says after all that talk, Harry really did come for revenge. Harry says no, he just wants to see how strong the guy who beat his brother really is. Then he tells the red-haired boy to show him what he can do. MC gets ready and feels right away that Harry is different from the others. Because of that, he changes his style and attacks, but Harry blocks it perfectly. The force makes Ray lean back and Harry praises him for choosing the right move. He is stunned. He senses something strange. Normally that strike should have shattered the other sword already. He realizes that if Harry keeps attacking like this, his own sword will break first. Harry then figures out the protagonist doesn't know how to use chi yet. Once he sees brute strength won't work, MC switches to the black belt techniques he learned. They keep trading blows, but Harry dodges with ease and asks if that's all Ray has. He starts getting worked up and breaks into a sweat. Then Harry brings down one final heavy strike with his wooden sword, sending the protagonist stumbling to the ground. Blood starts to run, and at that moment, Harry ends the fight. As he's about to leave, Ray in rough shape somehow gets back up. He asks Harry if he's the top-ranked second-year knight apprentice. Harry replies that he's only ranked 50th. MC can barely believe someone this strong is only number 50. Harry waves goodbye and says they should fight again, once Ray learns chi properly. That leaves him wondering if learning chi could really make him that much stronger. The next scene shifts to the Elder's office, where Winfred worries about the border, since more knights have gone missing. He says the threat isn't just outside. The Dark Guild may have already slipped into the academy. The head elder confirms it's no longer just a rumor, and when Winfred says the students should at least be warned, the head elder agrees, then adds something else matters too. He tells Winfred to bring the 5 red-haired kids so they can be told about their calling. After that, the protagonist sits on the roof trying to gather his aura. He's been trying to pull it into his body, but it never works. With the rain pouring down, he decides to stop for the day, but then he spots some suspicious figures sneaking through the academy. He quickly realizes they're setting up an ambush after spotting their target. The masked group moves in quietly toward that target, who turns out to be one of the elders. Ray activates his dragon eye and sees they're a plague of shadows. Troubled, he removes his black belt and wonders if they have anything to do with his father. Meanwhile, the masked attackers block the elder's path and tell him this is where his road ends. The elder mutters that the rumors about the Dark Guild inside the academy were true. One of them says he realized it too late, and soon the Dark Guild will control the whole academy with no one able to stop them. As the old man starts fighting all four at once, someone suddenly jumps in. It's Ray. Hiding his face, he steps beside the elder with sword in hand and says the fight is now 2 against 4. The elder recognizes him as one of the students and apologizes for dragging him into this. The guild member is shocked to see where the kid came from, but another says it doesn't matter. They're both going to die anyway. The elder gets ready, uses magic, and tells Ray to keep 2 of them busy. As Ray clashes with the pair, he realizes the old man's chi is different. He also sees these shadow beasts still have their own minds. Ray slips past their attack and tries to strike from behind, but the other one cuts in. Then one of them casts magic. Ray bends back to avoid it, and they instantly figure out he can't use chi. He's just an amateur. Realizing they exposed him, he grips his sword with his mouth and throws them off. Confused, they rush in to kill him, but he keeps dodging until one shadow starts thinking this brat moves strangely. When they lose sight of Ray and still can't catch him, they look around for the red-haired boy and suddenly see 2 allies already killed by the elder. The old man tells the last 2 to keep going. He wants to see what the kid can do. Feeling cornered, they consider using their secret power, but first decide to get rid of Ray. Watching from above, Ray realizes the old man never really needed help. Still, now that he has a chance to fight, he jumps at the shadows from behind. Ray keeps annoying them since they still can't catch him, but eventually they box him in. Just when MC seems stuck, the elder shouts for him to grab the man's hand and pull. Then he tells Ray to turn and use that force to throw him over. Ray follows exactly and hurls the man toward the elder. The elder answers with a heavy chi punch and blasts the shadow fighter away in an explosion. Seeing that, Ray can only wonder how strong the old man really is. Right then, the knights arrive. The last guild member tries to flee and Ray starts after him, but the elder stops him, saying not to chase someone who's already desperate. As the knights reach them, Ray gains a new ability after all these years. The knights check on the elder and he says he's fine. He mentions one enemy escaped, so they can go after him if they want. The knights take off in pursuit. The elder thanks Ray for helping and calls him talented, so Ray asks why the guild attacked him, but the elder avoids the question. Instead, he taps Ray's shoulder and asks if he'll join the martial arts club when he becomes a 2nd year. After that, the elder leaves in a burst of chi, vanishing like the wind. Ray just stares, thinking the old man is seriously weird. Next, Ray is called to the head elder's office, where Winford is already waiting, and says the head elder wants to see him. That makes Ray wonder if he got caught already. It turns out Winford gathered all the red-haired kids, Ian, Kyle, Sloth, Badger, and Ray. The boys get restless, guessing the elder has some special mission for them, but the head elder gets right to it and says they were called because of a prophecy. He explains that 10 years ago, heaven foretold their land would be saved from ruin by a red-haired boy. Kyle quickly assumes it could be one of them, but the elder says they found 10 red-haired children who match that sign. That leaves Ray even more shocked. When they ask about the other 5, the elder says those children have talent for magic and study at Roland Academy. Hearing that, Ray remembers Amy and thinks she probably already knows about them. While Kyle and the others get excited about saving the world, the elder keeps explaining the prophecy. Long ago, 5 dragon knights saved the land, defeated the shadows, and founded Avrian Knight Academy. Now the head elder puts that legacy on their shoulders and says they'll get training beyond the normal and special courses. These 5 red-haired kids are expected to become Avrian Academy's next dragon knights. After they leave, Kyle and one twin are thrilled to be called saviors, while Ray asks Ian if his hair was always red. Ian says yes, and that it caused him plenty of trouble growing up. Ray realizes everyone else's hair was always red, but his changed from black to red. That makes him wonder if he should even count as a dragon knight, and he starts thinking the head elder is hiding something. Back in the head elder's office, Winford questions why he didn't tell the children the whole prophecy. The head elder says they already carry enough, so the rest can wait until they're ready. Winford reluctantly agrees. Then the story shifts to Ray researching the dragon knights. He notes that some people still see dragons as evil, while others think they never existed. A small number still believe dragons once protected this land, back before shadows spread everywhere. As he keeps reading, one book stands out, because it mentions guidance from God. Books about God are forbidden to humans, so Ray finds nothing useful, and goes to a priest for answers. At the same time, besides special training with Sir Kay, they also train under Winford to prepare as dragon knights. During all this, Ray thinks that without knight training, he would have gone straight to ask God why he was turned into a human. He says a full year passes with training, plus time he still makes for hunting, and tomorrow starts their 2nd year. Back in the present, while Ray is asleep, he hears something and sees Gary shaking from a nightmare. Gary opens his eyes and jumps when he sees Ray right in front of him. He tells Ray to get some sleep since they have a ceremony in the morning. Ray says he's fine, but stays curious and wonders what nightmare scared Gary that badly. The next morning, Gary still looks like he barely slept, and Ray worries about him. Then Sylvia greets them and asks if they've picked a club. Since Ray has no clue what she means, Sylvia gets annoyed and explains every 2nd year has to join a club for training. She picks the medic club, and Gary has already chosen swordsmanship. Ray feels a little left out, then remembers someone once told him to join a club. He recalls the old man telling him to try the martial arts club. Since nothing else interests him, Ray decides to check it out, and if it's boring, he'll just use the time to hunt beasts. After Ray got that new ability, he learned he had no mana, which is why he failed the assessment years ago. Now he hopes that changes once he starts absorbing intermediate beast crystals. But after beating Sebastian, too many people are watching him. Since he's ranked 10th now, he figures he'll have to skip some fights. MC heads to the martial arts club and is surprised by how far out it is. Seeing no one outside, he walks in and wonders if this rundown place is really the club. Ray calls out and spots someone sitting inside. He walks over, but the man doesn't react at all, and he can't even sense his presence. Thinking the guy might be dead, he taps the old man's shoulder, only for the elder to grab his hand and slam him hard to the floor. The old man snaps, asking how dare he come in here. The protagonist quickly explains he came to join the martial arts club because the elder told him to. That calms the old man down, and he recognizes him as the red-haired student who helped that day. It is the same elder, and he starts patting Ray. Our guy complains that attacking strangers first nearly got him killed. The elder apologizes and says too many suspicious people have been coming around lately. He's pleased MC took his advice and joined, then happily announces he'll be MC's teacher. Hearing that, he is stunned and feels like he got tricked into this club. Stuck one-on-one with the old man, he starts wondering how he'll ever escape. The elder tells the protagonist to begin with the basics, since he couldn't use chi when they first met. As he explains chi attacks, Ray figures this club must be unpopular for a reason. But the elder insists people just don't understand martial arts. Once he's done teaching him, MC will learn that his own hands are his best weapons. Then he asks about the people who attacked him before, and the elder says they were from the Dark Guild. He adds that he will hear more about them in second year. The old man explains the Dark Guild wants to destroy the Allure Kingdom. Their leader used to be a high-ranking member of Avrian Knight Academy before being expelled and forming the group. Remembering how their aura felt like the plague of shadows, the protagonist asks if they're dangerous. The old man decides to be honest. Since he owes MC, he admits the guild wanted him dead because he's one of the Academy's 6 elders. Elder Vaughn then takes off his shirt. He says he may be old, but he's still proud of his muscles. Figuring Vaughn might know about his prophecy, Ray decides not to hold back. So when Vaughn tells him to show his strength, the MC goes all out. He throws a full power punch at the elder. The hit feels like slamming into solid metal. His hand is nearly crushed, and Vaughn asks if he used chi. Ray blows on his hand and says no. The old man gets excited, saying he's strong as a bull and will soar once he learns chi. Hearing that, the protagonist starts doubting how reliable this guy is. Vaughn proudly pats his shoulder and says it's time to start. MC protests that he never agreed to join, but he already feels trapped. Training begins, and Vaughn explains that chi can be made through breathing. Then he transfers some into his body. He tells the protagonist to feel that energy moving through him. It feels warm, and MC is amazed to sense chi flowing like that. Then Vaughn suddenly passes out. Ray panics when he realizes his mana activated. Thinking the old man might be dead, he tries to wake him up. But after checking his heartbeat, he lets out a breath and figures Vaughn only fainted. He quickly pieces it together. His skill activated because the system absorbed mana from Vaughn while he was transferring chi. And now his mana bar is almost full. Since Vaughn still won't wake up, Ray smacks him and decides the old man isn't that tough after all. After waiting 10 minutes, the dragon gives up on him dying and decides to use the time to train instead. The protagonist activates Dragon Eye and watches the chi moving inside his body. He tries gathering it in his solar plexus and actually succeeds. Then he starts circulating it through his body. But when he tries to control it, the chi keeps fading away. No matter how many times he tries, thinking the flow is too unstable, he decides to use more energy. As Ray pours in more chi, his body starts to hurt. Things begin getting out of control, and Vaughn finally wakes up just in time to see MC overflowing with energy and losing control. Shocked, Elder Vaughn yells at him not to move and pulls the energy out of his body. When he forces it out, the blast wrecks the place. Only then does Vaughn reveal that Ray was close to killing himself. The power inside him was that dangerous. Before he can fully process it, he collapses. He wakes up in the hospital to voices nearby. It's Sylvia and Kyle, guessing he passed out from mana deficiency. Sylvia says an old man rushed him there and only calmed down after the dean said the protagonist would recover fast. Kyle gets suspicious, wondering who that old man is if he could get the hospital dean involved. Ray cringes at Kyle's loud voice and wonders if the elder had to make such a scene. To clear things up, he says the old man is the martial arts club instructor. MC then asks why Kyle is at the hospital, and Kyle says he joined the medic club because he's always liked medicine. Right then, Gary peeks through the curtain like a ghost. He's glad he woke up since all the noise was driving him crazy. Seeing Gary by the bed, he jokes to himself that their dorm practically moved into the hospital. Gary looks awful and says he hasn't been sleeping well, so he collapsed during training and came here to rest. While he argues with Kyle, who keeps telling him to take better care of himself, Ray starts wondering what kind of nightmare Gary has been having. After being discharged, he heads back to the martial arts club. Elder Vaughn immediately yells at him for returning and calls him an idiot. The protagonist jumps, and Vaughn snaps that if he hadn't stepped in, the protagonist could have died or lost the ability to use chi for good. Then he reluctantly praises him, saying gathering that much shine on day one is impressive. MC starts thinking maybe he really is talented, but the elder shuts that down fast and says not to get cocky. First, he needs to control only a fist-sized amount of chi. As Ray learns control, he explains that he spent the next 5 days practicing the basics through different parts of his body. For several days, he trained to send chai exactly where he needed it, as fast as possible. It was hard, but he learned a lot. The scene then shifts to the south gate of Avrian City, where Lancey says this is their first hunt as second years. He tells them to listen carefully. There are 3 safe hunting zones for beast crystals, and if they want to survive, they need to stay on the path. He adds that the 3 teams will each go to a different area, so they can learn about different magical beasts. As they head out, Martha's team moves toward the insect forest, which Kyle clearly hates already. Ray notices Gary still doesn't look right. When the first bug appears, Sylvia tells everyone to stay alert, and Dan says they're just regular bugs, so no one should panic. That confidence vanishes when Dan and Kyle realize the bug is as big as a person's head. Martha starts cutting them down with her arrows. Sylvia warns that bugs may be weak, but they attack in swarms. A swarm of bees rushes them, and everyone jumps into action. Kyle fights off the gross bugs while Dan points out how fast they are. Sylvia warns Ray to watch out. He activates Chai and takes the bugs down barehanded. Kyle is impressed that he learned Chai, and he wants to test his training, but Dan tells him to quit showing off and use a weapon. Suddenly, Monk and the protagonist hear a noise, and they see a bug has bitten Gary's arm, leaving him bleeding. Ian kills the bug and asks if Gary is okay. Sylvia checks the wound and says it isn't deep. She asks Ian to help remove the armor so she can treat it. Watching this, Ray grows more worried. Gary has been acting strange for a while, and now he got hurt by a beginner beast. He decides to ask him about it later. Sylvia then uses Chai on Gary's arm. Dan is impressed when the wound closes up a lot and asks if she learned that in the medic club. Kyle says yes, and explains that Chai can speed up cell recovery, making it useful for simple first aid. MC realizes he's not the only one learning new skills, and decides to train even harder. Later, Dan picks up a beginner beast crystal, and says they probably won't reach the tax limit today. When he asks what tax he means, Dan explains that by Academy rules, if they collect more than 10 crystals, they have to hand over 1/10 when leaving the hunting grounds. He says that's just how the Academy works. Ray immediately thinks he needs a way around Lancey, and it seems he already collected more than 10 crystals. Then he checks his dragon system. At the hunting ground entrance, Lancey starts collecting beast crystals. The protagonist only hands over 5, and Lancey blows up, sure he's being tricked. He orders the protagonist to remove his equipment. MC calmly takes everything off. When Lancey still can't find any crystals, he gets furious and says it's impossible. Then he accuses Ray of hiding them somewhere on the mountain, but he pushes his luck and smugly says Lancey won't find anything. As they leave, Monk asks how he pulled that off, when he clearly got more than 5 crystals. The protagonist just says it's a secret. Monk has figured out that when he stores beast crystals in the system, the real ones turn into useless rocks. The system gives him the crystals directly after he defeats magical beasts, while everyone else has to dig them out of the corpses. To avoid suspicion, he tells the system not to auto-extract them anymore. Besides, once he stores them, he can't take them back out. That leaves him with only 5 crystals to show, so he doesn't have to pay anything. After finding a way around the tax, Ray reminds himself to be careful. If Lancey learns the truth, he won't let it go. On the way back, he calls out to Gary, thinking he forgot something. The moment he taps Gary's shoulder, Gary starts muttering about opening the red door. Then he begins shaking in fear and screaming while covering his ears. Ray tries to calm him down, and Monk notices they're no longer behind him. He tells Sylvia and Dan he's going back to look for them. Monk finds the 2 of them and asks what's going on, saying everyone else is already far ahead. The protagonist says Gary isn't doing well, and keeps talking about a red door. Gary is terrified, mumbling that he has to open it because a voice keeps calling him. Monk makes a guess, maybe Gary is talking about Avrian prison. Ray speaks to the voice and it says it has been waiting for him. Then it starts revealing hidden history and the world's secrets. The voice seems to be coming from the red door. Then it suddenly vanishes when the door is shut. Ray yells for it to wait, then jolts awake shaken because the dream felt way too real. Seeing Gary mumble about the red door in his sleep, MC realizes it may be the same one from his own dream. We then flash back to the hunting grounds, where he asks Gary what kind of nightmares he's been having. Panicking, Gary says he only passed Avrian prison once, and happened to look at its red gates. Ever since then he's had nightmares every night, but when he wakes up he can't remember them. Still, Gary says he feels endless fear, and something behind those red doors keeps calling him. He wants to go there, but Monk panics and says the place is totally forbidden, they could even be expelled. Gary says he has no choice. If he doesn't face it, the voices in his head will torture him to death. Ray agrees to go with him, and asks Monk to come too, but Monk hesitates, warning that they could die in there. The protagonist stays firm, saying their skills will work better at night, so it's worth trying. When Monk refuses, Gary feels guilty and tells the protagonist not to pressure him. He's already grateful the protagonist is coming, but MC insists, saying Monk is better at stealth than either of them and would be a huge help. With no way out, Monk finally agrees to come. He tells Ray he's paying him back for what happened at the duel. Later that night, he wonders if Avrian prison's red gates are causing Gary's nightmares, since he saw them in a dream too. He starts thinking the Academy prison may be hiding this world's secrets. The scene shifts to Avrian prison, where knights stand guard by the doors. Late that night, the 3 sneak into the area and hide. Monk nervously asks if they really won't get caught. Gary says they should be fine. He's been watching the place and learned that every Tuesday the black armored knights switch shifts with white belted ones. When asked why it happens at the same time each week, Gary guesses it's some kind of weekly meeting. Meanwhile, Ray activates his dragon eye to inspect the prison. Something feels wrong. Everything is completely dark. Since the prison is underground, that seems suspicious. Soon, the guards start switching shifts and head off to the meeting. The black armored guard leaves with the others. The protagonist decides it's time to move. But suddenly, someone grabs Gary's hand and asks what they're doing. It's Molly, a third-year black belt student. She says she was training nearby and spotted them sneaking around. When Molly figures out they're trying to break into the prison, Gary blurts out that they were planning to, before realizing she caught them at the worst time. Then barrels suddenly go crashing around, pulling the guards' attention away. Ray immediately realizes Monk has started the plan, so he tells Gary they need to move now. The moment Molly hears Monk is involved, she freaks out and says they're breaking the rules. She keeps calling them crazy, and Gary asks MC what to do with her. Thinking they might kill her, Molly quickly reminds them they're supposed to be kind fellow students. Then Gary chops her in the neck and knocks her out, saying she just wouldn't stop talking. Ray decides they have to bring Molly along, since they'll be finished if she wakes up and exposes them. Right then they rush for the red door, while Monk works on opening the gate and the guards stay distracted. They slip into the prison successfully while the guards keep arguing over the barrels. But inside, someone appears to be watching them. It's the same man who killed the Stage 4 proctor. Smirking, he reveals he lured them here on purpose and says Elder Gibby will be pleased. Meanwhile, the group heads farther in and is shocked to find there aren't any windows at all. Gary lights the area with a glowstone, and Monk freaks out when he sees Molly. Gary explains they brought her because she caught them. Molly eventually wakes up and Monk asks if she's okay. She's furious, yelling at them for treating a senior like that and threatening to report them. Gary tries to explain why they did it. Ray coldly tells her to go ahead and report them and shout as loud as she wants, so they all get expelled together. That only makes her madder, and Monk quickly tells her not to mind him. He walks off and Gary gently suggests that since they're already inside, they might as well look around. Molly is still really annoyed with the protagonist. She says she won't take responsibility if this goes wrong, grabs the glowstone from Gary, and takes the lead since she's the senior. As they go deeper, Monk realizes there are actually inmates in the prison. Gary is just as confused, saying the place was always forbidden and he never heard of criminals being brought here. Molly then says there's a rumor the Academy uses this prison to hide what it really wants to keep secret. She adds that if those things ever came out, it would cause a huge uproar. Hearing that, Ray figures she doesn't know what they're hiding either. Molly snaps that they're only rumors and calls him a brat. Still, she says no one besides 3 knights and 6 elders has ever been down here. Then a strong wind starts blowing. A terrible smell spreads through the area. Ray hears something nearby. Monk tells them they should turn back, and even Molly, now scared, agrees. But Gary refuses. He's determined to learn what's been haunting his dreams. So the 4 of them keep going, and finally reach the bottom. To their surprise, there's another door. Staring at the huge gate, Molly wonders what it's made of, because it looks ancient. Gary only cares about getting through, so he starts trying to open it with his chi. The giant door doesn't budge at all, and Gary asks Monk to help. Ray uses his dragon eye too, but still can't see past it. He guesses it's protected by a high-level spell or some special seal. Molly mocks Gary, saying he made all that noise like he could handle it alone. Monk thinks the door is locked, and warns that something far stronger than them is behind it, so they should leave. But Gary refuses to turn back, and asks MC to help him. The moment he places a hand on the gate, the dragon system pops up, and asks if he wants to open the door. Confused, Ray agrees. In an instant, the door opens. Monk is stunned and asks how he did it, and the protagonist says he only touched it. The gears rumble deep below, but the magic crystal lights only a small space ahead. As they move on, a heavy fear settles over all of them. Then a harsh sound echoes when Gary steps on something. Monk trembles and asks what it was, while Molly, terrified too, grabs onto MC. Flustered, he tells her to get off. Gary lowers the glowstone and sees he stepped on bones. He guesses they belong to a beast, or maybe a dragon. He says dragons don't die that easily, while Molly thinks the knights must have dragged the creature out. As they go deeper, Ray sees they're nearing the end, and Molly says they can finally get out of there. When they reach it, Gary says there's a large space underneath. Molly says the area looks like prison cells, and Monk notices there are a lot of them. Then Monk realizes the cells are empty, and fears the monsters kept there may have escaped. He says they've seen enough and should leave, and Molly agrees. If monsters really were locked down here, they'd have to be incredibly strong, and if they're gone, everyone here is in real danger. Ray tells Gary they've already come this far, so if they head back now, they can still get out before the guards switch again. But Gary starts acting strange, and says that if they just go a little farther, they'll find the truth. As he keeps walking, the protagonist warns him not to go any farther, but Gary seems like he's losing himself. He keeps moving deeper into the cell, following the voices calling him forward. MC tries to stop him, but a powerful wind suddenly tears through the place. Gary falls into some kind of pit. In that instant, Ray realizes whatever is here is truly dangerous. Drawing his sword, he takes position and sees a giant horned beast burst out from the prison. Molly freezes in fear as it charges at them. It's a monarch-rank magical beast, the Minotaurus. Then the Minotaurus unleashes a massive roar. The force slams everyone to the ground. Molly twists her ankle and can't run. The beast grabs her in its claw. Monk rushes in and slashes its arm, making it drop Molly to the ground. After landing the hit, Monk runs to her and asks if she can stand. As he yanks her up, the Minotaurus gets ready to attack again. This time it's a magical strike and Monk panics, yelling that if Molly can't move, they'll all die here. A second later, the beast fires the attack and Monk turns back in terror. Gary crashes down into a pit. He worries about Monk and the others, wondering if that really was a monster. At the same time, Ray blocks the beast's attack with his sword, while his wolf protects Monk and Molly. Monk is stunned and asks why a magical beast is helping them. Busy holding the monster back, he says there's no time to explain, just trust that the wolf is with them. Then he orders Noir to get Molly somewhere safe, leaving Monk shocked that the wolf obeys. As Noir carries Molly off, the protagonist tells Monk to hide his presence and kill the Minotaurus in one strike, once he pins it down. Monk warns that's too risky since the beast is far too strong. Still, Ray tells him to trust him, and starts gathering chi. Monk hides, and MC draws the beast toward himself. Somehow, the monster knocks his sword away. Unarmed, he grabs one of its horns and tries to force it down, but the beast is too strong and drags him into the wall. Even so, he refuses to let go and yells for Monk to attack. Monk rushes in from behind with two swords. He stabs with all his strength but is shocked when the blades barely go in. The Minotaurus's hide is like metal. Just then, Gary arrives and shouts for Monk to move. He swings his sword at the beast, but the blade shatters. Gary is thrown back by the monster's magic attack while Ray uses chi to keep it pinned. Refusing to let it break free, the protagonist activates his new mana skill and finally releases the horn. After absorbing its mana, he gathers all his chi and strikes with everything he has. Using his bare hands, he slashes across the Minotaurus's back. Ray is thrilled that the old man's training actually worked. Then Gary warns him to watch out, but it's too late, and the beast knocks MC away, sending him crashing to the ground. Coughing, he realizes he absorbed too much mana. His body can't handle it yet, and he's still too weak. As the beast closes in, Ray scrambles for a way to stop it, but then he sees someone. It's their instructor, Sir Kay, calmly smoking as usual. He says they really angered something huge, and tells the brats to move aside. Monk lights up with relief. Sure, they're saved. Sir Kay says they can praise him later and charges the beast, aiming for its horn. In one blow, he snaps off one of the Minotaurus's horns. When he goes in again, the beast grabs his leg, but he counters right away and slices through its fingers. The Minotaurus roars in rage and charges him. Then it suddenly stops and looks around. Sir Kay has vanished. Like a shadow, he appears on its back and cuts through its head, killing it instantly. As Monk supports Gary, he can only think about how easily Sir Kay took down such a monster. Ray tells Noir to head back. When Noir obeys, he gains a new ability and wonders if it came from absorbing that lightning attack. Sir Kay picks up the unconscious Molly and says the monarch beast was nearly out of mana, otherwise even he would have had trouble. Then he tells them to follow him before something worse shows up. As they leave, Sir Kay demands an explanation, while Molly pretends to be unconscious to dodge blame. Monk nervously asks if they'll be expelled. Cater says they should be grateful. Expulsion is even still an option after sneaking in here. Thinking it's a miracle they're alive, Monk and Gary apologize, but then Sir Kay turns and winks at them. He says it'd be a waste to expel students who fought a monarch beast and survived. He'll let it slide, as long as they keep quiet and say he never saw them. Hearing that, the three of them are filled with relief. At the door, Sir Kay asks how they got it open. Ray lies and says it was already open, and Gary backs him up. Sir Kay finds that suspicious. Then the protagonist hears a voice say it will wait for him there, and that he should come back when he's stronger. He panics, recognizing it as the same voice from his dreams, and then the door shuts. Later that night, at the Academy Hospital, Sir Kay is getting treated. The dean is shocked he was hurt this badly and assumes training 4 students at once is too much, while the dean scolds him. The others are there too, and Ray thinks Sir Kay is even scarier when he acts playful. MC sits up and asks Gary why he kept going deeper when they told him to stop. Gary says he felt a strong urge to go on and couldn't control his body or thoughts. Hearing that, Monk says that after reading the book, he learned the Minotaurus doesn't just control lightning, it also has a power called the Labyrinth of the Heart. According to legend, the monster was born from a queen and a white bull meant for sacrifice. When the king found out, he was furious and ordered a giant maze built at the edge of the world, placing it under heavy guard. The monster was locked inside, but it had godlike strength. As it grew, its desire to escape became the power to twist people's hearts. Anyone affected by it loses control and gets ruled by intense emotions. Ray thinks the story sounds ridiculous. A human and a bull having a child. Gary asks how it ends, but the book doesn't say. Monk guesses the beast escaped, or they wouldn't have found it in that prison. Gary, finally linking it to his nightmares, thinks it makes sense. The beast must have left offspring behind. He instead keeps thinking about the voice from the prison, and wonders if the monster really caused Gary's nightmares. Then Sir Kay walks in and tells them to stay put and rest for a few days. Thinking he's about to get scolded again, Ray calls out to him, and Sir Kay assumes they're worried about his injuries, so he says it's nothing. Just a couple broken ribs, but the protagonist only wanted to ask if he got a monarch beast crystal, and whether they'd get a share. That makes Sir Kay snap. He says they get nothing, those are his payment, and he didn't get hurt just to split the reward. MC looks completely done with the rant. Before leaving, Sir Kay says they'll do a full checkup in the morning. Still curious, he asks one more thing. He wants to know how Sir Kay knew they were in the prison. Gary points out that only they should have known, since Molly wanted to report them but never got the chance. calling them brats. Sir Kay says they asked too many questions, and reveals that the lurkers told him. Hearing that, Ray realizes they were being watched the whole time. Monk brings up the rumor that certain people in the academy secretly protect students, while Gary adds that they also leak information. Sir Kay says he won't reveal who it was and tells them to focus on the things they really should be worrying about. After he leaves, the protagonist thinks the more he learns, the more the academy feels far less simple than it first seemed. When he goes back to bed, he thinks about his new ability. It can absorb a target's magic and boost spells of the same element. To him, it doesn't seem very useful. He looks over at Gary, remembers making them keep Noir a secret, and figures Sir Kay didn't notice either. He also realizes Gary doesn't seem to be having nightmares anymore, and wonders if the beast really was the cause. The next scene moves to a martial arts club at the market. Ray is training with Elder Vaughn. Vaughn praises his fighting style, especially how he can battle with a sword in his mouth. MC says his sword feels more defensive now, and his bare-handed attacks still aren't strong enough. Vaughn agrees. Then the old man excitedly says he has something for him. He digs through a closet, and Ray wonders what could even be hidden in a place like this. At last, Vaughn pulls it out, and it turns out to be Dragon Turtle gauntlets. The name catches his attention. He puts on the heavy arm guards, and Vaughn reveals they can even resize to fit the user. As the gauntlets shrink to match the protagonist's arms, he asks if they're made from beast crystals. Vaughn says yes, just from an intermediate Dragon Turtle crystal. If it were advanced, they'd be much stronger. Vaughn adds that he'd like to give Ray even better gear, but that wouldn't be fair to the other contestants. Confused by that, he asks MC if he hasn't been going to class. Vaughn explains that every student from second year up joins the Academy's yearly tournament, and one-on-one matches decide the 5 strongest. He says those 5 will represent the Academy in the World Combat Tournament against top fighters from across the world. Vaughn gives him the gauntlets and tells him to at least place 10th. If he ranks well using them, he can keep them. Fired up, he accepts and thanks him. Now that he has a weapon, Vaughn tells him to get defensive gear too, something like armor or a shield, since it helps a lot on missions. The protagonist heads to the weapon shop for armor and is stunned by the prices. The vendor says the price is firm. Making defensive gear from an intermediate beast crystal costs 10 beginner crystals, or $1,000. Then he asks for 10 more beast crystals as hush money, saying he doesn't care where MC got them. He gets annoyed, but figures that if he hands them over, the Academy won't have proof he hid any crystals. If they're watching him now, hunting alone may be over. So he gives in and tosses over the pouch of crystals. Smiling, the vendor promises quality work and takes the pouch. Ray glares at him, thinking people are sneaky no matter their job. Just then, Sylvia walks up, happy to see him. He asks if she's here for equipment too, and she says yes, there are no classes today. The protagonist leans in and quietly tells her the vendor scammed him for extra crystals. Hearing that, Sylvia storms over and says she wants to place a commission. The vendor clearly knows her and warmly greets the young lady from the Hart family. Sylvia then asks the price of the defensive gear for her friend. Hearing that title, Ray starts wondering if Sylvia comes from an important family. A little later, she gives back the extra crystals the vendor took. MC thanks her, but he can't ignore how differently people get treated. He remembers Sebastian Delbert saying knights' kids become knights, and farmers' kids stay farmers. He starts to think that ugly idea may really be how the world works. Shaking that off, he decides to repay her. He pulls out a Wallabear intermediate crystal, but Sylvia refuses, saying it's worth way more than 10 beginner crystals. Ray insists, telling her he doesn't need it much now that he has a weapon and armor. As he leaves and waves goodbye, Sylvia blushes and holds the crystal close. Later, when the protagonist keeps buying gear from the same shop, the vendor apologizes, saying he didn't know the protagonist was close to the young lady of the Hart family. MC is in a good mood too. His chi training is improving, and with armor plus Vaughn's gauntlets, he's excited to hunt stronger monsters. The scene shifts to Elder Gibby, who's irritated that the kids escaped the prison alive. The man from before reports that the lurkers told Sir Kay and Kay saved the students. Gibby didn't expect Kay to be useful. The man adds that with the 3 knights and Kay involved, attacking the students now would be hard. He suggests testing Knight Delbert, but Gibby says not to rush. Delbert is a promising candidate. He still wants to test his loyalty first, since he's one of the knights, and tells the man to leave him alone for now. Instead, he names someone else and says to offer him a new position in the Pure Guild if he succeeds. At the Mountain Forest hunting grounds, everyone is pumped, and Gary says they need to earn more money for equipment. Monk thanks him, and Ian does too, saying he'll repay him with something even better. He just looks confused, asking what they mean. When Dan grabs him and says he knows the protagonist is shy, but they're all really grateful. MC asks Sylvia if this has to do with her, and Martha quickly leaves them alone. Sylvia explains that she traded the Woolly Bear intermediate crystal he gave her for gold, then shared it with the team in his name. Since she already had a good shield, she says it wasn't useful to her anyway, then apologizes for not asking first. Thinking he's upset, Ray just pats her shoulder and says she'd make a great leader. The sudden praise makes her blush hard, and she shoves him away. Nearby, Monk, Dan, and Martha secretly watch the whole thing. Later, Gary asks the protagonist if something happened between him and Sylvia, but the clueless MC has no idea what he means. Gary sighs and tells MC not to treat Amy like that. Later, at the hunting grounds, a swarm of bugs glides toward them, and the group gets ready to fight. Ray activates his dragon eye and sees they're all beginner-rank monsters, so they should be okay. Dan cuts through the bugs easily and starts wishing for a tougher fight. Gary says he's just gotten a lot better, Monk also slices through the bugs with ease. Then Ray suddenly warns him to watch out and reveals a Hercules beetle is coming. Monk jumps aside and is shocked when the intermediate rank monster attacks him. Thinking it's still just a bug, Dan confidently attacks the huge beetle, but quickly learns its defense is insanely tough. He warns them more beetles are coming, and soon they're surrounded. Gary slashes at one with his sword, but he's shocked too by how hard its shell is. Everyone starts struggling. Martha's arrows can't pierce them, and even Sylvia's shield barely stops one before she's knocked back. Monk, Ian, and Dan get boxed in by the beetles and can't break free. Then a giant beetle crashes down nearby. Ray jumps in, using his new gauntlets and chi to fight them off. He punches straight through the Hercules beetles with ease, leaving the others stunned by how strong he's gotten. Dan notices the new weapon and freaks out over how powerful the gauntlets are. Monk explains that his martial arts club advisor loaned them to the protagonist, and Dan immediately regrets joining the wrong club. Ray keeps smashing beetles, but he knows he can't make it look too easy or the team might get suspicious. So he calls for help, and everyone joins in. Martha fires at the beetles with her arrows, while Sylvia finishes them with her sword and shield. At the same time, Monk, Dan, and Ian hammer the rest with their weapons. Once they kill them all, Dan excitedly says they're rich now, thanks to the intermediate crystals, and Monk even finds one. Just as Ray is about to absorb the beast crystals, birds suddenly burst out of the forest. He uses his dragon eye and sees fire spreading through the woods. MC warns the team about the fire, and Martha jumps onto a branch and confirms she can see the flames. Gary puts his ear to the ground and says beasts are stampeding out of the forest. Dan asks why they're still standing there. They need to run too. Ray realizes they won't get away in time, and fear starts spreading through the group. Panicking, Martha tells Sylvia to use the rescue crystal, but Sylvia says it isn't working. She already tried earlier. Dan can't believe it. When he notices someone coming toward them, he yells out, asking who they are, and sees three masked figures that look like assassins. Monk thinks they might be rescuers, but Ray says no way, and Gary shouts asking if they started the fire. One of the masked men signals, and the other two attack the kids. Two of them go after Monk and Gary, while the man in red armor targets the protagonist. MC blocks and dodges with his gauntlets. Confused about who these people are, he demands to know why they're attacking. Using his eye, Ray checks the masked man's sword and realizes it isn't an ordinary weapon. Elsewhere, Dan catches Monk after the assassins strike, and Ian moves to help him and Gary. But the surrounding fire cuts him off and Ian calls out to them. Looking around, the protagonist quickly figures out the masked men set this up to split them apart, and starts wondering if they're after him and Gary. With Gary already busy, Ray assumes he may have to face two enemies at once. He tells Ian to leave and bring the knights. Ian protests, but Dan carries Monk away while Sylvia and Martha go with him to get help. MC asks Gary if he can handle this, and Gary says he can take one of them. He notes how fast the masked men are, but figures he'll survive as long as he keeps defending well. Gary keeps one attacker busy and buys the protagonist some time. Then both masked men lunge at the protagonist with a chain weapon. Reading the move, MC grabs the chain and avoids one strike. But when he looks around, another attack comes from a blazing sword. He jumps back, realizing this fight just got worse. He realizes every time he focuses on one, the other cuts in and ruins his opening. Then one assassin swings hard and catches Ray off guard. He slams into the ground, but his armor takes most of the hit. Seeing how well the two work together, Ray changes tactics. He notices Gary's arm is hurt and tells him he doesn't need to keep fighting. But Gary refuses and says he'll handle one of the masked men himself. Right then, one assassin goes for Gary, promising to kill him slowly. Since they clearly mean to murder them, Ray sees no reason to hold back and absorbs 5 beginner beast crystals. As the power builds, he transforms into a dragon knight, horns rising from his head, and summons his wolf. Noir appears, also evolved with horns, muttering that it's time to hunt. Seeing Ray use magic, one assassin panics, saying nobody told them the kid could cast spells. The other orders him to stay on mission, and both rush in. Ray recognizes the same setup as before and refuses to get tricked again, grabbing the sickle weapon. He tells Noir to move, then uses the chain to trap both assassins. They break free almost at once, and Ray isn't even surprised. He tells Noir to handle the one with the sickle, while he jumps the other. As Ray trades blows with one, the second charges him, but Noir cuts in just in time and attacks. The assassin mocks him, saying beasts like Noir are easy work, then dodges with his weapon. Ray keeps evading and realizes the man is using the same pattern again. That sword is a problem, so he decides to pin it down. He also notices the masked man avoids close combat whenever the chain isn't in hand and wonders why. To test it, Ray suddenly attacks the assassin and catches him off guard. Just as he thought, the man doesn't trade blows and leans away instead. Now that Ray has found his weakness, he glances at Gary, who's pressuring his opponent hard. Gary says they're students of Avrian, then stabs the assassin and demands to know why he attacked them. As Gary pins him with the sword, Ray shouts a warning. The other assassin sends a fire strike their way, but it hits his own ally instead. The stabbed assassin catches fire and screams for help. Shaken, Gary realizes these men will even kill their own teammates, and he moves to help Ray. But pain hits him, and he collapses. Ray tells him to rest and promises he'll rip these bastards apart. With his sword in his mouth, Ray says trash like this doesn't deserve to live, especially after throwing away their own comrades' lives. He lands a heavy blow on the masked man, but the guy survives. Ray sees he avoided the worst of it and realizes they came fully prepared, with special gear and weapons. His gauntlets are already cracking, so if this keeps up, his equipment won't last much longer. To buy time, Ray calls Noir again and sends him at the assassin. The man says the wolf is only intermediate rank and will die before its master. Noir circles fast trying to throw him off, but the assassin grabs the chain and snarls that he won't be looked down on. Then he catches the wolf with it. Seeing Noir trapped, Gary tries to help. The assassin aims to finish the wolf, but Gary jumps in and blocks the strike. Calling him stupid for risking his life for a beast, the assassin hits Gary again, even though he's barely standing. Gary crashes to the ground and his sword slips away. Still, he grabs the assassin's leg and tells Noir to take the sword and fight like Ray. The wolf picks it up in its mouth. As the masked man tries to kill Gary, who still won't let go, Noir slices through his head and cleanly takes it off. Now only one masked man is left. And as he looks at his fallen ally, Ray grabs the sword and strikes with everything he has. It still doesn't do much damage. But the assassin's mask shatters, and to their shock, it's Knight Lancy. Lancy pulls the rest of the mask off, and Gary, stunned, curses him for doing this as a teacher. Lancy doesn't care. He says Gary will die anyway and rushes him with his sword. Noir jumps in front and takes the hit. Ray tells Noir to stop, then unsummons him. Gary drops hard and lies there helpless. Lancy storms toward Ray, saying he'll kill them one by one. As Lancy comes in with a flaming sword, Ray thinks about how rotten people like him love causing pain. He decides to make him pay and catches the blade with his gauntlets. Lancy smirks, thinking Ray is wasting all his strength just holding it, and tells him to enjoy burning alive. Ray answers that Lancy is the one who's going to die, and Lancy mocks him, waiting to see how long he lasts. What Lancy doesn't know is that Ray is draining the fire element from the sword, and he notices when the flames start fading. Annoyed, Lancy calls him clingy trash and kicks him in the stomach, yelling at him to die. Ray finally lets go of the sword, sending both of them flying backward in opposite directions. With a few ribs broken, Ray decides it's time to use the fire element he stole, the only magic he can use right now. He mixes chi with fire to forge his own attack and gathers all his power. When Lancy sees Ray in Dragon Knight form shaping flames with chi, he's speechless, then says Ray really is a demon and should have been killed long ago. Ray just looks at him, thinking how pathetic humans can be. Lancy charges with his sword, but in a flash, Ray cuts off the arm holding it. Lancy stares in shock, wondering why the flame sword didn't react. Blood pours from the stump as he screams in pain. Then Ray grabs his face and presses his burning gauntlets onto it, burning him to death and saying he got what he deserved. Right then, Sir Kay and the other knights arrive. They identify the masked men as members of the Pureblood Guild and say Winford must be told. Kay tells Ray to hold on, but his body is badly torn up, and after saying everyone is safe, he passes out. The story then moves to the hospital. Ray wakes up covered in bandages and realizes he's in the infirmary. Sylvia is relieved to see him, and he asks how long he was out. She says he was unconscious for 3 days. Helping him sit up, she explains he got treatment in time and is healing well. Ray remembers his mouth burning, but now it feels fine. Sylvia then calls the others in. They've all been waiting for him. The team enters with Sir Kat, and the instructor casts a spell so nobody can overhear them. Confused, Ray asks what he's doing, and then notices all his classmates are there. Sir Kay says 2 students, Ray and Gary, were attacked and nearly killed. After speaking with Winford, he's decided to tell them the truth. But first, he asks Ray what he knows about the attackers. Ray says they were masked assailants. He couldn't identify 2 of them, but one was Master Knight Lancy. The whole room is stunned. Kyle says he always knew Lancy was shady, and Sylvia asks if this was the Dark Guild. Sir Kay says no, and that it would be simpler if it were. He reveals the attackers belong to the Pure Guild. Unlike the Dark Guild, they have support inside the academy, and rumors say one of the elders backs them. Hearing an elder may be involved, the students panic. They can't believe an elder would allow something this close to straight-up murder. But Kay calms them and says the situation isn't that simple. Ray asks what the guild wants. Since Ray probably already suspects it, Sir Kay says he gathered the red-haired students and the victims for a reason. Ray sums it up. They want to eliminate them. The twins stay oddly calm, but Ian freaks out. Kyle panics too, saying it makes no sense, since one of them is supposed to become the world's savior. Kay then explains there's another part to the prophecy. He says that 11 years ago, the prophecy claimed the red-haired child could become the world's savior, or the one who destroys it. Because of that, many knights put bloodline and birth above everything else. They couldn't accept that what they'd protected for generations might go to ordinary kids, and plenty still think that way. He adds that war is raging on Allura's borders, and they have to fight the shadows, deal with other nations, and keep the academy stable. But right now, the higher-ups can't expose the Pureblood Guild. If Allura starts breaking apart from the inside, peace won't last. After hearing that, Kyle asks if they're just supposed to let those people attack them. Dan looks a little relieved, thinking the rest of them aren't involved since they aren't the ones meant to save the world. Sylvia immediately snaps at him for talking that way about their friends. Sir Kay makes it clear they're all caught up in this together. He warns them to stay alert at all times because the guild is getting bolder. Sir Kay says he's placed watchers near them, and the knights will also keep an eye on them. Still, he reminds them there are only a few people they can trust, so they need to depend on themselves too. Gary quietly says the only answer is to train harder and get stronger. Sir Kay taps Gary's broken arm and jokes that people who only wait for others to save them usually die first. The students take it as his strange way of comforting them. Then he ends the meeting and tells everyone to leave because he needs to speak with Ray alone. A week later, the protagonist finally leaves the infirmary, glad to be out after nearly losing his mind in there. He thinks back on everything that's happened, including the gauntlets the old man gave him. They were damaged badly, so he needs to fix them. He also remembers Noir was hurt, and after using some intermediate beast crystals to heal him, MC knows he needs to go hunting again. But then he remembers what Sir Kay told him, and he can't relax at all. We flash back to the hospital, where he panics after learning he may be the one from the prophecy. Sir Kay explains that he stands out from the others. He points out that the protagonist's body recovered fast, even when he was close to death. Since MC is clearly hiding something, the teacher guesses he's also managed to use magic. He gets flustered and wonders how he could ever explain it. He even thinks about telling him the truth, that he had a past life as a dragon and once had black hair because some dragon traits were still left in him. At the same time, he's stuck thinking about that strange dragon system. Sir Kay explains that the Pureblood Guild believes Ray can use magic and warns him to be careful since he's likely their main target. Coming out of the memory, the protagonist thinks about how tough Lancey was and figures the next enemy will be even stronger. The scene then shifts to Elder Gibby. Furious that the mission failed, he mocks Lancey for being useless, saying he still couldn't kill a kid even with top-grade gear. Still, Gibby is pleased Lancey died before he could talk. His assistant reports that Kay and Winford already know their goal, and they won't be able to move against MC for now. Elder Gibby says they can wait, but for now, he tells the assistant to summon Delbert. They've ignored him for too long. Gibby plans to pull a few nails to test Delbert's loyalty, and then leaves. After that, Ray returns to the academy, where Monk and Gary welcome him. When they ask why he's hurt again, he says he fought the old man from the martial arts club. Dan can only wonder what kind of insane club that is. Just then, Martha and Sylvia come into the dorm and say there's a letter for Gary. Sylvia is happy to see the protagonist back, and Martha says he should fix his hair. Dan suggests shaving half of it off like his, which only annoys Ray since he has no interest in looking like Dan. Kyle cuts in and says MC should just go bald like him. Seeing him there, the MC asks why he's in their dorm, and Monk explains Kyle always wanted to move in. Since there was space, Sir Kyle allowed it so they could look out for each other. He complains that Kyle is way too loud, then looks at Gary and realizes something is wrong. A moment later, Gary rushes out of the room, and Sylvia guesses it's because of the letter. Dan jokes that maybe he got dumped, but the protagonist quickly runs after him. He activates his dragon eye and sees Gary heading for the roof. Ray hurries up there and finds Gary sitting alone. When he asks what's wrong, Gary says the letter was about his sister, Amy. MC asks what happened and Gary tells him she died. Ray remembers Amy and realizes he never got the chance to thank her. Now she's gone and he breaks down, tears running down his face. Gary then says he could never shake a terrible nightmare. In it, Amy was torn apart by monsters at Roland Magic Academy. She was left there helpless with countless nobles just watching. Gary starts crying too and says it wasn't just a nightmare, it was intuition. His anger rises even more when he says their parents also wrote that the nobles paid the family a large sum as compensation. Furious, Gary breaks the barrier and says that to them, his sister was nothing more than some country child. Ray stays silent and listens. Gary then shouts that he won't forgive them and will find the one who killed his sister. With tears still falling, he swears he'll kill them. He tells him he's in. Overcome, Gary grabs him and says he knows Ray awakened magic, can summon a beast, and use flames. He urges him to show the elders so he can transfer to the Magic Academy. But the protagonist refuses, saying his powers aren't that special, and if he tells the elders, they'll just watch him more closely. He pats Gary's shoulder and says he doesn't want to leave him behind. Instead, he wants them to find a way to leave Avrian together. Gary says that's almost impossible. They can't just leave the academy, and after graduating, they still have to serve for 2 years. Then MC brings up the upcoming academy tournament. If they place near the top, they can represent the school in the World Combat Tournament. That would let them meet people from Roland. Gary stubbornly agrees with him. The scene then moves to the third-year dorms, where Harry asks about the other roommates. The student inside says they're all getting ready for the academy tournament. Guessing it's that time of year, Harry asks if there are any strong contenders. The other guy says no, but hopes the second years have some interesting newcomers. Next, we move to tournament training. Kyle notices Gary has been pushing himself hard lately. Monk asks him if something happened, and he tells him to give Gary some space for now. Meanwhile, Gary keeps thinking he's too weak and slams his sword into the ground. Then Sir Kay appears behind them and tells them to follow him because he has something good for them. He brings them to the repaired equipment and tells each of them to choose one item. The students are amazed to see the gear recovered from the hunting grounds and start picking weapons. Monk gets especially excited over a breastplate. Kyle asks if he can choose two, saying he couldn't help during the attack. Sir Kay allows it and says the tournament is a good chance since all second years can enter. He explains that many wealthy families attend the event, and if the students perform well, they may get noticed. After graduation, they could even become guards for those families, which is a pretty good deal. Hearing that, Gary realizes doing well could let him serve a noble house. He smirks. Ray picks up Lancey's sword, but Cedric Case says it wasn't badly damaged. It just lost the power to channel flame magic, so now it's only a beginner weapon. He suggests picking something else. The protagonist then remembers he absorbed all the fire element from it and realizes that absorbing elements is even more useful than he thought. Later, he heads into a hunting forest and finds an area covered in ice. He enters the frozen zone, where monsters guard the place. Using chai and flame magic, he kills the monsters. When he sees a bunch of ice elemental golems inside, Ray is pleased and tells Noir to handle the ones on the left. 3 weeks later, the Avarian Knight Academy tournament begins, and the place is packed with visitors from many academies. In the waiting hall, students chatter among themselves when Martha runs over and says the tournament rules changed this year. Dan is confused because he thought it would be one-on-one duels, but before she can explain, the knights enter and the students get excited for the tournament. One knight calls up the top 5 second and third year students. Monk, Ian, Dan, Sylvia, and Gary step forward, making the others whisper since they're all from the same dorm. Dan thinks he only made it because Ray gave up his spot. The head knight then calls for the third-year students, and a third-rank girl named Cherry says Jura is away on a mission. Then she calls Jay, and a huge muscular guy steps out. The boy introduces himself as Jay Gree and says he's waiting for someone to challenge him, smiling like he's excited for it. The fifth-rank girl peeks at him and calls him an idiot. The students whisper as they realize Jay Gree is the academy's top-ranked student, and they're shocked he actually joined the tournament. Monk nervously asks Gary if they'll have to face the third years, and Dan already thinks they have no chance. Once the top 5 from the second and third years gather, the head knight announces that these 10 students will skip the first preliminary round. The students are stunned by that news. Kyle, who had been worried his friends might face third years right away, learns they'll actually be fighting alongside their roommates. The head knight goes on to explain that the first round will be a battle royale between second and third years, and 5 students from each match will advance. Then the knight calls Ian forward, points a wooden arrow at him, and explains that everyone will use the wooden weapons provided in the arena and start with 100 health points. She fires the wooden arrow at Ian to show that getting hit lowers those points. She adds that using chai to defend will reduce the damage. Once a student's health reaches 0, they're disqualified and teleported out. After that, she orders the second years to get ready and choose weapons from the storage room. Later, Sebastian quietly tells Eric not to give Ray any opening once the match starts. Meanwhile, MC chooses a wooden sword since it fits him best, while Kyle picks a metal chain. Then the first event of the Avarian Academy tournament begins, and the participants are called out. The stadium is packed with people, and Kyle and Martha are completely overwhelmed as the knights and elders take their seats. Elder Vaughn looks at Ray with pride, feeling that it's finally his time to prove himself, and with that, the first match starts. The moment it begins, he is shocked when all the second years rush him at once. Then Sebastian strikes from behind with a wooden sword, and the protagonist instantly realizes they're teaming up to take him out. Eric shouts at the others to make sure Ray gets disqualified. Still bitter over getting beaten before, Sebastian keeps ranting about making Ray pay. Tired of hearing it, Ray tells him to shut up, then smacks his hand so hard that the sword flies out. He grabs Sebastian by the collar, and right then, 3 third years rush him with their weapons. Ray reacts fast and yanks Sebastian in front of him, so all 3 attacks land on their own guy. Eric panics and yells because they just hit their boss. Still in Ray's grip, Sebastian blurts out that he's a monster. Ray lets him go and throws him aside, saying he should be grateful he's only getting disqualified. Then he drives a hard kick into Sebastian's stomach and sends him flying. He crashes and rolls across the ground, while his teammates stare in shock. Sebastian looks at his health and sees it has dropped all the way to 0. He can only hang his head as the judges announce the first disqualified student. Furious, Delbert slams his hand on the table after seeing his son Sebastian go out first. At the same time, Ray's raw strength starts scaring the other contestants. He tells them to come at him all at once, since he's ready now. Angry Eric yells at everyone to stop hesitating and attack Ray. But even Eric is clearly too scared to make the first move, so Ray jumps at him instead. Terrified, Eric screams for him to stay back, nearly crying. Ray twists his arm until the sword drops, then stomps and cracks his feet. Watching Ray tear through the fighters, Jay Gree is impressed by the red-haired kid's power, but Knight calls him brutal. Knight says this event was meant to show the students' skills, but it turned into a chance for Ray to go wild. She doesn't know the second year's plan to gang up on him first, and now he's just beating them fairly. She also notices that each of Ray's hits only takes about 20 health points, thinking someone could have died if he used more force. Sylvia and Ian worry because the students are getting badly hurt, but Gary folds his arms and says they deserve it. He makes it clear there was no way that cheap plan would ever beat Ray. Meanwhile, Ray keeps battering the other players, breaking arms and knocking 20 health points off with each hit. Dan is stunned and wonders if any of them even know how to use chi. Sylvia says they do. Ray is just too strong for it to matter. In the crowd, people start whispering that Ray is too savage, too uncivilized, and nothing like a knight. One even says someone like him should never have been allowed to enter. The second they start trashing him, Ray turns and fixes them with a deadly glare. The people freeze under that stare, feeling killing intent so strong they can hardly believe he heard them at all. One elder says they should stop the red-haired boy, but Elder Vaughn cuts in. No one stopped the others when they all jumped him first. The elder still worries Ray might kill someone. Vaughn stays calm and says Ray is being smart by making sure they can't gang up on him again. He also reveals Ray is his student and says he'll take responsibility if anything happens. That leaves the other elders speechless. Even so, Vaughn is secretly worried Ray might lose control. In the third year section, the third-ranked knight Cherry says the top 5 are probably already decided. She mocks Harry Delbury, saying it's a shame his brother was the first one out. Harry laughs it off and says it's fine. His father spoils the younger one too much anyway. Meanwhile, the second-year roommate group, Martha, Kyle, the twins, and Ray, starts taking over the match. They keep knocking weapons out of the other students' hands. As players cry out in pain, Eric curses Ray as a dirty mongrel and swears he'll kill him and his parents if he gets the chance. The moment he brings up Ray's parents, he realizes he just made a huge mistake. Ray instantly snaps and walks toward him in fury. Broken and helpless, Eric begs him to stop, unable to run with his limbs already wrecked. Ray grabs him by the head, and one of the elders becomes sure he's about to kill the silver-haired boy. Staring him down, Ray says he shouldn't even dream of becoming a knight, then activates his mana and starts draining Eric's. Eric freaks out as all his mana gets sucked dry, and Ray finishes him with a heavy punch that drops his health to 0. Eric falls limp onto the ground after the beating. The elders realize Vaughn was right. Ray doesn't keep attacking once someone's out. Vaughn quietly relaxes, glad the boy at least stopped breaking more limbs. A sudden arrow flies at Ray, but he dodges it without even flinching, and a girl knight tells him to let the boy go. Ray smacks the boy down and throws him aside, while the girl keeps firing arrows at him. Ray avoids everyone with ease. That starts to rattle her, because she can't believe he's dodging everything. Soon she runs out of arrows and Ray moves in, grabbing her by the neck. Then he starts draining her mana too. Someone in the crowd suddenly screams for him to stop, calling him a monster. The man yells for him to get his hands off his daughter, while others try to calm him down by saying she'll just be disqualified if he steps in. Realizing the man is her father, Ray starts thinking about his own dad. His father gave everything to the country and saved countless people, but met a terrible end. Painful memories flood back. His father's final wish was for Ray's mother to kill him after the Plague of Shadows took over. Ray grits his teeth and tightens his grip even more when someone suddenly stops him with a chain. It turns out Kyle wrapped his metal chain around Ray's arm to hold him back. With a dark look, Ray asks Kyle and Martha why they're stopping him. As their own health ticks down, Kyle tells him the girl is innocent, so he doesn't need to go that far, and Martha adds that she hasn't hurt anyone. Meanwhile, the twins Sloth and Badger step in to save the girl and tell Ray he's gone too far. The people who jumped him were already punished. The other twin tells him to act like a gentleman, and Ray finally steps back. He remembers all the times his roommates stood by him at his lowest. Grabbing his head, he wonders why it always ends up like this. All that pain buried inside him boils over and he screams, asking what they even know about him. His roar kicks up a violent whirl and Ray starts losing control. Rage takes over and he dares them to stop him by force. Going mad, Ray yanks Kyle's metal chain and pulls him right in. Without hesitation, he drives a punch straight into Kyle's stomach, then slams him to the ground and drops his health points. Barely thinking straight, he tells Kyle to train his Chiang better if he wants a chance. Then Martha fires 3 Chiang-covered arrows at him, but he dodges them like it's nothing and snatches the arrows out of the air, leaving Martha stunned. Then Ray throws the blazing arrows back at Martha at incredible speed. She barely dodges, but he still lands a hit and warns her not to hesitate if she wants to beat him. Looks like the MC still has time to lecture his roommates while crushing them. Martha also hits the ground and he tells her to read his moves instead of watching where he's standing. Soon Sloth and Badger have had enough of him beating his friends and rush him from behind. Then fire bursts out from within him, shattering the ground, and the twins are blasted back by the force. They seem mostly fine, and Ray tells them to think before they move. When they charge again, he tells them not to waste time trying to ambush him. He smacks both of them, and they end up on the ground in pain. Seeing all this, Sarah turns pale and realizes Ray is terrifyingly strong. The crowd is just as shocked, calling the red-haired kid a monster no one can match. Nearby, the third-year Knight Nye thinks that if Ray still wasn't top 5, then the real top 5 must be on another level. Meanwhile, Ian and Dan Loki already feel beaten. After that, only Sarah is left, and Ray walks straight toward her. She trembles and gives up right away, knowing she can't beat him. His hand is wrapped in chi, and Sarah's father screams at the judges to stop him, sure that Ray is about to kill his daughter. But to everyone's surprise, he finally comes back to his senses, lightly taps Sarah on the head, lowers her health points, and even apologizes. Sarah leaves, confused, and her father and the crowd can't believe it ended like that the boy didn't really hurt her. Then the results are announced. The 5 students who qualify are Martha, Ray, Sloth, Badger, and Kyle. A little later, he leaves the arena, and the judges tell everyone to rest before the third-year battle royale starts that afternoon. The elders are impressed by MC's performance. One says that if he ever went on a rampage, few could stop him, but Elder Vaughn defends him and says MC could save many lives. At the same time, Knight Gilbert quietly tells the Master Elder they checked the students. It was mana deficiency. For now, they can't use Tri, and there's no guarantee they'll recover. Hearing that, the Master Elder decides not to discuss it any further. He already has enough to worry about. Inside the training room, swords clash while students talk about how hard the second years trained that afternoon. Gary is going all out against the puppet, and after many strikes, he gets past level 12 and beats it. Catching his breath, Gary still isn't happy. He wants to reach a level where he can stand beside Ray. Then he remembers Sir Kay saying rich families come to watch the tournament, and strong knight students can get picked as personal guards after graduation. A very good deal. Thinking of that, Gary decides this still isn't enough. He has to aim higher. Watching the blonde boy fight so fiercely, Cherry recognizes Gary as the top second year and asks Harry what he thinks. Harry says he likes the other one better, the puppet. Cherry keeps fussing over Gary, saying the boy has a nice face and kind of reminds her of Harry. She agrees he could be doing better, and Harry walks up to the puppet. With a bright smile, he starts level 12. He barely moves, fighting the puppet from one spot, then flicks his sword once. That single motion makes his strike far stronger, and Harry clears level 12 with ease. Gary realizes Harry copied all of his moves. Afterward, Harry says it didn't seem that hard, and Gary immediately knows he's picking a fight. Cherry gets excited for the show, while the students are shocked to see a cross-grade clash about to happen. Just then, Sylvia rushes in to find Gary and grabs his hand, telling him to get a good spot because the competition is starting. As she drags him off, Gary tells her to stop, and Harry just laughs. Once outside, Gary asks why she stopped him, and Sylvia calls him stupid and knocks some sense into him, saying he could have lost his right to compete if he fought outside the ring. Gary realizes she's right. Sylvia says she knows he can win, but he needs to stay calm for now. As the afternoon round is about to start, Sylvia asks if he's seen Ray. Gary says no, he vanished right after the first round. Then they hear someone talking and go check it out. To their surprise, it's Ray speaking with Sir Winford. Gary wonders what those two are doing together. Then Ray admits he doesn't want to compete anymore, leaving his friends stunned. Winford asks if he's serious about quitting, and Ray says yes. When asked why, he can't explain it. With a sigh, Winford says they'll talk later, since he has to oversee the tournament, and tells Ray he'll respect his choice no matter what, which catches him off guard. As Ray walks down the stairs, he runs into Sylvia and Gary, and they quickly say they didn't mean to listen in. He asks if they heard everything. Sylvia says only a little, but Gary blurts out that they heard all of it. They admit it, and Ray says it's nothing important. As he starts to leave, Gary stops him, asking if he's going to break their promise and let his sister's death get buried like it meant nothing. That makes Sylvia realize why Gary has been so stressed lately. Ray says he could never forget her. She was human, and she was his first friend. He adds that he truly does want revenge for her. Sylvia says she knows he's scared and hurting. His heart is full of rage toward the people who attacked him, and he probably feels awful for hurting his friends and innocent people too. Trying to comfort him, she says none of this is his fault. She wants him to know no one is mad at him. Then she remembers how Kyle, Martha, and the others all look up to him, and were already talking about beating him next time. Gary agrees and tells him that even if he was treated badly before, now he isn't alone. He has them, and they'll always be his family. Gary promises he won't leave his friend to deal with this alone. After that, they head to the grounds, where Martha says the competitors are almost here and they took long enough. Seeing Ray and Sylvia arrive together, Dan jokes that they'd rather be with each other than watch the competition. Then he notices Gary trailing behind like a third wheel, and Gary doesn't look happy either. Sylvia asks Martha if there's anyone important to watch, and Martha says all the third years are strong in different ways. First is Harry, an elegant fighter and the only one who hasn't been hurt at all. Then there's Gio, a big powerhouse with explosive strength who can even challenge the first-place guy. Samir and Mizuhiro are fan experts with great teamwork for offense and defense, even better coordination than Sloth and Badger. While they were looking for the last player, Ray spotted Molly training and seemed impressed that she made the top 5. Then the judges congratulate the 5 winners of the third-year bracket. Now the main event begins. Winford announces that after 2 rounds, the field has been narrowed down to the final 20, while praising the second years for doing far better than expected. He glances at Ray, wondering if he'll join in. Ray nods, making Winford smile, and then he explains the new rules for the tournament. The screen shows the new matchups. The second years are paired against third years, which makes them think it's unfair since the older students have had an extra year of training. Gary is matched against Harry, and he's happy with that draw. Sylvia, though, has to face Jay Gree, the Academy's strongest, so she starts doubting herself. Jay says it's a shame he didn't get Ray, and Harry admits he's wanted that fight too, now that Ray has gotten stronger. Jay says he'll get his chance against the red-haired boy eventually. Sylvia's brothers watch from above and regret missing their youngest sister's match today. One says they rarely come to Avrion, so they should let her show them around, but Marsh wants to go later because he has to meet an elder first. Then Winford announces the finals will be the next day, and everyone should be ready since weapon and gear limits are being removed. The second years realize they'll have to match the third years in equipment too. Dan grumbles that the older students have the advantage, while Ian says they should treat it like special training. Monk is especially stressed. He has to face Molly, a black belt senior, just to improve. Ray is set to fight Jura, who still hasn't shown up. He doesn't mind, figuring it'll be easier to relax against someone who isn't a second year. As sunset nears, the protagonist asks Gary and the others if they aren't heading back. Gary says they're staying to train more, and MC watches him go at it hard. He knows this is one fight Gary can't afford to lose. Harry is that strong, so he quietly hopes his friend wins. Then we cut to a flashback. Winford is glad he changed his mind and says it's a relief. He brushes it off, saying his friends kept pushing him. When the protagonist asks if there's anything else he should know, Winford says he can't say much, but the top 10 will earn the right to represent Avrion in the World Combat Tournament. That shocks the red-haired boy, because he remembers there are only supposed to be 5 winners. Winford admits it involves the Pureblood Guild, and the elders will explain after the tournament. He just doesn't want MC to miss this chance, and MC understands. Back in the present, MC never expected this competition to cause so much trouble. He wonders what the Pureblood Guild plans to do next, then suddenly notices a slip of paper. It says, "Meet me at the arena at 9. The message makes him uneasy, it feels like a trap. Kay and Winford warned him not to act alone, but this may be his only chance to use his powers freely. He looks around and realizes he still knows almost nothing about the Pureblood Guild or the Dark Guild. If he wants clues about his father, he needs information. So he decides to use the Dragon Eye and catch whoever sent it, trap or not. Right then, Jae Gree walks up behind him. Jae says it's funny running into Ray now, and he's finally glad to talk to him after dealing with those ugly people earlier. It's Jae Gree, the strongest third year. He immediately asks if he's with the Pureblood Guild. Confused, Jae says no, he just wants to fight, since they won't get that chance in the tournament. Jae keeps pushing for a match right now, but MC politely refuses. He's not in the mood. That only irritates Jae. Ray had hoped for a real lead, not some musclehead with too much free time. Then Jae suddenly swings his huge sword at him. To Jae's surprise, the protagonist catches the blow with his dragon turtle gauntlets. Shaken by the ambush, he asks if Jae is crazy, and repeats that he doesn't want to fight. That confirms Jae's suspicion. MC's strength is no joke. Jae gets excited, saying nobody has ever stopped that attack so easily, but he couldn't care less. Jae swings again, and this time the force sends Ray flying back. The protagonist digs into the ground with his gauntlets and is stunned by the power, thinking Jae is as strong as Taurus. It becomes clear he may have to fight. Jae won't let him leave unless he's beaten. Then Ray spots someone behind Jae, even as Jae charges again. He instantly knows the masked figure is from the Pureblood Guild. The moment he realizes it, rage flashes through him. He uses Cha and shoves Jae aside before throwing a punch at the masked man. Then MC rushes him and unleashes a blazing attack. But the flames vanish the instant they hit the man's lance. Seeing his attack erased like that, Ray guesses there's something special about the lance. A second later, they get interrupted by the big guy again. Jae, annoyed, demands to know where the masked man came from and snaps that nobody should butt into his spar. Proving he's a pain, Jae immediately challenges the masked man too. The leader simply waves his hand, and more masked fighters appear, surrounding Ray. Jae clashes with the leader and complains it's cheap to bring backup, but he also seems to enjoy it. Meanwhile, he is already fed up with Jae, and thinks he's more annoying than flies. He draws his sword. One masked attacker rushes in with a slash, but Ray jumps clear. In the next instant, he vanishes. The henchmen look around in shock until one warns them not to drop their guard. The protagonist is a black belt knight. A few tense seconds pass, then MC appears and strikes at one of them. His sword slams into the man's head with a clang, but another enemy uses chi to knock Ray's weapon away and disarm him. The others rush in together, all attacking at once. He avoids the blows with help from his turtle gauntlets and gets shoved back by the force. He quickly realizes these assassins are strong and their weapons are too. If he hadn't used the ice golem's protection, his gauntlets would have been damaged again. He freezes them over to protect them and figures normal close combat won't work anymore. At the same time, Jae and the masked leader are locked in a brutal fight, with Jae calling him a slippery eel. The leader thrusts his chi-covered lance with huge force, but then something unbelievable happens. Jae catches the lance with his bare hands. Holding it tight, he asks if the man really thought that could hurt him. Dust blasts out from the impact as Jae admits he isn't great at controlling his power, but in a real fight, he doesn't need to be. He boasts that he has far more chi than most people. To others it might be poison, but to him it's fine wine. With a vicious grin, Jae charges, sword blazing and chi wrapped around it. He goes wild, smashing down with insane force while the masked man barely blocks with chi. Then Jae finally grabs the man's mask and lands another heavy blow, sending him flying through the air. The impact triggers a huge explosion, so massive, even Ray is stunned, wondering if humans can really be that powerful. Jae looks at the mask in his hand and says, the guy's weapon must be pretty good if it survived that hit. He tosses the mask aside and mocks him for being too weak, but the man still gets back up. To everyone's surprise, it's Gira. Jae just laughs, barely shocked to see his classmate Gira, another third year. He taunts Gira for hiding so much all this time, and now that he's exposed, Gira looks furious. Enraged, Gira lunges at Jae. Jae blocks it with his sword. Elsewhere, Ray is still struggling against 5 henchmen. They're a pain to handle, but he's at least glad Jae is keeping the leader busy, and figures he owes him for that. The protagonist freezes one enemy's arm, but another comes at him right away. Then Ray vanishes again. Hidden above, he tries to buy time for his mana to recover so he can finish them off. The henchmen warn each other not to get ambushed and shout that they know he's running out of steam, so he should come out and make it quick. At the same time, Jae throws another massive strike, but Jiro leans back and avoids it. Jae asks how much longer he's going to keep hiding. Then Jiro pulls something from his armor, a small bottle. He opens it, leaving Jae confused. Watching from above, Ray realizes what it is, and his eyes go wide. It's a plague of shadows. Jiro drinks the purple potion, and a strange violet aura surrounds him. Jae feels at once that something is wrong with his chi. The purple energy surges out, and Jiro loses control, transforming into a terrifying monster. Ray yells for Jae to watch out. Jiro, now a plague of shadows, suddenly lunges at Jae, Gree with his spear. Jae is shocked by how much stronger he got and knows he has to dodge, but before he can, Jiro drives the lance into his chest. Stunned and bleeding, Jae realizes Jiro's speed and power are at least 10 times higher than before. He knows if the next hit lands, things will get ugly fast. Ray feels the danger below and knows he has to finish the henchman now, before the fight turns. Right then, one of them spots the red-haired kid and rushes in to kill him, but Ray makes it clear he's done wasting time. He smashes the guy with his blazing gauntlets and drops him hard. At the same time, Jira keeps pressing Jay and taunts him, saying he's not as strong as people claim. Jay gets slammed back, then digs his sword into the ground to stop himself from flying away. Shaking, he admits he's not used to being pushed onto defense, but he's not done yet. Jira says this is where Jay's story ends. He tells him to die, then charges again with the spear. Jay's body locks up. He can't dodge and he can't even move. It looks like the end as Jira brings the lance down with crushing force. But Ray appears just in time and catches the spear with his frozen gauntlets, stopping it cold. Jira stares in disbelief and looks over at his henchmen, only to see all 5 knocked out. That shocks him even more. The red-haired kid beat 5 elites alone. Ray takes the opening and uses flash freeze on the spear. Jira lets go and jumps back. Badly hurt and still bleeding, Jay thanks Ray for saving him. Ray tells him to leave the rest to him. But Jay quickly warns him about the weapon. It's made from a crab spider demon's carapace, tough, able to reflect damage, and coated with a neurotoxin that can paralyze anyone it cuts. Keeping that in mind, Ray decides he has to end this fast. He releases his chi and flames burst around him. The fight starts up again and Ray keeps slipping past Jira's fast attacks. Then in an instant, Jira finally lands a hit on Ray and shifts his weapon, slashing and smashing him away. Thrown back hard, Ray realizes Jira's weapon can even change form. His chest plate is shattered too, and his gauntlets are worn out from blocking. Panting, he knows one more solid hit could finish him, and he still needs to get his sword back. That's when Jay Gree calls out. Knowing Ray needs a weapon, he throws him his sword and tells him to use his baby. The moment Ray catches that huge sword, he nearly freaks out from how heavy it is. He can barely hold it, and the blade starts dragging to the ground as sweat pours off him. Ray is stunned by the weight, and Jay just admits it's insanely heavy, and tells him to swing it. Using chi, Ray knows he has no choice. If he doesn't swing now, they both die. Flames flare up, and he finally lifts the sword and brings it down at Jira. The blade crashes into the spear, and Jira says it's useless. His spear, he reveals, is built to counter heavy weapons like this. For a second, the clash between them crackles with tension. Then Ray uses ice and the sword starts freezing over. Jira panics as the spear's tip begins to freeze too. With the spear locked against the sword, the ice spreads fast and shatters it apart. Jira watches his weapon break into pieces, but that's not even the worst part. Ray swings one last time and drives the sword into him, ending Jira for good. Jay praises Ray for that brutal attack. Afterward, the ice-covered sword slams to the ground. Ray pants hard, thinking that one strike used almost everything he had. If it failed, he would have lost the fight. Then he tries to use mana siphoning on Jira, but the system says he can't absorb mana from an infected target. That confirms it. Jira was infected with the Plague of Shadows. More than that, he did it to himself after drinking the vial and turning his chi purple-black. Ray starts connecting the dots. It looks just like the Dark Guild, but the Pureblood Guild is supposed to be separate. So if Pureblood had that potion, the two groups may be linked somehow. Then the dragon system tells him he's unlocked a new ability, Glamour. Ray notices he always seems to gain new skills in life or death fights. Still, he puts that aside for now and checks the bodies, searching Jira for anything suspicious. He finds the purple potion bottle, and that turns his guess into fact. This wasn't some random find. Someone is making these on purpose. Holding the bottle, Ray feels danger all through the academy. He can trust Winford and Serkei, but he still has to stay careful. For all he knows, this potion was made inside the academy itself. The shadows have already gotten in, and the students have no idea their lives are at risk. As Ray burns Jira's body to erase the evidence, he starts thinking the higher-ups may be hiding this on purpose. Maybe the head knights or even the 6 elders. After that, Ray goes to Jay and thanks him for throwing the sword, asking if he's okay. Jay says he's fine, then jokes that his baby suits Ray and asks if he's really a mage. Ray admits he knows some magic, and Jay says that's awesome. He's never seen a mage fight like this. Ray says he wants to keep his strength quiet for now, and promises to explain later. Jay agrees. Ray did save his life. Dead serious, the big guy says he owes Ray everything and tells the red-haired kid to call anytime he needs help, even if he has to jump into hell. Ray tells him that won't be needed and says he should focus on his injuries before the competition. Then he summons his wolf and says Noir will carry Jay to the infirmary. Seeing that, Gree is left stunned. Ray can even summon beasts, and now Jay feels dumb for ever thinking he could beat him. While riding Noir, Jay asks if Ray needs healing too, but Ray casually says his body is a little special, so he'll be fine by tomorrow. Before they leave, he tells Noir to take a hidden route so no one sees them, leaving Jay speechless that the beast follows every order. The next day, Ray goes to the weapon shop to get his armor repaired, and they tell him it'll be done by sundown. As he walks through town, people start whispering when they recognize him, the same red-haired kid from the competition. Still, they keep their distance, remembering how ruthless he was. Ray ignores them and thinks these humans are clueless. After that, he enters a room and stands before a mirror. There, Ray decides to test his new glamour skill. To his surprise, he turns into someone else entirely, with black hair and gray eyes. Nearby, some girls head toward the tournament grounds, talking about whether they should watch the matches, since they still haven't finished their hunting mission. They know the second years are strong this time, so the finals should be crazy, and they want to see what kind of knights nobles like most so they can aim for that too. While they talk, a black-haired guy walks past and they instantly admire him, totally charmed by how handsome he is. It's Ray, and he figures glamour costs 5 mana every hour. With his current mana, he can keep it up for 8 hours as long as he doesn't fight. People keep passing by, staring at him while he thinks working alone should be easy now. Then he remembers how someone offered him a cheaper healing potion just because he looked like an adventurer, and someone else tried to sell him an inn room with a great tournament view for a fair price. Being this handsome, Ray realizes this won't be as simple as he thought. People treat him completely differently just because his face changed. To him, that says a lot about how pathetic this world's mindset is. Just then, he spots Sylvia and calls out to her through the crowd. She gives him a confused look, and that's when Ray remembers. He doesn't look like the red-haired boy anymore. So he quickly covers by saying he knows she's one of the competitors who passed the prelims, that she's from the Hart family, and that he's happy to meet her here. He adds that he's looking forward to her match tomorrow. Trying not to be rude, Sylvia asks his name since he seems to know her family. That makes Ray drift back to his old life as a red dragon, when people used to fear him and hide whenever he appeared. Back then he was called Sen. He only snaps out of it when Sylvia waves a hand in front of him, and he apologizes before introducing himself as Ness. He asks where she's going, and Sylvia says she needs a blacksmith to adjust her one-handed sword's weight. Since he was heading there too, Ray figures walking with her won't draw attention. He asks to come along, saying he wants a new breastplate. He asks if her sword was made with a high-grade beast crystal. Sylvia says it came from a fin tiger crystal her family sent last night for the tournament. Ray realizes nobles can get gear like that easily, while normal kids would need years to earn it. Since he's an adventurer, Sylvia asks if he often takes dangerous jobs. Ness says he does missions near the border, which makes her wonder if her family would ever allow that. They'd think it's far too risky. Sylvia admits that once she leaves the academy, she'll have to return to her family, so she's jealous of how free adventurers seem. That hits Ray hard, bringing back the memory of his father, an adventurer, who died after risking his life. He quietly tells her, no one here is truly free. Then they hear an explosion. Alarmed, they look around as people rush by yelling that there's a fire. The two run toward it. At the blast site, the owner of the burning building is left in shock. Ness and Sylvia push through the crowd and hear that a merchant's carriage had stopped near the inn with what looked like beast crystals. Not long after, the place exploded. Ray asks if the merchant survived, and a bystander says he was taken to the infirmary. Nearby, a woman is sobbing. Her 2 children are still trapped inside. Sylvia rushes forward to save them, but Ray grabs her hand and stops her from going in. With a sigh, he decides to go himself. Sylvia warns he'll be burned alive. He says he can use ice magic, then cast Frostvine to cool the flames. Sylvia is stunned to learn he's a mage, but the fire suddenly flares up even worse. Ray heads inside anyway, covering himself in ice for protection. He knows he has to move fast. If he keeps burning through mana like this, his disguise will fail and his real identity will show. He activates Dragon Eye, finds the children on the top floor, and hopes they stay put. Outside, the fire spreads fast, and falling rocks start threatening the people nearby. Just as one is about to crush a man, someone uses a water snake spell to beat back the flames. Sylvia turns and realizes it's her oldest brother in a soldier's uniform, and she's thrilled to see him. Using water magic, he says it's been a while. With the fire under control, Ray reaches the children and brings them safely outside. Their mother runs straight to them. Sylvia asks if he's okay, calling him Nez. Ray had already made sure no one else was still inside. Then Sylvia's older brother calls out to the others, asking if they plan to just stand there. 3 more brothers show up. One tells him to stop complaining. They aren't as fast as he is. Then they greet their little sister. To Sylvia's surprise, all 3 also use water magic and cast different skills to put out the rest of the blaze. When a night arrives, he thanks Sylvia's brother for helping stop the fire before more people got hurt. The brother says the real credit goes to the mage who risked his life to save the children. But Ray has suddenly vanished. He asks Sylvia where he went, since he was just there a second ago. Ray had to flee right away because his mana was almost gone, and his disguise had already dropped back to his real face. Panting, he thinks that was close, but he escaped just in time. Still, he confirms something important when the system gives him 2 new skills. He gains abilities by risking his life. The first, Endless Void, lets him create storage space to keep and pull out items. He plans to use it in his real form to hide all the gear tied to Nez. The second skill is Mana Sharing. That reminds him of his days as a dragon, when he could save many dying allies with ease because his mana was endless. He admits the spell won't help much right now, but later it could be priceless. As he walks, Ray thinks that whatever the prophecy brings, he'll need an army to change this world. Mana Sharing could help his followers grow stronger, as long as he has enough mana to support them. After saving those 2 children, he realizes the system doesn't reward him for beating strong enemies. It rewards him for saving lives. What confuses him is getting 2 skills this time. Was it because he saved 2 people? Back in the Minotaurus fight, several lives were at risk, yet he only got 1. He starts wondering what really decides the number of spells he unlocks. By the time he reaches the Academy Hall, he's still thinking it over. Maybe it only counts when someone is truly on the edge of death. He decides to test that idea later. Seeing the hall packed, Ray wonders what's going on. Then he realizes the families have come to visit their kids. Ian watches everyone reunite with their relatives. Kyle nudges him and jokes that they're family too, trying to cheer him up. They laugh it off, while Gary stands alone in a corner, clearly not expecting any visitors. Elsewhere, Sylvia meets her brothers and complains that they didn't warn her ahead of time, especially since even Max has grown so much. The oldest says they wanted it to be a surprise. Max shyly adds that after 2 years apart, a simple hello would have been boring. Then Sylvia suddenly blushes, staring at someone. Her oldest brother asks if she spotted a friend. She calls out to Ray, looking at the red-haired boy. Her brother recognizes him as the reckless kid from round 1. Max is excited and asks if this is the guy Sylvia talks about all the time, casually exposing her crush and making her panic. Friendly as ever, Max walks over, thanks MC for looking after his little sister, and says they should get to know each other. MC doesn't look too happy about it. Sylvia quickly apologizes for Max and awkwardly explains that he can be a bit rough. Then she introduces them as her brothers. The oldest brother doesn't love his attitude, but since Sylvia clearly cares about him, he stays polite. He introduces himself as Marsh and tells him to look after her. Blushing hard, Sylvia cuts in and says she can take care of herself. When the protagonist shakes Marsh's hand, he can tell right away how powerful the man is. His mana feels nearly endless. MC says Sylvia is a natural leader, and usually the one taking care of all of them, which makes 2 of her brothers chuckle. She then introduces the other 2 as Johann and Jekyll, both serving in the military like Marsh. Next, she explains that Max studies at Roland Magic Academy. Max happily says they might meet again at the World Combat Tournaments if he wins, but he reacts sharply, shocked that he goes to Roland. Max asks what's wrong and wonders if the protagonist knows someone there. The protagonist quickly asks if he knows a girl named Amy. Hearing the name, Max tries to remember, but says he's not sure. Roland is a huge city, just like Avrian. Desperate, Ray explains that her full name is Amy Blueblood and that she recently died in an accident. He asks if Max knows anything. Max can't recall anyone by that name but promises to ask around when he returns and tell Sylvia if he learns something. MC can't hide his disappointment, though he still thanks Max for trying. Then the mood shifts. Marsh tells his brothers time is short and the head knight still needs them. He tells him and Sylvia to rest, and Sylvia waves goodbye, saying she'll show them around the academy after the tournament. As Ray and Sylvia leave, Marsh keeps watching them, then asks Max if he just lied. Nervous, Max admits he did. He says he lied to the protagonist about Amy and doesn't know what to do about that girl, so he asks Marsh what he thinks. Marsh tells him he made the right call. MC is strong, dangerous, and not even a little intimidated by them. Worse, Marsh can't read what he's thinking at all. Max asks if they should stay out of his business, and Marsh agrees they should keep their distance and watch what happens. The story moves to the finals. The contestants wait in the ready room. Kyle and Monk are nervous, and Sylvia is especially shaken because her first match is against Jay. Sylvia is clearly nervous and asks Ray if it shows. He calms her down, telling her to fight like she always does, and not stress too much about the result. She admits she really wants to make it to the World Combat Tournament. In her family of mages, she's the only one without magic. She still can't forget how ashamed her parents looked because of that. Seeing how serious she is, Ray asks if she truly wants to win. She says yes right away. She has to prove herself. Sylvia wants to show she can be just as great as her brothers, even as a knight. The protagonist suddenly takes her hand and leads her away. At the same time, Kyle says the match is about to start, and Dan jokes that they're getting all romantic before the fight. In private, MC says he'll lend her his strength for a while. Fire rises from his hand, and Sylvia stares at it. He says he's helping her now and hopes she'll help him too when he needs it. Sylvia blushes. Then she says she wants to become his strength too. Ray uses his new spell, Mana Sharing, and transfers his power to her. He tells her to use his chi only when needed, and warns her not to go over the limit or her body will be damaged. As his chi flows into her, flames flare around Sylvia. Shocked, she realizes he can give his strength to others, something she's never seen or even heard of before. She can't help wondering how many secrets the protagonist is still hiding. Soon the final match is ready to start. The crowd gets excited when Jay Grease steps out, wondering if he'll go easy on a second-year girl. The fight between Sylvia and Jay begins. Any equipment is allowed, and 2 Master Knights will judge it. The commentator adds that if a fatal blow is about to land, they'll stop the match and announce the result. Both fighters enter the arena, with Sir Winford on Jay's side and Sir Kay on Sylvia's. Once the match starts, Monk doubts Sylvia can win. Martha believes in her, but Dan points out the obvious. Jay Grease is a huge powerhouse and strong as a bull. Ray quietly agrees and remembers Jay had been badly injured before, but now he looks fully recovered. Even with MC's power, Sylvia can only win if she's skilled enough. Then MC locks eyes with Jay. Jay suddenly starts yelling in the arena, waving his sword and asking his boss if he should lose to this girl. He is left wondering what that idiot is doing. The protagonist tries to ignore him, while Dan guesses Jay is talking about him. The crowd is confused, wondering why Jay is calling a second-year student his boss. Then Jay shouts MC's name for everyone to hear. Embarrassed, MC snaps at him to stop yelling and just fight, while Dan realizes he was right. Jay proudly says he'll do his best. Pointing at Sylvia, he explains he thought she was his boss's girlfriend, so he almost went easy on her. Blushing hard, Sylvia quickly says she's not his girlfriend, they're just friends, and tells him not to hold back. Jay immediately jumps in and swings his sword. Sylvia dodges and the heavy blade slams into the ground. She instantly realizes she can't block a hit like that with her shield. If she tries, her arm will break. Jay comes in with another attack. Sylvia jumps away and avoids it again. She admits he's insanely strong, but he also leaves a lot of openings, so she decides to test one. She slips behind him and thrusts her sword into his back. To her shock, the Fin Tiger sword can't pierce his skin. She doesn't even leave a scratch. His muscles are that tough. Jay swings again and she barely blocks with her shield. Realizing normal strength won't be enough, Sylvia decides to use Ray's power. The next blow shatters her shield, and she gets thrown back. Stumbling, she forces herself to stay upright. Then she activates the protagonist's power, deciding to end this fast within 10 minutes. Fire bursts from her body. Jay is surprised by the totally different aura and gets excited now that the fight is getting interesting. She throws away the broken shield. Sylvia's power surges at once, and she rushes Jay with crazy speed, so fast that even he can't track her properly. Still, Jay assumes her speed alone won't be enough to hit him, but he loses focus for a split second when she moves even faster than he expected. She appears behind him and drives her sword into his stomach, drawing blood. Jay's eyes widen in shock. He mutters that lately he keeps getting surprised one after another. His classmate Cherry is stunned that Sylvia actually hurt him, and Harry Delbert admits he thought only Ray could do that among the second years. The crowd goes wild for Sylvia, with some even calling her a goddess. Her brothers watch proudly from the stands. Max yells for her to beat Jay up, but Johann and Jekyll tell him not to get carried away. The fight has only started, and Jay still hasn't gone all out. Marsh, though, is impressed. Sylvia is doing better than expected, and her clean, efficient style proves she's made to be a knight. Of course, none of them knows she's using Ray's power, not just her own. Meanwhile, Dan says the hit looked amazing, but it only scratched Jay, and Kyle nervously says his body must be made of metal, using Ray's chi. Sylvia realizes she still can barely injure him, but she also notices Jay relies too much on his natural toughness and doesn't focus his chi well enough to guard his weak points, leaving plenty of openings, so she decides to keep attacking the same spot and force a chance to win. Moving fast again, Sylvia slashes Jay's wound and makes it hurt even more. At the same time, Jay smashes the ground with his sword and Sylvia hops away to avoid it. She dashes in again, aiming for the wound on his lower abdomen, but suddenly her energy starts fading. At the worst moment, Ray realizes she's run out of time. Shaking, Sylvia tries to hold herself together just a little longer. But in one instant, Jay strikes, her sword flies from her hand, and she's disarmed. He takes the opening and swings hard at her, while her classmates panic, sure she's about to get badly hurt. Then Winford calmly stops the sword and says that's enough, while Sir Kay catches Sylvia in his arms. Jay apologizes, saying he got carried away because it had been a while since he'd fought a girl this good. The judges then declare Jay Gry's the winner, and the crowd cheers. Afterward, Monk is shocked by how strong Sylvia had become and thinks it's too bad she still lost. Martha says that by the end of third year, Sylvia might surpass Jay. Next up is MC versus Jira. His friends wish him luck, and as he walks out, he already knows Jira won't come because MC burned him to death. Still, he has to show up to keep appearances. On the way, Jay praises Sylvia and calls him boss again, and he silently agrees that she fought well. Once the protagonist takes his place, the commentators call for Jira to enter at once. The crowd starts buzzing, wondering if he overslept, ran away, or just chickened out. Cherry asks Harry if he's seen Jira lately, since she hasn't seen him since the tournament began, but Harry says he hasn't seen him either. To everyone else, Jira seems to have vanished. In truth, he already died at the MC's hands. Meanwhile, the head knights discuss his absence, and the crowd grows restless, waiting on someone they barely care about. The announcement finally comes. Since Jira never showed up, he's disqualified, making Ray the winner by default. The crowd is disappointed, and starts saying the whole thing feels rigged. Marsh is disappointed too since he wanted to see MC fight, and Max sighs bored because he had really hoped to watch him before possibly facing him in the future. Next up are Badger and Sumar. Badger is shaken without his twin, Sloth. They've always done everything together, even sharing a toothbrush, which grosses Dan out while he tries to cheer him up. He says he's going to check on Sylvia, and Martha teasingly tells him to send her regards. Kyle sulks, saying he's got it easy, and he wants to fall in love too. On the way to the infirmary, the protagonist thinks Sylvia wasn't badly hurt, and he also needs to take his chi back. He asks if she's okay, but Sylvia just hides under the blanket. Then she apologizes for losing even with his power. Ray tells her she still did her best, but Sylvia calls herself useless and starts crying. MC tries to cheer her up, saying Jay is basically a monster built out of muscle. She knows he's trying to help, but says that doesn't excuse losing. If a strong beast attacks out in the wild, failing to protect everyone means everything. Those words hit him hard. He remembers his old life as a dragon, and how he failed to protect his own kind. Pulling himself out of that painful memory, he thinks no matter how strong they get, they still can't save everyone. Through tears, Sylvia says she wants to protect the team and Ray too. That makes him realize something. She doesn't even have half his strength, yet she still wants to protect everyone. He'd been keeping some distance, thinking they didn't need him, but maybe it was the opposite. Then he takes his power back, drawing his chi out of Sylvia. One thought stays with him. He already failed once as a dragon, and he refuses to fail again. He tells Sylvia to rest and says Martha and the others are worried about her. As he turns to go, Ray firmly tells her she doesn't need to protect everyone. That's his job. Then he leaves and Sylvia blushes, flustered. Back at the arena, people are buzzing. After hearing a second year just beat an upperclassman, the first real upset so far. The protagonist wonders who it was. Then he sees Kyle won against Nye, the third-year knight. As Winford names Kyle the winner, he grins and reminds Nye about their date. Wrapped up in his metal chain, she shyly agrees and asks him to let her go. Ray is in shock that Kyle won, but he is stunned that the red-haired baldy actually scored a date. After that, the next match is Gary versus Harry. As Gary enters the arena, people expect an easy win for the first-ranked fighter. Then someone points out Harry is Knightmaster Delbert's son, shocking the crowd since they thought Delbert's only son was the snobby Sebastian. MC meets back up with the group and tells Martha that Sylvia is okay, just upset. When he asks about the matches, Monk says Sloth and Badger lost like everyone expected. They can barely function apart. Still, Kyle pulled off a win and even got a date out of it. Dan loses it, wondering how even that Baldy managed to charm a girl. Is that the power of love? Monk says Ray came back at the perfect time because Gary's match is starting and everyone wants to see it. He asks if Gary will win, but he can't say. Deep down, the protagonist remembers he hasn't fought Harry since losing to him in first year. Back then, Harry claimed he was only ranked 50th, but the protagonist knows he was holding back, so now he quietly hopes Gary beats him. Meanwhile, Gary steps in fully determined to win. The fight starts, and both rush in at insane speed. Their swords crash together, and Harry starts laughing. He mocks Gary, saying he can't even feel any strength behind his attacks. Angry but controlled, Gary says he hasn't been holding back. Then he goes all in, launching a non-stop assault that actually gives Harry some trouble. Dan is impressed, thinking Gary has the third year cornered, but Monk isn't buying it. Ray watches and says, Harry still hasn't really started. He's right. Harry suddenly smacks Gary's sword away with one sharp blow. Gary freezes in shock and Harry yawns that this fight is boring. Is that really all Gary has? Gary starts to panic, confused because his strikes were landing on the sword, yet something feels off. He rushes in again with a fast attack, but Harry easily parries the thrust. As he dodges, Harry taunts him. If this is the strongest in his year, then that silver-haired girl is stronger. Gary doesn't even get time to snap back because Harry instantly follows with a brutal thrust. The hit sends Gary flying, though he barely keeps hold of his sword. Harry tells him that if he can't even sense sword chi, he's wasting his time. Gary is left wondering what the hell sword chi even is. That triggers a memory of Sir Kay teaching them about sword chi. He said it's not really something you see, it's more like a feeling. To explain it, Kay tests how they read attacks. He swings at several candles and asks them which one he was aiming for. Ray figures out the point. It's about reading the enemy's attack before it happens. Kay agrees. If they keep training, sharpen their senses, and have some talent, they may start to feel it. Kyle asks if that means some people never will. Kay admits that's possible. Since no one can truly prove sword chi, many think it's made up. Everyone experiences the sword chi differently, so even the explanations never match. Kyle is pretty sure it's just superstition. Gary asks when people usually first sense sword chi. Kay says it varies, but often happens when they're close to death. Gary snaps back to the present, just in time to get smashed in the face, blood spilling from his mouth. Now it looks like he's testing Kay's theory. He keeps taking Harry's blows, pushing himself closer and closer to death without fighting back. Elder Humphrey grows worried, saying this looks less like a knight match and more like barbarism. Another elder tells him not to worry. The elder knights will stop it before it becomes a hospital problem. Dan is freaking out, convinced Harry is trying to force Gary to surrender. Ray calmly says Gary will never forfeit. And right then, Gary lifts his eyes with a sharp, dangerous look like he's been waiting for this. Harry admits Gary can take a beating. Then he asks if Gary still won't give up. Gary refuses. So Harry charges in to finish it. As he closes the gap, Gary stays perfectly still and shuts his eyes, focusing everything on sensing sword chi. The crowd panics, thinking he's about to get himself killed and lose by default. Everyone is locked in, waiting to see what happens, as Harry's blade comes within inches. At the last second, Gary moves and blocks the strike cleanly. Sir Kay lets out a breath. It was close, but now there's no need to stop the match. Gary can finally feel the flow of Harry's moves and even shape his own attacks around it, realizing this is sword chi. From there, he starts dodging with ease, and a moment later, he points his sword right at Harry's neck. Harry, a little rattled now, says he's starting to like him. Gary answers that he still hates him. Then the judges announce Gary Blueblood as the winner. His friends cheer, and Ray looks seriously proud. After the match, Gary asks Harry if he fought that way on purpose so Gary could awaken sword chi. Harry plays dumb, but admits he likes fighting strong people. The more of them, the better. Gary can only think what a weird guy he is before blacking out and collapsing. Monk panics and runs to him, but Ray says not to worry. Gary probably burned too much chi at once by spreading it over a wide area to read Harry's attacks. He adds that if Gary's final strike had failed, he would have lost. Then MC says they've got something else to focus on and points to the next match. It's Martha versus Cherry. Trying not to show her nerves, Martha tells herself she can do this, while Cherry, surprised she's facing an archer, asks for a bow and arrows. She doesn't want people saying she bullied a junior. Monk warns Martha that the third year looks really strong, but she tells him not to worry. Seeing Monk act like that, Dan teases him, saying he can smell love in the air. Monk quickly denies it and starts panicking. In the arena, Cherry says she's heard about Martha Knight Rose called her special. Martha is surprised to see a white belt using a bow, but she doesn't take it as praise. She says she's nothing special. Tired of talking, they finally start the match. Martha makes the first move and fires a quick test shot. Cherry isn't impressed. She sees through it at once and fires back with huge force. Her arrow tears through Martha's in midair. Martha expected that much. Cherry is one of the top 5 third years. The crowd is stunned that Cherry hit an arrow in flight. Some say fighters at her level can do that, but others doubt it since she isn't an archer or even a green belt, so they assume she got lucky. Martha answers by firing 2 arrows at once. Cherry catches both with her bare hands and says Martha really isn't special. Night Rose got her hopes up for nothing. Annoyed, Martha fires a heavier arrow to test her again. Cherry takes it as a challenge, lights her arrow with thrust ablaze, and destroys Martha's shot again. Martha freezes in shock. Her arrow was shot straight through. Still stunned, she doesn't notice Cherry's arrow racing at her until the knight yells for her to dodge. That snaps Martha out of it, and she jumps away just in time. The arrow slams into the wall and cracks it. Martha realizes she was inches from getting hit. Dan freaks out, saying that thing looked more like a cannon shot than an arrow. It was so fast he could barely follow it, and he knows a direct hit would kill them. Worried, Monk asks him if even a master knight could block something like that. He can't say for sure, and thinks Martha should give up before she gets badly hurt. Monk knows that's not going to happen. Martha won't quit until the very end. In the arena, Martha forces herself to calm down. She clears her head, focuses, and comes up with one last plan. Martha starts running in circles while firing non-stop, all while dodging Cherry's return shots. Cherry admits Martha is pretty quick. Then Martha finds a blind spot and shoots from behind, but Cherry had already read it. Smirking, she says this is what she was waiting for, lights her arrow, and decides to end it. Cherry fires one final arrow at terrifying speed. Ray knows Martha can't stop it, so he yells at Monk to save her, and Monk rushes into the arena. Sir Kay and Winford sprint in too. The arrow flies almost like a flash of light. Martha goes rigid with fear. It's too fast to dodge. For a moment, she thinks she's about to die. Then Monk appears in front of her and blocks the arrow with his sword. Dan is left speechless at how fast Monk got there. Sir Kay calls for emergency treatment right away. Crying, Martha grabs Monk and asks why he threw himself in front of her. The arrow seems to have pierced his chest, and blood runs from his mouth as he wonders if he's dying. Sir Kay tells Martha not to panic. Monk was lucky and avoided any vital spots. Winford declares Cherry the winner. She just finds it boring. While the crowd is horrified by how dangerous she is, Monk is taken to the infirmary with Martha by his side. Winford then announces that because of Monk's injuries, he can't fight next match, so Molly wins by default. Next up is Ian versus Gio. Dan tells Ian to be careful because his safety matters most, and Kyle wishes him luck. As Ian heads out, Kyle notices Gio also fights with double axes. He figures the matchups were made on purpose, swordsmen against swordsmen, archers against archers. Ray says that's exactly why, since the World Combat Tournament has team battles, they want balanced teams that can handle all kinds of situations. Before the fight starts, Dan asks if Ian can win. The protagonist tells him to watch closely. He has a feeling Ian will surprise them. The match starts and Ian charges in first with both axes. Gio realizes Ian just stepped into his range. He unleashes a double axe storm, creating a whirlwind, but Ian slips past it at the last second. Barely safe, Ian catches his breath and waits for Gio to slow down. The moment he does, Ian dives in and slams both axes into Gio's chest plate. The hit blasts Gio backward with shocking force. Gio is stunned by how quick Ian is, and thinks a few more hits like that will dent his armor, but then he sees it's already worse than that. His chest plate isn't just marked, it's cracked. The crowd is amazed that the red-haired kid nearly shattered it in one blow. Gio sneers and says playtime is over. He drinks the same potion Gira used, saying he can't fail. It's the master's order. Ray sees it and instantly realizes what it is. After drinking it, Gio's power surges like a monster's. As they watch him take the potion, Jay starts to suspect something, but Harry cuts in and says anything goes in a match. It may be dirty, but it's not against the rules. Even so, Jay can tell it's dangerous and feels a lot like what he ran into before. Looking at Ray and the others, he wonders what the boss will do. Ray is worried too. If he steps in now, he'll expose what he can really do. So he tries waiting for Winford or the others to notice. Then he realizes they still haven't stopped it, which means they don't know how dangerous it is. Grinning darkly, Gio powers up fast and goes wild, swinging both axes at Ian. Ian barely keeps dodging. Ray decides he can't wait and jumps into the arena. Dan yells, asking where he's going, and Kyle tries to stop him, worried Ian will be disqualified. But Sir Kay blocks him and says he can't interfere. Ray says there's no time to explain, and tells him to move. Then he drives a punch into his teacher's stomach. Kay coughs up a little blood, shocked that this brat hits that hard. Winford demands to know what's happening, and orders Ray to go back to his seat with Sir Kay handling him. Instead, Ray calls out to Jay and orders him to stop Gio. Jay moves instantly and rushes into the arena with sword in hand. As Gio lunges for another attack, Jay leaps in and brings his sword down on his head. The crowd is stunned to see Jay jump in too. Even Winford can't believe what these two are doing. Then Winford suddenly notices something wrong. Jay is shocked too. His strike didn't leave even a scratch on Gio. A strange aura starts pouring out of Gio like the plague of shadows, and with a twisted look he calls out Jay Gree. Wrapped in purple energy, Gio sneers and calls Jay trash. Winford orders him to stop or be disqualified, but in the next instant he sees Gio's face twist into something monstrous. Winford instantly realizes it's the plague of shadows. The plague suddenly spreads through the third-year participants, and the crowd erupts in panic. Sir Kay is stunned to see so many students infected at once. Ray, shocked, realizes this was planned from the start. Sir Kay tells Winford to get the elders to safety and protect them from the plague. He says he'll handle things here with his students. Dan and Kyle are ready to fight, and Kay realizes the infected third years are trying to stage a coup. Meanwhile, Ian gets smashed away again as his fight with Geo keeps going. After the punch he took earlier, Ray asks Sir Kay about his injury, but Kay says he's fine, saving people comes first. Just then, the infected students charge at them, and Ray is troubled because all three coming at them are third years, which means this won't be easy. Rough. The twins tell MC to help Ian take down Geo, and Dan says they'll handle the three infected third years since his match is already over anyway. Trusting them, he runs off. Then Asher, one of the infected third years, hurls her sword at him, but Dan jumps in with his spear and mocks her manners, saying her real opponent is standing right here. At the same time, the two infected twins face Sloth and Badger, calling them losers. This time, Sloth and Badger are ready. Before they were split up, but now they're together. Geo, now a shadow monster, swears he'll slaughter every redhead. Ian is already spent, barely dragging himself along the ground. Geo raises his axe and goes for the helpless Ian as he crawls away. But Ray arrives just in time and drives his sword into Geo's armor, and then Harry appears behind him and stabs through the back too. Hit from both sides, Geo starts spraying blood. Harry praises Ray for moving fast, and Ray says Harry's not bad either. Then he checks if Ian is okay. Right then, Knight Winford makes a shocking announcement. The Dark Guild has attacked, and the arena has been infiltrated. While the academy falls apart, it's the second years fighting the kingdom's biggest threat, not the teachers or noble families. The whole place shakes with blasts and crashing sounds. Winford calls on every knight to protect their families, friends, and the wounded. This is a fight to the death for their honor. Elsewhere, Dan and the twins hold their own against the infected third years. As Ian is helped aside, Harry says the academy is in real trouble. Ray is relieved. Harry isn't the one behind this mess. With Geo waiting nearby, he asks what Harry plans to do, and Harry says he's making sure his comrades stay safe. Then they realize the monster took almost no damage from that attack. Geo lunges at them and slams down his axe, but they dodge the blow. Harry is stunned, thinking the guy can't be killed. Ray tells him the only way they stopped these things before was by burning them completely. The plague keeps them fighting until they physically can't anymore. Disgusted, Harry tells Ray to find his friends while he handles Geo. Ian, totally worn out, leans against a wall to rest. Ray leaves Geo to Harry. Jay yells for him to take him too, but Ray orders him to help Sir Kay instead, then runs off. He climbs higher to check the battlefield. Using his dragon eye, Ray sees how bad things are. People are fighting Dark Guild members everywhere. The infirmary is surrounded, and there are infected people all over the place. He rushes toward the infirmary, hoping Gary and Sylvia are safe. Elsewhere, Sylvia's four brothers are also fighting the Dark Guild, and Marsh says he never thought they'd sink so low as to work with pure bloods. The intruder shamelessly admits it doesn't matter how they do it, as long as they reach their goal. Marsh tells his brothers to spread out and attacks with Water Slash, while the Dark Guild man says they're only delaying the inevitable. Marsh then tells Max to find Sylvia and keep her out of this. Meanwhile, Winford briefs the head elder on everything and says he already alerted the whole city, just as ordered. The elder barely reacts and tells Winford to leave. But Winford clearly has more to say, then swallows it and walks out in silence. At the infirmary, Gary is lying in bed when a man dressed like a conductor approaches with a syringe. Gary asks what he's doing, and the man claims it'll ease his pain. Just as he's about to inject Gary, Sylvia and Martha rush in and stop him. Martha attacks, but he dodges and reveals his true form. He's infected by the shadows. Sylvia runs to a boy who was already injected and asks if he's okay, but it's too late. Then more infected appear, and one gives them a choice. Join them or die. Gary picks a third option. Fight back. Sylvia tries to stop him, saying these people might still be saved and begs him not to kill them. Gary kicks one of them in the leg, but the shadows mess with his head, reminding him these are his comrades and he can't bring himself to kill them. One infected offers Gary a place at their side, and a second later Martha shoots him with an arrow. She tells Gary the others may be comrades, but that one isn't. As Sylvia praises her, they notice the infected are starting to lose control. Gary says they can't worry about hurting them now, but Sylvia tells him to just hold them down, break bones if he has to, just don't kill them. As they struggle to fight back, Gary asks what's happening. Martha doesn't know either, except that the infected have gone berserk. Sylvia thinks someone may be trying to stir up chaos, so they need to leave. Martha panics and says they have to find Monk in the operating room. When they get there, the window is splashed with blood. They rush inside and find Monk holding a sharp tool, completely shaken as he admits he killed people. Martha comforts him and says none of this is his fault. Meanwhile, Gary and Sylvia struggle to hold the doors shut against the infected. They can't keep it up much longer, and Gary snaps at Martha and Monk to hurry up. It looks like a lot of people were infected, and Nye suspects the third years planned this betrayal. Knowing how obsessed they are with bloodlines, she never thought they'd sink so low and become pawns of the Dark Guild. Then a shadow attacks from behind, but Kyle saves her by striking it down. He asks if she needs help, calling her a charming lady. A second shadow jumps him, and this time Nye saves Kyle by smashing the zombie away, leaving him stunned. She tells him to worry about himself first. That only makes Kyle want to protect her even more. Kyle mocks the third years for making everything worse, and Nye says she doesn't know if they were forced or joined willingly, but this was clearly planned. As they get surrounded, a blast of water washes the shadow fighters away. Kyle thanks Max, and Nye wonders why an outside mage is here. Max says he's looking for his sister and asks where the medical room is. Kyle tells him to follow, since he's heading to his friends too. Back at the infirmary, Sylvia and the others are still trying to escape while shadows close in from every side. Martha asks why it keeps getting more crowded, and Sylvia says it's because they're targeting the uninfected. Near the exit, they hear Kyle, and Sylvia also recognizes her brother Max's voice. They call out and tell them where they are. Kyle finds them and freezes at how many infected are inside, but Knight tells him to quit staring and move. Following a quick plan, Kyle and Knight throw a chain and dart rope to Gary and Monk, telling them to grab on. Once they do, they use the ropes to kick the zombies away, while Max clears a path with the Sylpha's wall of water. Since he can't hold it long, everyone rushes through. As they run, Sylvia asks Max about the others. He says they're at the arena, the Dark Guild attacked, their forces are there, and he has to go help. She insists on going with him. Martha asks Kyle about the rest, and he says everyone was fine when he left, except Ian, who was badly hurt. Gary asks about the protagonist, and Kyle says he was heading here too. He even thought the protagonist would arrive before him. That makes Gary worry something happened to him. At the castle, Winford begs the head elder to send help for the students at once, but the elder tells him to calm down. The arena attack could be a trap, and moving their forces might put the castle at risk. Winford asks to go alone, since Sir Delbert and Bernardo are here, but the elder cuts him off and reminds him his duty is to guard the palace. Winford grimly admits that many people will be sacrificed, and the elder says a knight should understand, sometimes the few must die to save the many. Outside the room, Ray has heard everything. He's shaken that they're willing to abandon the students. The head elder gives his final order, and Winford accepts it. Hearing that, MC gets furious. In his rage, he realizes that to them, the students' lives mean less than the Academy's secret. To him, it's a foolish choice made by foolish humans. Then Ray makes his move using his glamour power to change his appearance, because from here on, he'll fight his own way. Elsewhere, Harry keeps fighting and asks Jay Gree if backup has arrived. Jay just grins and says they don't need it. He rarely gets to fight this freely, and he feels like taking on 10 at once. At the same time, Sir Kay fights beside Marsh. Seeing his uniform, Kay guesses he's a general from the Allure Kingdom. Marsh confirms it and says they need to finish fast, because things will get worse in the second stage. Kay cuts down an enemy, thinking the exact same thing. Then it cuts to Asher, already infected, attacking Dan and mocking him for being weak. Dan says this is her limit. She can only go this far by borrowing power that isn't really hers. Right then, an arrow flies in and pierces Asher's neck, making her cry out in pain. The shot came from Cherry, who apologizes for killing a classmate. Dan tells her it was a great shot, and Cherry says she only landed it because he kept Asher busy. Next, the infected twin third years are beaten by Sloth and Badger, and they can't believe it after seeming so weak during the competition. The twins argue that they were split up back then, so they couldn't do much, but when they fight together, they never lose. Then Sylvia and the others rush outside and find her brother Marsh. Marsh is relieved to see his sister safe, while Dan is happy that Monk and Gary made it out too. But another wave hits right away as a crowd of infected students charges at them. Dan panics, they barely finished off the last group, and now even more are coming. Marsh orders the injured to fall back, and Kay tells his students to line up and stop the enemy from breaking through. Sylvia, terrified, begs them not to kill anyone. They're infected students, and they might still be saved. That makes Kay suspect this was the Dark Guild's plan all along. With this many infected, someone was bound to get hurt by mistake. Even so, Marsh steps forward and tells his twin brothers to use water pulsing and hand control over to him. Using their water pulse, Marsh gathers the power together. The attack then spreads and strikes every infected student. As it hits, the potion inside them starts to fade. Marsh is actually pulling the injected potion out of their bodies with his magic. Most of the infected stop moving at once. Marsh keeps going a little longer to cleanse the rest. Then he suddenly collapses, drained, and his siblings rush over to him. Kay is stunned. Having a lot of mana isn't enough to control magic this precisely on so many people. Marsh is monstrously strong. Sylvia holds Marsh as he says he's fine. He just burned too much mana at once, and a few days of rest should fix it. After that, Kay tells Kyle and Monk to gather the wounded and asks Gary to check the infected students and see how they're recovering. Inside, Kay feels thankful these mages kept the losses low. Once this is over, the Academy will owe them. Just as things start calming down, dark clouds suddenly gather and lightning crashes down. Everyone freezes in shock. Something slams into the ground with a violent boom. They all stare, trying to see through the dust. Then, to their shock, a figure in full armor steps out after making a brutal entrance. Gary, wide-eyed, asks Kay if he knows who that is. The armored man answers first, calling Kay by his real name, Caden, and saying it's nice to see him again. Kay snaps that he has no right to use that name. Marsh then recognizes him and is shocked he came in person. It's Mothram, the former elder of Avrian Knight Academy and the leader of the Dark Guild. Marsh gives his brothers a look, signaling them to move. They attack together with a water slice that seems to cut straight through Mothram, but Mothram only sneers. The silver-haired mage's attack does nothing. Marsh is stunned that his power had no effect at all. Mothram says if that's how they want to play, then this is the end, and lightning starts forming in his hand. He hurls the lightning at the silver-haired twins, Johann and Jekyll, and both scream in pain. Marsh watches in horror as the twins drop unconscious after the blast. Caden is shaken. He's never seen a human use lightning magic like this. Back then, Mothram never had a power like it. Mothram says he's sorry he didn't come sooner, but he knew none of the elders would show up, not even if everyone here died. Then Cherry steps in and fires an arrow at him with full force. Mothram calls it too slow and swats the arrow aside like it's nothing. Jae attacks from behind, swinging his sword at Mothram's head, but Mothram mocks him as a foolish child and blasts him with lightning. The hit sends Jae flying into a wall. Mothram then turns back to Kaden and asks if the students call him K now. K ignores it and demands to know what he wants. Mothram says he'll let K make a choice. Kaden is confused, wondering what kind of choice this is. Mothram explains, K can leave and get help from the elders, but for every minute he's gone, Mothram will kill one person. How many survive is up to him. Forced into a cruel choice, K asks what the other option is, while signaling Gary, Kyle, and Monk to get ready. Mothram says the other option is simple, stay and watch him kill them all, one by one. Kyle and Monk quietly move into place. In the next second, K, Monk, and Kyle rush him together. As they close in, Mothram realizes this is Kaden's answer. They strike at once, but Mothram vanishes like a flash of lightning. Everyone is left searching for where he went. A moment later, as the dust clears, K finds him. Mothram is gripping Cherry by the throat, choking her as she struggles, and reminds K he plans to kill them one by one. Knight charges in and yells at him to let Cherry go. Mothram tosses Cherry aside, grabs Knight's rope dart and sends lightning through the rope into her. A sharp crackle fills the air, but Kaden reaches her in time and cuts the rope before the shot can do more damage. Monk catches Nai and asks if she's alright. Thankfully she is. During that opening, Kyle wraps Mothram in his metal chain. He yanks hard to lock it in place, then slams the chain's tip into the ground and calls for Gary to follow up. Right then, Gary and Harry rush in and drive their swords through the chain, pinning it deep into the ground. Now trapped, Mothram finally looks annoyed. These brats are starting to get on his nerves. A heavy rumble builds as Mothram prepares another massive lightning attack. Sylvia reacts just in time and shoves Gary and Harry out of the way. That catches Mothram off guard. Sylvia predicted his move, and it clearly bothers him. Seeing her chance, Martha aims and hopes Cherry's technique works for her too. She fires and the arrow flies straight at Mothram, but he vanishes again and slips free like the chains meant nothing. Martha falls back in fear, realizing they can't hold him still when Sylvia suddenly shouts her name, warning her of another attack. Martha barely escapes in time. Mothram now knows Sylvia really can predict his attacks, so he decides to deal with her first. He rushes in, but Marsh and Max stop him with water slash. Their attacks crash loudly around him. Then Dan charges with his spear and leaps at Mothram, driving the weapon straight at him. Dan is left stunned when it does nothing. He put almost all his power into that strike. Mothram sneers that he's tired of this fight and now they can die. A huge orb of lightning forms in his hand, cracking the ground beneath it. The air fills with terrifying lightning, so powerful it looks like it could wipe out the whole academy. Then, in an instant, Gary leaps in and brings his sword down hard on Mothram's shoulder. Mothram isn't hurt, but he admits Avrian still managed to raise a few exceptional students. Too bad. He says they're all going to die here anyway. He blasts Gary away with lightning, then surrounds himself in so much power that anyone nearby would be thrown back. Barely able to stand, Kay forces himself toward Mothram and wonders how he became this monstrously strong. At this point, he figures only the 6 elders can stop him. Even clutching his chest, Kay pushes closer through the pressure. Mothram tells him it seems his plan failed. The elders really are willing to sacrifice them all just to keep those secrets buried underground. Kaden realizes what this guy is after, and breaks into a sweat. He snaps that Mothram can keep dreaming, then calls him insane. The moment Kay says that, the armored man raises a lightning-charged finger at him and says he has his own way. He makes it clear he won't leave empty-handed today. Right as he's about to finish, Kaden, a screech rings out behind him and someone swings hard at Mothram, but he barely avoids it. It's Jay slamming down his huge sword. With a grin, Jay asks if he really thought he could kill him that easily, while Kay checks if he's okay. The armored man is stunned that Jay's still alive after that last hit, but the big guy confidently says a wound like that won't kill him. Seeing they still want to fight, Mothram grabs the spear and says it's pathetic that they think they can stop him. He rushes in at crazy speed, shaking the ground, and warns Jay not to get cocky. Then he drives the spear through Jay's body. Blood starts dripping as Mothram mocks him, saying he's the only one left who can still move, yet even he can't do anything now. With Jay pinned, Mothram turns toward the injured Kaden and says he'll send them all to the afterlife one by one. Then he suddenly pauses and looks back, because Jay, shaking from the pain, says it's not over and he'll never beat them. He adds that his boss is going to beat him down. Mothram asks where that boss is, and in the next second, someone appears and lands a brutal kick that sends him crashing into a wall. Their guy is finally back. Sylvia recognizes him as Ness because of the glamour spell. Walking over to Jay, Ray tells him this is going to hurt when he pulls the spear out. Jay says he can handle it and tells him to do it, so he yanks the spear free at once, and blood splashes out. Jay thanks him, and Ray says not to mention it. Jay saved his life before, so now he owes him again. Jay's eyes go wide. He realizes his boss is Ray, and Ray quickly asks him to keep that secret. Suddenly, huge rocks fly at them, but Ray stops them before they can hit Jay. Mothram is back, furious that they keep wasting his time. He tells him he'll pay for all of this, but the protagonist is already fired up. He says he's had a bad day too, so Mothram showed up at the perfect time to get beaten. He steals himself, activates his dragon eye, and dares him to come on. As Ness faces the enemy, Sylvia warns him to watch out for the lightning attacks. She's shocked because even Jay, the strongest among them, couldn't last and got dropped fast, but Ness is handling it. As he avoids another lightning strike, he's glad he got ready for this fight in advance. At the same time, a knight rushes to Winford with news that one of the squads at an elder's mansion was attacked. Winford immediately asks about casualties. The knight says no one died, but over 50 people passed out. The ones who woke up remembered nothing and never even saw the attacker. All they know is that it was one person. They're safe and don't have outside injuries. The strange part is that those who woke up can't use chi anymore, almost like they have mana deficiency. That makes Winford freeze. Could Ray be behind this? Back at the battle, Ness keeps fighting Multhrin. He's relieved he absorbed mana from those soldiers because without it, this fight would be a disaster. He figures he needs to turn 100 mana into chi to keep up, and save 20 for glamour since this guy is so strong. While he's thinking that, his enemy prepares another thunder attack that no one else could endure. But the lightning is dodged by Ness, and Kay's eyes widen. The move he just used looks like a stealth skill only black belt knights are taught. Multhrim, still smug, wonders how long he plans to keep surviving with tricks. Ray knows he can't take those attacks head on. They're too strong, and a few clean hits could end this badly. Then lightning clips him, and he uses ice magic to block the rest. At that, Multhrim realizes he's a mage too, and says he'll show him the gap between them. Ray already has a plan though, and uses Endless Void. The armored man is sure he can't dodge this, and launches his attack. Sylvia calls out to Ness, but the strike gets turned back somehow, and MC slips away. He jumps in and thrusts his spear at Multhrim, but the armored man avoids that too. As lightning flares, Multhrim praises the spear and says a weapon that good belongs in his collection. Ray grits his teeth, realizing he can't land a hit if the guy keeps dodging like this. He shoots back that the armor with the giant eye looks pretty nice too, and asks if he wants to trade. Then the armored man moves again like a lightning bolt, so fast even the protagonist can't track him. That makes him realize there's definitely a trick behind it, and it can't be used without some weakness. Sylvia suddenly warns Ray to watch his back, and he escapes the lightning by a hair. MC figures his own technique, works like black belt's stealth, blending in and using footwork to slip through blind spots. If Multhrim is using magic, it might follow the same idea. He thinks Sylvia's sharp senses could help a lot if she can tell where the armored man will appear. So he studies the enemy with his dragon eyes, searching for any sign of where the next attack will come from. Then he tries attacking on that guess while Multhrim keeps firing lightning. Using the same old trick, Ray turns the attack back and finally lands a hit. From that, he works out the skill. Multhrim uses lightning to move his body. It's insanely fast, but not impossible to sense. Like animals feeling a strike before it lands, tiny currents show up where he's about to stop. Enraged, the armored man demands to know how dare he use his own skill against him. He realizes Ray and Sylvia need to be taken out before they become real problems. He knows this magic is still a nightmare to deal with. Even if he catches the signs, sensing the current and reacting in time is incredibly hard. Then Multhrim unleashes a huge stream of lightning and says understanding the skill won't be enough to stop him. At the same time, he notices the protagonist's weakness. MC realizes he's been figured out. He's almost out of mana and his body is giving out. Sylvia warns him that danger is coming, but he can't move. His legs go weak and Multhrim takes the chance, blasting him with a massive lightning strike and calling it checkmate. The attack tears up the whole area. Ray is thrown away hard enough to make him cough up blood. Holding his own wound, Jay rushes over and catches him. The protagonist can barely move now and realizes even turning 100 mana into chi isn't enough to block those attacks. Seeing the boy still standing after that, Multhrim secretly thinks he's a monster and wonders who this kid is. He's never heard of anyone like him in Avrian. Jay tells MC they've fought the armored man this whole time and still haven't even scratched his armor. The gap between them is too big, and if this keeps up, they'll all die. MC asks for Jay's help and begs him to lend his strength. Jay agrees without hesitation, saying he'd even die for him. Then Ray absorbs the big guy's mana, and the sudden silence makes Multhrim suspicious. He attacks again, but he has recovered by taking power from the strongest fighter there. He tells Jay to rest, and Jay drops unconscious to the ground. When the protagonist releases chi, the armored man is shocked. Something is wrong. His chi multiplied in an instant. Flames rise around him as his body fills with overwhelming chi, and he charges straight at the armored man. He unleashes a storm of attacks at blinding speed. Seeing him fight like that, Sylvia looks proud. Marsh is stunned that he can still move, and Caden stares in shock, thinking Ray's current power could rival an elder. Multhrim admits this boy is really something else, and the fight grows even more intense. Using Endless Void, MC blocks the lightning from hitting him. The armored man builds up an enormous lightning strike strong enough to burn someone to ashes, but Ray endures it and guards himself with chi as the blast slams into him. Sylvia and Jay both shout, worried if he's still alive. When the dust clears, he is still standing. Multhrim is shocked the kid lasted this long. Since none of the elders are showing up, he decides he has no choice left. He'll use his final attack on the protagonist. Meanwhile, borrowing that much chi starts putting a huge strain on Ray's body, so he decides to end this fast. Then the armored man gets a message. His men found the passage he wanted. Multhrim tells them to meet at the usual spot, and before leaving, he calls MC Ness and says he won't forget him. Starting today, the Dark Guild will put a bounty on his head, and MC dryly asks if he should feel honored. He even tells him to raise the reward a little. Multhrim says goodbye and tells him to enjoy whatever peaceful days he has left. then he vanishes in an instant. Once the armored man is gone, everyone finally breathes again, and Sylvia realizes it's really over. Ray, completely drained, lets out a relieved sigh. He figures Mothram really backed off, and his body was nearly done anyway. He tells Jay they need to leave, and the big guy helps support him. Sylvia still isn't fully sure it's over. At the same time, Gary and Monk wake up, stunned they're still alive. Marsh, also out of strength, gets up and asks his sister where that young man went, telling Marsh not to push himself yet. Sylvia says Ness vanished just like last time. Still, she smiles a little, feeling sure they'll meet again somehow. After Mothram pulled back, the Dark Guild's attack came to a sudden end. Later, the knights arrived, wiped out the remaining attackers, and took back control of Avrion. The wounded were treated right away, but nearly 30 students died that day. Ian was among the badly hurt. And of the students who survived, almost half were injured so badly they'd never become knights. After that, the whole academy was covered in grief and fear, with everyone scared they might be next. Thinking back on that disaster, Ray is filled with regret. If help had come sooner, if Sir Kay and Winford hadn't stopped him, if Ian wasn't red-haired, maybe none of it would have happened. As he keeps turning over those what-ifs, he realizes some things were bound to happen. Then he snaps out of it and knows it wasn't Ian's fault. Pain flickers in his eyes, but so does resolve. If the world and this academy are twisted, he'll change them. Right then, the dragon system rewards him with 7 abilities for risking his life against the armored man, including a new one called Contract. When he checks the skill, he realizes it's time to build a team, and the first person to join is Jay Gree. Exactly as expected, already pumped about it. Jay figures the boss is planning something big. Ray tells him 2 more people are coming and asks him to keep the Ness identity secret, since he's the only one who knows. Jay swears he'll take that secret to the grave. He is glad to have someone like him. He always does what he's asked. Thinking back to how he dealt with Geo without hesitation, MC is sure Jay will stay loyal. The other 2 are the twins, Sloth and Badger. One of them is angry that the academy blamed everything on them just because of their red hair, even though they were victims too and saved plenty of people. That is why the protagonist invited them. He says he hates discrimination too. That's why he's joining a team that wants to change the world, and if they feel the same, he wants them with him. Jay eagerly says he's in. Badger admits he always saw MC as a loner, so he didn't expect him to work with anyone. Hiding that he started the team, MC says the leader is Ness, and he's joining because he believes in his ideals. He also warns the Dark Guild will likely return, and if they join Ness's team, they'll gain shared power and protect each other. Jay instantly realizes it's the boss's team and thinks that's awesome. Hearing the name, Badger guesses Ness is the one who fought Mothram and forced him back. Since Ness is inviting people instead of looking down on redheads, it sounds like a good deal. When he asks Sloth, his brother is fine with it too. He reminds them that betrayal means death and asks if they accept. Jay agrees without hesitation, and Badger says he'd never turn on his allies. Since Jay and him are in, he has no issue with it. With that, the protagonist gets them all to accept and tells them to place their palms on the magic circle, the contract. As they put their hands on it, they feel a sharp burning sensation, and then a dragon tattoo appears on their arms. Ray says this mark is their symbol, and from now on they'll be called Crimson Wings. Badger is fine with the name, but asks why MC only chose them and not Kyle, who's red-haired too. MC says Kyle talks too much, and for now they need to stay hidden, so he'll wait before asking him. Badger admits that's fair, but points out they can trust Gary too. Sloth agrees. That makes him think about Gary. He's been down ever since the tournament got delayed, since that ruined his chance to investigate Amy's death. It's not that Ray doesn't trust him. He's worried how far Gary would go for revenge if he had this power, and he might not be able to stop him. So now he wonders what Gary is planning. 1 week later, things at the academy seem to be settling down. Then Gary comes to the protagonist and asks him to meet at the library after practice. When Ray gets there, he jokes that Gary inviting him to the library feels strange and asks if he's actually studying. Gary says he's been having dreams again and hearing voices in them. Surprised, MC asks if he remembers what they said, but Gary, holding a book, says not clearly. He only remembers following the voices. He explains that every night he walks through endless darkness, led by those voices until he reaches a place full of light. The feeling there is gentle but powerful. Then he prays to the light for power, and she promises to give it to him. So in short, Gary thinks he met a goddess in his dreams. Then he shows Ray a book called The Dragon Knight's Journey. Gary says there's a legend that the Academy's 5 dragon knights met a goddess before their awakening, and that's where they got their power. Smiling with excitement, he thinks he's figured something out and shows him records, saying nearly all of those dragon knights went through something similar before awakening. One record says that for several nights, a dragon knight heard voices calling from the dark. He followed them, reached the source, met the goddess, had the evil in his heart cleansed, and received her blessing. She even showed him the future and his role in it. After reading that, Gary says it has to be talking about the dungeon behind the red door. People also say there's a goddess at Roland, so maybe one is hidden under Avrion too. That shocks Ray because he remembers an elder talking about protecting something. Gary grabs him excitedly, seeing this as real hope to find the goddess and gain her blessing. The protagonist thinks it all sounds suspicious. From what the elder said, something important is hidden under the academy. Something they'd even sacrifice students to protect. He isn't sure it's really divine like Gary thinks. He warns Gary that security around the dungeon area is much tighter now, so getting in won't be easy. But Gary says there's more. Molly came to see him a few days ago, and she's been having strange dreams too, a lot like his. The difference is that she remembered the route. Following what she saw in her dreams, Molly found a path outside the city that leads underground. Ray asks if she met the goddess, but Gary says no. It was like what happened at the prison. She didn't get far before a gate stopped her. Then Gary grabs MC's shoulders and says he's not stupid. That's exactly why MC is here, because he was the one who opened the gate back then. Desperate, Gary asks for help and says he has to come with him. He feels the weight of it. Even if they're stronger now and could run from a monarch-rank monster, they know nothing about that place and it could be worse than they think. Still, if a goddess really is in Avrion, the protagonist has too many questions for her about his reincarnation, the prophecy, the Dark Knights, his father, and Amy. So he agrees to go, but says they need to prepare first. Before he can finish, Gary thanks him and grabs his hand, dragging him off to meet Molly. When they reach the dorm, Gary snaps at Molly. They only agreed to tell Monk. He demands to know why so many people are here. Molly says she only told Monk and Gary. Furious, Gary grabs Monk and asks when he turned into a loudmouth, like Kyle. Kyle tells him to stop attacking allies, and Monk awkwardly admits he spilled it, because Martha said couples shouldn't keep secrets. That makes Ray and Gary freeze. They just found out those two are dating, while Dan stands there stunned that Monk actually said it out loud. Then Sylvia steps in, says they already know, promises to keep it quiet and insists on coming too. She adds that things at the academy have felt off lately, then winces and admits she doesn't want to lose any more friends. MC suddenly tells everyone to be quiet because he senses someone outside. As he moves to the door, he wonders if they were followed. Maybe the Dark Guild is still in the city. He yanks the door open, but no one's there. Monk looks too and guesses it was probably just an animal. Ray still warns them to stay careful since the academy's been tense lately, then tells everyone to get inside and hear Molly out so they can make a real plan. Later, the academy is caught in heavy rain. As the city gets drenched, knights guard the main gate when a red-haired kid, Badger, comes running up for help. Panicked, he screams and rushes toward the knights. Terrified, Badger begs them to save his brother from a monster. Pointing to Noir, Ray's summoned wolf attacking him. The knights see Noir going after the boy and panic. One knight tells Badger not to worry. The beast can't get far while carrying someone. He orders the others to alert the sentries and get ready to cut it off. While the knights chase after the wolf, he and the others stay hidden in the bushes until they're far enough away. Then Ray and Jay use the opening to pull the chains and open the bridge gate. The group quickly slips through the gate, and the protagonist tells Jay to pull the bridge back up, shut the gate, and contact him right away if anything happens. Jay agrees. As MC joins the others, Gary realizes why he brought the twins. They were the perfect distraction for the knights. Then he tells Molly to lead the way. As they move, she says the entrance is near the base of the mountain, so it's still a decent walk, and tells everyone to keep up. As the rain keeps falling, Monk says it's getting colder and asks if Martha's okay. She says she's fine. Dan, though, complains that he's not fine. He's sick of third-wheeling with those two. Suddenly, something like snow blocks their path. But Martha senses danger, raises her bow, and says snow doesn't move. A bunch of ice golems starts rumbling toward them. Sylvia yelps that they've got company. Then rabid rabbits burst from the forest too, and Sylvia is immediately grossed out. As Ray fights the ice golems, he wonders why there are so many monsters in these woods. And if Molly made it through all this alone, maybe she's hiding something. While Dan handles the rabbits, he happily gets an intermediate crystal. Kyle stares in disbelief and asks how he got that lucky when he killed two monsters and got nothing. Meanwhile, the protagonist checks his dragon system and sees he now has 79 intermediate crystal points, almost enough to level up. Once the fight is over, Molly urges everyone to move and reminds them they need to get back before dawn. A little later, they reach the cave entrance and it gives off a strange aura. Ray hears something from deeper inside and Gary heads in. Their footsteps echo as they walk, and Molly says they've reached the farthest point she made it to last time. A huge gate stops them. Dan stares at it, asking when this was built and if they can even open it. Gary looks at Ray and expects him to open it like before. MC puts his hand on the massive gate, and the dragon system asks if he wants to open it. He chooses yes, and the gate slowly creaks open, leaving everyone shocked. Dan asks how he opened it, just by touching it. Then Kyle blurts out that he might be the kid from the prophecy. Sylvia asks what prophecy he's talking about, and Kyle is ready to spill everything, but the protagonist cuts him off and says that's enough. Kyle quickly covers his mouth, embarrassed. MC tells Sylvia not to listen to him because he just has a hero complex, all while regretting bringing such a loud mouth. Then he leads them through the door. Quietly, Sylvia feels like Ray is slipping farther away from her, but they still have a long way to go. An endless staircase waits below. As they descend, Monk says they have no idea where this path ends, and wonders if it really goes under the school. Molly says it might. Kyle asks what the goddess might look like and what everyone plans to ask her. Martha says she imagines the goddess as kind and beautiful, and wishes she could be like that too. Dan sarcastically asks how she even knows it's a goddess. He argues that the god protected the continent, wiped out the mages, and gave power to the knights, so why would a being that powerful be a girl? Martha fires back hard and crushes his ego. She points out that for such a big, strong guy, he's never beaten Sylvia once. Dan gets annoyed and Sylvia tells them to stop because they're almost at the end. After the long climb down, they finally reach a palace-like place underground and can barely believe it was hidden there the whole time. They push through another door full of questions about the eerie place and what it's made of, guessing it might be some kind of cathedral. Then Ray notices a mage statue in the center and feels sure he's seen that person before. Molly and Dan look for another exit but find none, and Monk says this might be a dead end. Sylvia notices him staring at the statue and jokes that yeah, she's pretty but it's still just a statue. Ray asks if she knows who it is, and Sylvia guesses it's the goddess. Thinking hard, he feels certain he's seen her before, but he still can't remember where. Then Martha says the floor under the statue sounds hollow, and Gary guesses there's a hidden passage. Dan tries pushing the statue himself, but it's way too heavy, so he asks for help. Kyle and Gary join in, but even together they can't move it at all. Then Ray puts his hand on the statue, and just like before, the dragon system asks if he wants to open the gate. He already expected that, and the hidden path opens. As they enter the passage, everyone is amazed by how beautiful it is, and Monk gets excited they might really be about to meet the goddess. Looking around at the shining walls, Sylvia wonders if they're covered in magic crystals. Then Gary looks ahead and spots a huge glowing crystal. That's when it hits them. They think they've found the god. As light pours from the massive crystal, everyone believes that's the god. Dan, though, is a little disappointed since he can't even tell if it's male or female. Martha snaps at him for talking disrespectfully, and Monk says he finally believes it really was hidden under Avrian. Gary just stares in shock, realizing it was true all along. Then the ground suddenly starts shaking beneath them. They stumble in fear, thinking they made the god angry. Kyle instantly blames Dan for talking nonsense, and Dan hurriedly apologizes. Only Ray stays on his feet. As he resists the force, he feels the god's power and realizes his chi is being pulled out of him. His chi keeps draining away, and he understands the entity is trying to show him something as he's pulled into another place or maybe his own subconscious. The protagonist braces himself for whatever comes next, and his past self, the red dragon, appears too. Then he sees a future where the world is at its darkest, countless people are infected by the plague of shadows and the whole world is falling apart. Then he sees Molly among them, infected too, and even worse, he sees her stabbing him in the back. A second later, Ray crashes to the ground. It wasn't just a vision, he's been stabbed for real, and Gary rushes over asking if he's okay. MC is in terrible pain. Taken over by the shadows, Molly really did stab him, and with a cruel grin she says it finally worked. Now she's about to be rewarded. She goes for another strike, but Gary jumps in just in time and knocks her out with his sword. Later, Ray wakes up to the sound of many voices. The doctor checks him and is shocked. His vitals are normal, and he's healing fast. He admits this wasn't his skill. No one should survive that kind of neurotoxin. But this red-haired kid is built like a beast. He says the protagonist should wake up soon and not long after. MC opens his eyes and quickly asks how long he was out and whether everyone is safe. The hospital director tells him he was unconscious for several days. His friends are fine, except Molly. Hearing that, he realizes it was all real and Molly truly stabbed him. Then the doctor warns that Ray and the others are in serious trouble. They should never have gone into forbidden territory. The protagonist grows uneasy. The doctor adds that the head elder has called an emergency meeting to decide their punishment. MC asks what the elders chose, but the doctor says he doesn't know yet. He tells him to rest, since nothing will happen until he recovers, then leaves. Left alone, Ray thinks about how close he came to the truth. He's sure that God was trying to tell him something, and now he regrets losing that chance. The story then cuts to the elders' meeting, where they argue that they should have watched the red-haired students more closely from the start. Winford says the signs keep piling up and the prophecy may be real. If they ignore it, disaster could follow. Elder Gibby tells him to stop overreacting and says the students and the guards who let them slip through should be punished. Knight Delbert partly agrees with Gibby, but says Winford still has a point. Then he shows what he really means. Those redheads might bring ruin, so they should be executed before that happens. Winford snaps at him for twisting his words and says the children of prophecy should be protected, not punished. The head elder tells them both to calm down and stop speaking from emotion. Ray may be the child of prophecy, and that's why this meeting matters. The fate of the world could depend on what they do next. One elder scoffs, asking since when they needed a child to save them. Another fires back, reminding him those kids fought Mortham while the elders hid behind a tiny secret. Another elder says the protagonist is the most important child, so he should stay at the academy. Winford immediately asks about the others. The head elder replies that the rules must be followed, so the rest should be expelled for good. Later, all the students involved are summoned to the academy's judgment hall. The elder says they have reviewed the case of entering the forbidden area and reached a final decision. He calls Ray Talon and declares that his punishment will be probation. As for everyone else, they are expelled from Avrian. The group is stunned and immediately protests, saying they fought to protect the academy and this judgment is completely unfair. Sylvia speaks up too, warning that the Hart family will not accept this if the academy goes through with it. Elder Vaughn backs her, reminding them the Hart family has major influence, and these students help defend the academy from the insurgents. Gibby slams the table and says the area they entered is absolutely forbidden. Only elders may enter it, and no family name gives anyone the right to break that rule. Then, with a nasty look, Gibby turns to Ray and mocks him, saying special treatment might be fine for one person, since not every redhead could be the chosen one. He exposes Ray right in front of the others. Ray burns with anger and clenches his fist like he's ready to hit Gibby on the spot. But before things explode, Elder Vaughn steps in and says rules do matter, agreeing with Gibby's point. Then he steps forward and repeats that only elders can enter the forbidden grounds without special permission. But then he flips everything around. He gives up his own seat and names Gary Blueblood as his successor. Delbert and the others are stunned and object at once, but just like that, Gary is set to become Elder Gary. Gibby says Vaughn has lost his mind over a few kids, and the other elders agree. They argue that elders guard the academy's secrets, so the title can't be handed over so easily. But the head elder supports Vaughn and confirms that by the rules, an elder can pass the position to someone in the academy if the Master Knights approve. Vaughn formally names Gary Blueblood as the next elder and asks the Master Knights for their decision. Delbert, furious, calls it absurd and says no one would ever accept it. Winford cuts him off and approves Vaughn's choice. As Delbert argues that a country peasant can't become an elder, Sir Kay also votes yes. Delbert glares at them in rage. Then the female head knight refuses, saying elderhood isn't something to decide on a whim. Delbert turns to the last Master Knight, Bernard, hoping for support. Before Bernard answers, Winford reminds him that these kids stood with them in their darkest hour. Many died in that battle, and this is the least they can do to repay them. The room goes silent as everyone waits for Bernard to speak, and he sides with Vaughn. Delbert twists in frustration, calling the whole thing foolish. The head elder then declares that since Vaughn passed his seat to Gary Blueblood, Gary will not be punished. Right after that, Gary raises his hand and gives the seat to Dan, asking the Master Knights to approve it. Caden, Winford, and Bernard agree without hesitation, leaving Delbert and the female knight grinding their teeth. Now safe from punishment, Dan passes the seat to Monk, and the chain keeps going until it reaches Sylvia. While this happens, Ray watches Gibby and wonders why the old man suddenly went quiet after Vaughn gave up his seat. That makes him question what Gibby is really thinking. After Martha Woodwork passes the seat to Sylvia Hart, every one of them avoids punishment. With no other option, the head elder admits this follows the rules and ends the whole dramatic hearing. Sylvia quickly tries to pass the seat back to Gary, but Vaughn stops her and explains that once an elder seat is passed on, the same person can't receive it again. So the elder formally names Sylvia one of Avrian Academy's 6 elders. The poor girl turns red, completely overwhelmed by the sudden twist. Back in the dorm, everyone is still making noise about what happened and how casually Vaughn made such a huge choice. Martha argues with Dan, saying Sylvia is clearly a better elder and will do just fine. Dan shoots back that the other elders are way older than Sylvia, and the two keep bickering until Sylvia stops them. Martha insists this saved them from expulsion, and now things might finally change. Gary disagrees, saying one elder seat won't change much. Still, he admits that without Vaughn stepping in, they would all be gone from the academy. Then Gary reminds them that Molly was infected by the plague, which means something is wrong inside the academy. He even suspects members of the Pureblood Guild or Darkblood Guild may be among the elders. Monk warns that everyone is watching them, so they can't rush into anything. And if Gary is right, Sylvia is in the most danger. Lying in bed, Ray says that now Vaughn is gone, none of the elders will really stand up for students. At best, they'll stay neutral, and as an outsider, Sylvia will be an easy target. Dan and Martha grow even more worried. MC turns over and says they can't solve it tonight, so the rest can wait until tomorrow. Kyle thinks he has a plan, but Gary says MC has enough on his mind already, and tells everyone to get some sleep for now. Inwardly, he figures out why Gibby calmed down after Vaughn gave up his seat. He probably saw Sylvia as easier to manipulate. Even so, the day wasn't a total loss. They learn the elders and Master Knights are far from united, and Ray starts thinking that Split could help him grow the Crimson Wing's influence. At midnight, something begins pulsing with a strange, eerie motion. Something slithers into the protagonist's dorm. It's a dark shadow, creeping toward him as he sleeps. The shadow puts its hands over his face, and a voice whispers that it finally found him. Then it wraps around his body while he struggles in his sleep. A man swallowed by the shadow suddenly tells Ray to run, and MC jolts awake, screaming when he sees the shadow right in front of him. The noise wakes everyone else in the dorm, and they rush over. They stare at him in shock as he jerks up in terror. Ray is being attacked by the plague of shadow, and while he tries to fight back, his friends jump in to help. Gary moves to strike it, but the protagonist tries to stop him and gets hit instead. Luckily, Kyle saves him. Sylvia attacks and notices a human shape inside the shadow as it slips out of the dorm, while the students try to stop it. Hearing the commotion, Winford and Sir Kay rush in, asking what happened and whether everyone is safe. Sylvia explains that Ray was attacked, but he reacted fast enough to avoid getting hurt. Kay questions him about the attacker, but MC says he couldn't see who it was. Winford tells Kay to report this to the elders at once, send 2 teams after the culprit, and keep another team guarding the dorms. At the same time, Ray thinks that even though he never saw the face, the voice sounded like his pop's. Outside the dorm, Winford says this may be worse than they thought. From the student's description, the intruder wasn't a normal infected person, it was a shadow warrior. He also worries because the front lines are getting worse, and reports say whole platoons are being surrounded by shadow beasts. When Kay asks what he thinks, Winford says the academy is falling apart since no one knows who to trust. For now, they can only wait and watch. Later that night, he meets Jay on the roof. Jay asks why he called so late, and Ray tells him to inform the twins that they can start inviting any trustworthy people into the Crimson Wings. He also gives Jay permission to sign contracts under his watch, so the group can grow fast. The protagonist says he needs enough strength to start a revolution. The next morning, in Elder Vaughn's old office, Sylvia talks with Vaughn about the Shadow Warrior. She admits she doesn't know much, and even he has only seen them a few times. Shadow Warriors are basically weapons controlled by the Plague of Shadows, not the same as people infected by elixirs. If someone strong survives the plague for over a year, the plague takes their mind and turns them into a puppet. They move like ghosts, are hard to track, and their bodies are coated in shadow, making them very hard to deal with. Sylvia says that if that's true, they must be rare, so they wouldn't come for something pointless. Vaughn agrees and thinks Ray is one of their targets, because they likely know the prophecy. Then they realize the bigger issue, the Shadow Warrior may be after God. Sylvia gets worked up and forgets she's an elder now too. Vaughn calms her down and says the other elders already know about the attack and may have guessed the Shadow Warrior's goal. Still, no one has acted yet. That makes Sylvia wonder if the elders have plans of their own, but Vaughn refuses to sway her. He tells her to gather the people she trusts, because many hands are stronger than one, and whatever she does, she'll need support. Their talk is interrupted by a firm knock at the door, and Ray has come to visit. Seeing him, Vaughn excuses himself, saying he needs to speak with the head elder. On his way out, he tells Ray to visit him at the martial arts club later, because he still has plenty to teach him. After Vaughn leaves, Ray steps up to Sylvia. She asks why he came, and he says he needs her help getting out of the city. She reminds him he was attacked just yesterday, and people are still watching him. Sylvia says it's a bad idea, but he insists he needs to hunt more beasts to get stronger, and staying here will only put him in more danger. Using the fact that she cares about him, he speaks in a desperate tone, and she gets flustered before agreeing, so long as he returns before sunset. He thanks her, though he feels guilty, because he has to find his father before anyone else does. It's then revealed that Ray originally came to invite Sylvia into the Crimson Wings, but he overheard her talk with Vaughn, and learned that Pops came for God. He leaves the city, and since the underground route should be heavily guarded, the cave outside the city is his only way in. Back in the office, Sylvia's left worried. Vaughn returns to find Ray already gone, and she asks for his help. She wants some guards moved from the prison. Assuming she has a plan, Sylvia says that if the Shadow Warrior is after God, they should use that to bait it out. Still, she wonders if they can actually kill it once they find it. Vaughn says it's possible, but not easy. With that, she goes to gather her team and asks Vaughn to teach them how to kill a Shadow Warrior. She thinks she can't keep relying on Ray to protect her. Now that she's an elder, she has to protect everyone. Meanwhile, Ray gets ready to leave and hides while watching the guards. Security is much tighter now. They're checking temporary passes, trade approvals, the goods being carried, and even exact arrival and departure times. Seeing that, he realizes even glamour won't be enough to get him out. Then a man driving a cart approaches and asks if he's Ray Talon. The man tells him to climb on. Lady Sylvia ordered him to get Ray out of the city. Elsewhere, Sylvia tells her team to get ready and stay careful. She asks if they all truly want to join this mission, and Gary says he has his own reasons. He needs to find God, and he won't let the Shadow Warrior that tried to kill his friend roam free. Monk suggests trapping it underground so it can escape easily, and Dan asks if they really shouldn't tell Ray. Martha says it's better not to, because if the Shadow Warrior sees him again, that will only put him in more danger. Kyle thinks they're worrying too much since Ray is the strongest one there. That's why Sylvia says they need to work together. Just like Elder Vaughn said, Shadow Warriors have weaknesses, and if their plan works, they can kill it. Vaughn tells them to fall back to the backup plan if their attacks fail. He'll wait outside the red gates, and once they leave the underground area, they'll be safe. Ray, meanwhile, steps out from hiding as the cart driver tells him he'll wait outside the forest until before sunset. Thinking about the time he has left, Ray knows it isn't much, so he starts searching for the Shadow Warrior with his dragon's eye and spots some people hunting in the forest. A scared girl yells at her brother for coming this deep, while he tells her to back away slowly and leave the beast to him. But the snake monster attacks at once, smashing them away with its tail. Ray appears behind them and catches them both. Saved by him, the blonde boy sees that Ray is disguised as Ness and urges him to run, saying the snake is intermediate rank and not worth fighting. Ray tells him to stay quiet for a second, then charges the monster. He grabs the snake and squeezes hard, driving it wild. The beast coils its tail around him and traps him, and the blonde kid screams, thinking he's done for. A moment later, Ray wonders if that's all the creature can do, then tightens his grip around the snake's neck and crushes it to death. The beast drops, and the kids stare in awe. Sure, he must be a high-rank adventurer. Ray asks for their names, and the boy says he's Taffy, while his little sister is Candy. They're adventurers from a village near Avrian and came into the forest to hunt. That surprises Ray. They're so young and clearly not well off, and he wonders if Amy will end up like that at their age. He pulls some weapons from his magic pocket and gives them to the kids, warning them not to go so deep next time. They're stunned by such costly gifts, but Ray says they're not expensive and he has no use for them anyway. Thankful, Taffy asks his name. Ray tells him to call him Ness, then starts to leave because he has urgent business. As he walks away, Candy calls out to Mister, then starts to leave because he has urgent business. Nesson warns him that the beasts have been unusually violent lately, telling him not to go deeper. Ray asks if that only started today. Candy says adventurers are usually active around here, and in the past they only saw beginner-rank beasts in groups, but today it's different. Ray thanks them for the warning and heads out. The kids call after him, asking him to visit their village to the west if he ever gets the chance. As Ray runs deeper into the forest, he quickly figures the beasts are acting up because someone entered the area, and he suspects it's his dad. The scene then shifts to Avrian prison. The night guards complain about the higher-ups' strange orders. First tighten security, then loosen it. At the same time, the Shadow Warrior quietly creeps along the prison walls. Meanwhile, the knight decides to follow orders, and the shadow slips through a crack in the door, Just then the guards spot Elder Van approaching, and one reminds the other that he's no longer an elder. They tell Sir Van everyone has already been cleared out, but Van tells them both to go get some rest. When they hesitate, Van removes his cloak and tells them to just obey. He says he's still useful enough for this. If anything happens, he adds, having the guards around would only slow him down. Once the guards leave, Van signals to Sylvia and the others. Then someone suddenly sneaks up behind them. It's Jay, and he says this is exactly what the boss expected. Sloth and Badger show up too, and Jay explains that the boss told them to follow in case help was needed. Martha guesses Ray must have sensed something. Sylvia is quietly moved that he's still trying to protect them. Badger tells them to stop treating them like outsiders, and to say something next time they pull a stunt like this. Dan is happy to see them, and Kyle calls them real bros. Sylvia is relieved to have them there too. Now that they have more allies, Sylvia reassigns everyone's roles and positions. They head into the prison. Sylvia tells everyone to keep hold of their communication and light gems. If anyone gets lost, they need to turn back right away. Elder Van will stay at the top of the stairs. As the group goes down, Van says the Shadow Warrior may already be near God. Still, he warns them not to rush, since old mage barriers make quick infiltration difficult. He gives one last warning. Shadow Warriors are strongest in darkness, so they need to stick to the plan and not panic. While going down the stairs, Jay is shocked that after living in Avrian for 3 years, he never knew this path led underground. The twins, meanwhile, sense something odd. Dan wonders if the elders will punish them again, but Martha says Sylvia gave permission this time. Monk then worries about how they'll open the gate without Ray, and Sylvia says not to worry. Van taught her how. Monk thinks that makes sense, since she's an elder now. Gary asks Sylvia why God is hidden under Avrian, but she doesn't know. She says Van told her many things, and she'll ask him about that when they return. Then something strange happens. The gate is already open. Monk panics and thinks Ray opened it, but Sylvia says that can't be right since he already left the city, so someone else must have done it. Sylvia finds that odd because Van said only elders know how to open the gates. Before she can think further, Gary tells everyone to get their weapons ready, and they move in. It looks like the same place as last time, and they hope they don't run into another Minotaurus. Gary says that's still possible. Last time they saw many prison cells here, and he doubts they were meant for humans. When Sloth asks what they were for, something suddenly slams hard into Dan. They then see several monsters with glowing eyes in the dark, and Gary answers Sloth's question. This place may be used to hold creatures like these. Jay Gree jumps in and lands a heavy blow on a Claw Pocket's head, and they realize it's an advanced rank beast. Sylvia warns everyone to be careful. The dragon-like creature looks infected, and it seems to be in the early stage. Martha keeps firing arrows to support them. Jay continues battling the Claw Pocket. With one last strike, he brings his sword down and kills it. Seeing Jay's insane strength, Dan wonders just how strong he really is, but the fight is far from over. Sylvia warns that there are too many beasts for them to handle. Elsewhere, on the outskirts of the city, Ray enters the cave leading underground. Then his dragon system shows changes in his teammate's status. He sees Jay Gree's Chabe dropping fast, and realizes they may be in trouble. Back underground, Jay unleashes a massive attack and wipes out the beasts in a single blow. Jay enjoys fighting a pack of advanced beasts, but Gary reminds him this isn't some fun hunting trip. Monk agrees. They can't wear themselves out here. Dan shoots back that it's easy to say that, but asks how else they're supposed to handle the beasts. Martha and Sylvia work together to take down the Claw Pockets. When Sylvia's sword gets caught by a monster's claw, she notices all the monsters are chained up. Martha guesses they were brought here and imprisoned. Badger asks why, and Sloth says it was probably to stop them from causing trouble. Then the Crimson Wings get a call from Ray through the screen, and he asks if they're in trouble. Badger is impressed that Ness could tell from their status, while Sloth admits they're in real trouble. Without wasting time, Ray shares his power with them. Jay starts pouring into their bodies, and they feel a huge surge of strength. Jay is thrilled when he realizes it's Ray helping them and thanks him for watching over them. But Ray says he's not finished yet. He activates Dragon Roar, and Monk immediately senses something even stronger. As Gary cuts down one of the beasts, he looks at Jay and is stunned. Overflowing with power, Jay gets wildly excited, thinking this is awesome as even more strength fills him. Fur starts appearing on his back, and he leaps up with his sword to strike the beast. Fueled by the boost, Jay tears through the beasts, his sword crashing against them again and again. Sylvia and Martha can only stare, shocked to see him fighting like a beast himself. Kyle notices the monsters feel weaker now, and Badger agrees they're much easier to handle. After killing most of the Claw Pockets, they figure there will be plenty of advanced cores left behind, so they can count that as payment for the trouble. Still, they remind themselves this isn't why they came. Suddenly, the Shadow Warrior bursts out from one of the beasts and glides toward them. It rushes at Jay at blinding speed. The impact sends him stumbling to the ground. Then the shadow takes Jay Gree's shape, grinning wickedly as it looks him over and says, "This young body is exactly what it needs." Sylvia immediately tells everyone to follow the plan. The shadow offers Jay a butt. Badger yells that they don't need its disgusting gift. Smirking, the shadow dares them to try killing it. Kyle and Monk jump in first to trap it, while Gary attacks from behind. But Kyle and Monk fail to pin it down. Then Sloth and Badger move in. They slash at it with their sharp weapon, but that doesn't work either. Sylvia says it's just like they expected. Then she turns to Dan. He's up next. Dan steadies himself, gripping his spear tipped with a crystal. Earlier, Elder Van had revealed the key to killing a shadow warrior. They must kill the human host it's controlling. The shadow armor covering its body makes normal attacks nearly useless, and even if they land, it heals fast. That's why Van said they need Heaven's Light, a blue crystal. Heaven's Light is the natural enemy of the Plague of Shadows. It can briefly break the shadow warrior's defense. That short opening is their only chance to strike. Van first told them to attack all at once and never let it breathe. They also need to force it to focus on defense. In the present, the team follows that plan and attacks non-stop from every side. Just as Van predicted, the shadow warrior starts using its shadows mainly to defend itself. Whenever part of that defense thins out, they know that's the moment to act. While the others keep it busy, Dan appears from behind and drives the Heaven's Light into its body with his spear. For a moment, the face of the man inside the shadow is exposed and he screams in pain. Then he goes berserk, and Dan is blasted away. They realize the Heaven's Light didn't go all the way through. But Van had warned them about this. If Heaven's Light doesn't kill it, someone must follow up right away. That would be their last shot. Sylvia makes her move. Everyone else can only watch, counting on her. She comes down from above with all her strength and slashes at the shadow. Kyle desperately asks if it worked, but Sylvia, terrified, says she missed her chance completely. Now the shadow warrior looks even more frantic and dangerous. Stunned, they decide to move to the backup plan. Gary yells for everyone to run, remembering Elder Vaughn's last warning. If they failed, they had to escape and leave the rest to him. The shadow warrior mocks them, asking where they think they're going. Then it hits them with a force that stops them in place and knocks them down. Crushed by the pressure, they can barely move, and Monk realizes the shadow may be controlling their bodies. As it pins them down, the shadow warrior sneers that they still haven't accepted its gift. Full of guilt, Sylvia apologizes to Ray in her heart, feeling this is the best she could do for him. She shuts her eyes in fear, bracing for the shadow's attack. But everything changes when Ray suddenly rushes in and charges straight at the shadow warrior. Stunned, Sylvia cries out, asking why he's here when he already left the city. Ray ignores her completely. He swings his sword at once, and the shadow warrior seems ready for him. Their clash keeps getting more intense. Gary shouts at Ray not to fight it head-on, but without hesitating, he slips past the attack and figures out the shadow's weak spot is its back. As Ray moves in to strike from behind, the creature's claws are already waiting for him, and the shadow warrior warns that if he won't join them, he'll die. It then grabs Ray's sword, leaving him open. Gary yells his name, terrified for him. The shadow warrior turns the sword on Ray, and just as it's about to kill him, the blade suddenly stops. Caught off guard, the shadow warrior suddenly has strange symbols spreading across its body. Ray is wearing a blue locket, and light bursts from it, weakening the shadow around the warrior. As the light fades, the shadow warrior coughs up black blood. Then Ness appears behind it out of nowhere and rips the controlled man's heart straight out. Sylvia instantly realizes it's Ness. Dan and Kyle stare in shock as tearing out the heart actually works. Jay is thrilled to see his boss. Even the shadow warrior is stunned by Ness's sudden arrival. With tears in his eyes, Ness apologizes to his father and says he won't have to suffer anymore. Then Ray cuts off the shadow's head with one swing, while Ness, still holding the heart, mourns his father. The moment the shadow warrior is destroyed, the whole place starts shaking. Cracks spread through the walls and wild shadows gather again. The twins tell everyone to get out and the group runs. Gary calls for Ray to hurry up and retreat. Ray follows them, but Sylvia screams for Ness to come too. Nessus tells her to go on without him. He still has something to do. He orders Jay to lead them out. Jay grabs Sylvia's hand and runs, telling her Ness is stronger than all of them and will be fine. Meanwhile, with a heavy heart, Ray burns his father's body to ashes and cries. He remembers when his mother Scarlet gave him the blue locket. In that painful moment, he realizes that even though he always wanted to protect everyone, right now he's the one being protected by his friends. As tears run down Ray's face, Gary, running behind him, wonders where all that water is coming from. Still crying hard, Ray breaks down beside his father's body and apologizes for failing the promise he made to his mom to bring him back. After thanking his father, he finally says goodbye. The story then cuts to the group rushing back to Elder Van, and Gary quickly warns him that the shadows are right behind them. Van tells them to keep going and leave the shadows to him. As the shadows close in, Van shows his power and drives them back with a fierce strike. For the moment, he manages to hold them off. Meanwhile, Gary and the others make it safely through the prison's red gates, escaping death by a hair. While they catch their breath, Monk wonders how Ness even got inside, and Kyle finally sees how dangerous the shadow plague really is. Dan guesses Elder Van must have let him in. At the same time, Jay quietly comes over to Ray and asks if he should take him away first. Then Jay panics, saying Gary is coming, but Ray seems completely out of it. It turns out Ray used teleportation magic, which is how he appeared in two places. When the spell ends, he returns to normal. Gary questions how he suddenly showed up underground, and Jay tries to brush it off, saying the boss is tired and needs rest. But Ray finally speaks and tells Jay to let him talk with Gary alone. The two of them head somewhere quiet. There, Gary tells him Sylvia and Jay got everyone back safely, and Van and the Master Knight are handling the rest. Then he asks if Ray wants to share what he's hiding. Instead, Ray asks how Gary dealt with Amy's death, and Gary admits he never did. His life may look the same, and the city keeps moving, but not a day goes by without thoughts of revenge. Ever since Amy died, his heart has felt empty. Clutching his chest, Gary says maybe killing the ones responsible would make him feel better, but he doesn't know if it would ever heal him. Hearing that, Ray thinks revenge may be the only way he'll find peace. Gary asks why he's bringing this up now, but Ray avoids the question and says he'll explain everything someday. Before that, he asks Gary to join the organization and help them fight the shadows. Gary quickly realizes it's the same group Jay and the twins joined, and Ray confirms that Ness is the leader. But a second later, Gary calls out the lie and says Ray is Ness. He already knows. Shocked, Ray starts firing questions at him, and Gary admits he wasn't fully sure until Ray's reaction gave it away. Gary explains that a black belt knight with that kind of magic is already rare, and in all of Avrian, maybe even the whole Allure Kingdom, there's no one else like Ray. Having caught him, Gary throws an arm around Ray and asks what he plans to do next. Ray finally gives in and decides to tell his friend everything. The scene then shifts to an office, where Sir Caden is stunned to hear the Shadow Warrior was killed. Winfred asks if Ness did it alone, and Elder Vaughn says the trainees reported that Ness defeated it, with Ray helping a little too. Since Ness fought Mothram first and still killed the Shadow Warrior, Caden is impressed. Winfred asks if Vaughn knows anything about his past, saying he already sent people to investigate and found nothing. Vaughn adds that he's heard a young man named Ness started an organization called Crimson Wings and is now recruiting. He says several strong students have already joined, including Ray and Jay, and things seem peaceful so far. Kay is shocked that Ray joined, and Winfred worries because Ray is well respected at the academy, so the higher-ups could make a big issue out of it. Understanding that, Van says he plans to attend the next Crimson Wings meeting. He wants to speak with Ness himself, though Winfred says that may not be proper since Van is no longer an elder. Vaughn agrees he's just an ordinary citizen now, then reminds them both to report the Shadow Warrior case to the head elder before someone twists the story. Next, the story moves to the suburbs, where Bernard the Master Knight heads to a house. As he opens the door, Bernard asks why he was called here so urgently. Inside are Master Knight Delbert and Knight Rose. Delbert, looking worried, says they're in trouble, and asks if Bernard's squad is guarding the Dragon Knight's tomb tonight. Bernard asks what happened. Rose says they got a tip that the Dark Guild will attack the city again tonight, and Delbert adds that the Dragon Knight's tomb will be their first target. Bernard panics and demands they warn the whole city right away. When he tries to leave, Rose blocks him and tells him to wait, making Bernard suspicious. Then Delbert says their forces are spread too thin across the front lines, villages and passes. They don't have enough troops to fight the Dark Guild. He adds that they still have to obey the Elder's orders, and after the last attack, they can't even protect the whole academy. Then Delbert reveals the truth. He made a deal with the Dark Guild. He plans to let them into the city and give them 2 seats on the Council of Elders, believing that if they become part of Avrian, they won't hurt anyone else. Bernard snaps, asking if he's lost his mind. He says the moment those monsters enter the city, they'll slaughter everyone, and once the gates open, it'll turn into a bloodbath. Done listening, Bernard turns and heads for the door, but Delbert suddenly drives a sword into his back. As blood spills out, Bernard realizes too late that this monster tricked him. With a cruel grin, Delbert says war always means bloodshed, but it won't be his. Even Rose thought he would hesitate at least a little. Delbert shows no guilt. He says he never wanted to kill his old friend, but Bernard refused to listen. As the old knight bleeds on the floor, Delbert coldly says Bernardo should be glad his men won't die for nothing. He tells Rose that Bernardo's troops are hers now, then leaves to report to Elder Gibby. But someone saw everything. His son Harry, staring at Bernardo's corpse. He wonders what his father is doing. The scene shifts to MC and Gary heading back to the academy. Gary asks if MC ran into the god again after coming from outside the city, and MC says no, which feels strange unless she moved earlier. Based on when Gary fought, he guesses his infected father must have slipped in through the prison side. Still, when he entered the cave, both the iron gate and the church entrance were already open. That alarms Gary, because the prison side entrance was open too. The door was already open when they went down, so he assumed the Shadow Warrior did it. The protagonist then says that before entering the cave, he met 2 adventurers who noticed the forest beasts were acting restless, like intruders had passed through. Gary then asks what Ray found beneath the church. MC says the place where the god had been kept was empty. He went deeper and found a hall full of cave openings, so he thinks she moved into another tunnel. He describes the underground area like a giant ant nest full of linked paths protected by magic barriers. Without a map, it's almost impossible to tell where anything leads. Gary is amazed he still found them in a place like that, but MC says it was mostly luck. He could sense Jay's location, otherwise they might have wandered for days and still missed each other. Then they spot a large group of knights hurrying somewhere late at night, and wonder what's going on. The protagonist can only hope nothing bad is happening. Suddenly, MC senses someone nearby and tells him to come out. To their surprise, it's Harry Delbert. Gary instantly draws his sword and demands to know why he's here. Harry says he wasn't following them, he was tracking the knights. Gary clearly doesn't buy it. Ray steps forward and asks why Harry was really following them. Harry then reveals that something even worse is coming. At the Dragon Knight's tomb, Rose tells the guards that Lord Bernardo ordered them to stand down for the night and return to camp. The knights refuse to believe her. Bernardo had already said no one leaves without his direct order, and one of them insists they wait until he comes himself. Rose asks if he's disobeying orders, but the knight answers that unless Bernardo says it himself, he can't comply. Calling it a waste of Bernardo's goodwill, Rose runs her sword through him and kills him on the spot. The other knights, horrified, warn her that Bernardo will never forgive this, but Rose's own men answer with arrows. In moments, all of Bernardo's guards are dead. One knight asks what to do with the bodies. Rose says not to bother, they'll be no different by morning, and orders them to continue. Then the knights push aside the massive tomb. Under it, a hidden staircase is revealed. Rose has opened a secret route into the city for the Dark Guild, and their members start climbing out. They thank her, but they didn't come alone. They brought something far worse with them. One of them says hauling these huge creatures through the tunnels was a pain, but Lord Mothram will reward Rose for it. Then they drag out 2 chained Minotauruses and 2 Claw Pockets beasts infected with the Plague of Shadows, saying the monsters will enjoy their freedom soon. The scene cuts to Gary kicking a door open. He scares his roommates half to death and tells everyone to get up. Dan and Monk nearly jump out of their skin, while Sylvia panics and asks if something happened to Ray. Then MC steps in behind Gary and thanks her for worrying. Gary blurts out that trouble is coming, and Ray confirms it. Lord Bernardo has been killed. He tells everyone to grab their weapons and armor. With a grim face, MC says the Dark Guild is back, and the room is instantly filled with fear. At dawn, 2 knights guarding the academy are suddenly attacked by shadows and killed almost instantly, their blood splashing across the wall. Right after that, Dark Guild members storm into the academy. In the head elder's office, a knight rushes to warn him, but the old man already seems to know what's coming. Seconds later, Dark Guild members break into the room, and one of them jokes that he didn't expect the head elder to be awake. He asks what's keeping him up. The old man laughs and says they'll understand when they're his age. Sleep leaves you little by little, just like life. He tells them to enjoy resting while they still can. Setting his paper down, the head elder asks why they've come so early. One of them says he already knows. He gets straight to it. The god has been moved, and he believes the head elder knows where she is. The old man replies that of course they're here for the god. He pretends to think about where he sent her, then complains that getting old is a hassle. He apologizes and says he can't help. The guild member grips the weapon hidden behind him and says they'll just have to help the old man remember. The knight guarding the head elder draws his sword. The head elder remarks that the Dark Guild came prepared this time. More guild members suddenly crash through the windows and flood into the room. The head elder gives them a chilling look and says the young ones have taken on a hard job. Elsewhere, underground, Winford burns a map saying now no one can prove where the god is hidden. Sir Caden agrees, unless someone brings the elders there in person, no one will find out. Still, they at least need to remember the route back. As they walk, Kay asks what happens next. Winford says it's hard to say, but since Mothram attacked the academy, he won't leave without getting what he wants. Winford recalls that Mothram had every chance to kill them before, but something more important seemed to pull his attention away. Kai says he'll definitely come back. Just then, a green mass forms behind them. Feeling it, Kai warns Winford. A slime snake attacks them, and anything it touches starts to melt away. At the same time, someone else approaches from behind, and Winford hears armor clanking. When he turns, he's stunned and asks why that person is here. It's Elder Gibby's underling with a group of knights, and it looks like they've been waiting for them. Winford, shocked, shouts at the Black Knights they were supposed to be guarding the elders. He demands to know why they're here, and the black armored knight replies that the elders don't need them right now. Caught from both sides, Caden says they've disgraced a knight's honor, but the man drawing his sword answers that this is exactly what they're fighting for. The scene shifts to Avrion City under non-stop attack. The knights panic as monsters rampage through the streets. The Dark Guild has unleashed the beasts inside the city, and one terrifying Minotaurus charges in. With one brutal hit, it smashes a knight into the ground and kills him. Nearby, Sylvia and the others watch from a rooftop. Sylvia tries to jump in, but Gary stops her, warning that there are too many enemies. She hates standing by while people die. Gary then asks Ray what he sees, and using his dragon eyes, MC confirms Harry was right. The Dark Guild entered through the Dragon Knight's tomb. When they ask his plan, Ray says they need to destroy that passage if they want to stop more enemies from pouring in. He tells Gary and Jay to come with him, and both agree right away. Sylvia insists on joining too, but Ray refuses and says she has to stay outside. He explains that someone must hold off the enemies around the tomb so they can't advance easily. Martha agrees and reminds Sylvia that the knights fighting outside need a leader. Sylvia accepts it and tells Ray to be careful. Ray sends Dan to find Old Man Vaughn and explain what's happening, guessing there are other underground routes into the academy that Vaughn might know about. He tells Kyle to find Winford and Sir Kay. They're trustworthy and they need a Knightmaster's help. Dan and Kyle head out at once. Then MC apologizes for not saying this sooner. Using the contract, he says he needs them to decide right now. He asks if they want to join the Crimson Wings. Sylvia and the others are stunned, realizing he's using contract magic. Back at the Dragon Knight's tomb, a monster gets stuck halfway in the passage while the knights shout for them to hurry and pull the big thing through. Then, in a flash, an arrow pierces the monster's eye and sends it into a frenzy. A Dark Guild member yells for them to control the monster before it goes wild. A moment later, they spot who fired the arrow. It's Martha Woodworks, and they rush after her. She drops 2 masked men with quick shots, and the rest realize they walked into a trap. Martha fires 3 more arrows, but Knight Rose catches her off guard and aims back. Rose targets Martha, thinking it's a shame she has to kill the Academy's most gifted student. Then Sylvia appears behind her. Rose instantly fires, but the arrow only grazes Sylvia's cheek. Sylvia slips past it and goes straight for Rose's neck, cutting across it as blood runs down. She coldly says goodbye to Knight Rose. When the Dark Guild members find Martha and Sylvia, Ray and Gary jump out and attack before they can react. At the secret passage, Gary says they should just blow up the entrance, but Ray points out a king-level beast could break through rubble, so they have to seal the route completely. Ray knows the enemy will do everything they can to stop that, and more foes pour out of the passage. Jay charges in, fired up, and slams into them. Gary can't help wondering why this big guy loves fighting so much. Ray and Gary attack from both sides, but Gary says they can't keep this up when they have no clue how many enemies are still coming. Then Ray activates his dragon eye and sees the group behind them hasn't caught up yet. This is their chance. He tells Jay to clear a path and lend him his strength so they can enter the passage. Jay is thrilled, and as the chi gets absorbed, he feels stronger and stronger. The Dark Guild grunts panic, asking what that beast even is, and decide it must be a werewolf. They're right. Jay transforms, fur covering his body, and the sight terrifies them. Shaking with fear, they watch the werewolf grab one man by the throat. The captive calls him a filthy beast and begs to be let go, while the others try to calm themselves by saying he's still human. Then one notices the fur is thicker than armor and starts shaking even more. Jay goes wild and smashes the man into the ground. As they keep chasing the enemy, Gary asks how much farther, and Ray says they're close. After Jay hurls one of them off the bridge, they finally arrive and Gary is stunned by the huge canyon hidden underground. Ray realizes that if they destroy the bridge, they can stop the enemy from advancing. He tells Jay to stop chasing them, and the big guy answers in werewolf growls. Ray thanks him for the help, but Gary has no idea what Jay just said. As Jay turns human again, he suddenly passes out. Gary can't believe it, but Ray guesses it's a side effect of the transformation and tells Gary to watch over him until he wakes up. Using his dragon eyes, Ray spots the people behind them, but he also sees another fight happening farther away. It's Caden and Winford battling the traitors. As their blades clash, Winford realizes this is bad. Fighting 3 black armored knights in a battle of endurance will wear them down first. Then things get worse when Kay warns him that more Dark Guild men have surrounded them and cut off their path. One of them mocks Winford and tells him to lead them to the guide if he wants to live. Kay figures out the academy is their real target, and Winford mutters that they may die here because he has no intention of leading them to the god. One guild member suddenly tries to warn his leader, but he ignores it, and a blast of fire crashes into the group. It's Ray. He jumps in to save Winford and Kay, and tells them to run. Kay is shocked that the red-haired kid can use magic, while the Dark Guild leader orders everyone to kill Ray first. Ray directs Winford and Kay toward the stone bridge, while he holds off the black armored knights. Trading blows with fire magic, he realizes these knights are way stronger than expected, and fighting them head-on won't work. He retreats with Kay and Winford across the stone bridge, and meets Gary, who's holding a red stone. Then Ray heads back onto the bridge to face the black armored knights again. Winford wants to go help him, but Gary stops him and says Ray already has a plan. On the bridge, Ray uses substitute magic, sending multiple clones at the knights. Even his instructors are stunned to see it. Then he uses Frost Freeze to lock one knight's sword and freeze their feet in place. With the knights pinned, he shouts for Gary to make the next move. Gary throws the red stone, and the guild leader instantly realizes it's an explosive stone, but the frost has him trapped. The stone detonates, and the blast is so strong it even blows away Ray's substitute. But in the chaos, Ray gets caught off guard when the Dark Guild leader lands a kick, sending him off the bridge. The man, one of Lord Gibby's underlings, sends his regards to Ray Talon and drives his sword through him. A moment later, the stone bridge starts exploding apart, and the guild leader falls with Ray, trying to make sure he dies. Smirking, Ray apologizes and says he won't be joining him all the way down, then uses teleportation, turning the body in front of him into a substitute while his real body escapes. The Dark Guild leader can only fall into the abyss. As the bridge collapses, the other black armored knights drop too, screaming into the pit. Ray is saved by Winford and Sir Kay, who immediately question why he's down here. He says he needs a little time to recover, while Gary explains that the Dark Guild invaded the academy again, and they came here to block their advance. Hearing they targeted the underground path through the Dragon Knight's tomb, Winford realizes Bernardo must have been in serious danger. Still not knowing Ray's friend is gone, Gary sadly says they got word that Lord Bernardo was killed by Delbert. Those words hit Winford hard, and he stares in disbelief. The scene shifts to the head elder's office, where the Dark Guild intruders have been wiped out. As he steps out, the head elder sees a blood-covered elder staggering toward him in horror, saying Elder Zora has been killed. It's Elder Jin, barely holding himself together. When asked who did it, Jin says his own Black Knight attacked him on Gibby's orders, and Elder Zora was killed by his own bodyguard. The head elder is horrified to learn Gibby was a traitor. He knew the man supported bloodline theory, but never thought he'd go this far, and blames himself for missing it. He tells Jin to let the guards take him somewhere safe while he goes after Gibby himself. Then Jin's eyes suddenly shine in a strange way. Jin says that won't be needed. The head elder tries to encourage him, saying this isn't the time to give up, but then Jin raises a hand crackling with lightning and blasts the head elder and his guard away. Coughing blood, the head elder trembles in shock and realizes the enemy had been right beside him all along. Then the fake Jin removes his disguise. It's Mothram. He says he returns soon after being expelled from the academy because an elder's seat was too useful to pass up. When he shifts back into Jin's face, the head elder asks what happened to the real Elder Jin. Mothram answers that the old man was worthless, so he sent him where he belonged. The head elder is badly hurt and barely holding on. Mothram charges lightning again and warns that time is running out. demanding to know where the divine artifact is hidden. The head elder refuses to tell him. Even knowing the old man means it, Mothram sees he's already close to death, then unleashes a massive lightning attack that bursts out of the academy itself. The scene returns to the secret passage as Ray and the others come back out. Gary tells Jay he woke up at the perfect time, and Jay apologizes, saying he can't always control himself. He thinks he missed the best part of the battle, but Gary says he really didn't. Once outside, Ray contacts Sylvia and says they made it out, asking for a report. She tells him things are bad. The Dark Guild didn't just hit the Dragon Knight's tomb, they also attacked 2 other underground entrances. That means a variant is close to falling, and Ray's face turns to shock. They immediately run for the academy, and Ray asks Sylvia where she is as he tells her they're coming. While rushing ahead, Winfred says the Black Knights betrayed them, so they need to check on the elders first. Winfred and Caden split off, telling Ray they'll meet up again later. At the academy entrance, more Dark Guild men block the way, and Kay tells Winfred not to waste time on them. They cut down every enemy in their path. Then they run into something even worse. Kay and Winfred find Harry Delbert on the ground, covered in blood. He weakly says they came too late. Winfred demands to know if he killed Delbert. Harry admits it, looking broken. He says he never wanted this, but his father chose the wrong side, and now there's no undoing it. Nearby, the head elder and his guard have been torn apart by Mothram's lightning, their bodies left full of holes. Elsewhere, Sylvia, Monk, and the others are surrounded. Sylvia tells everyone to hold on since Dan went for help and should return soon. Then an explosion shakes the academy. At that moment, a Minotaurus moves to strike Sylvia from behind, but Ray bursts in on Noir and slams into the beast just in time. Sylvia's thrilled to see him, and Gary and Jay rush in too, cutting down enemies and relieved everyone's still safe. Dawn soon returns with Vaughn and the hospital director. Suddenly, a voice orders everyone to drop their weapons. Elder Gibby is standing above them on the academy. He tells them to stop resisting and declares the academy will be reborn today. The knights are stunned to see him and even more confused by what he's saying. Then someone exposes him as a pureblood guild member. Gibby proudly says knights are noble by birth and Avrian Academy was made to train knights, not peasants. With rebels and Dark Guild men surrounding them, Gibby says change always needs bloodshed, and that impure blood has no place in his academy. Ray quietly tells Jay to get him close to Gibby. Gibby starts laughing like a madman and orders everyone to kill the lowborn. That's when Martha, Monk, and Gary charge in and start dropping Dark Guild fighters, while Jay Gree transforms into a werewolf again, terrifying everyone around him. In that form, he tears through the enemy with ease. Sylvia blurts out that Jay is a werewolf. Martha is amazed since she only read about them in books, and Monk finally understands why Jay is so strong. Gibby panics at the sight of the beast and yells for them to kill him at once. Just then, Jay lifts Ray in one huge hand and launches him like a catapult. Seeing the red-haired boy flying at him, Gibby screams for his men to stop him. But Argai cuts them down with his sword and lands right in front of Gibby. Terrified, Gibby begs him to stay back. Instead, Ray grabs him by the neck and holds him over the edge, ready to drop him. But before doing that, Argai fixes him with a deadly look. He wants answers first. Gibby panics and begs for mercy, even promising to spare Ray. Argai tells him to save that for the dead. Hanging over the edge, Gibby desperately asks what he wants and even offers him an elder seat. Ray ignores that and asks who leads the purebloods. Gibby says he doesn't know, he's never seen their face. Deciding he's wasting time, Ray uses a skill. It's Magic Dragon's Truth, a 20-mana spell that forces the target to speak the truth. Under its effect, Gibby admits that he himself leads the purebloods. Ray then asks if he sent the Shadow Warrior after him, but Gibby says he only follows the Dark Guild's orders. That makes Argai realize the Dark Guild is tied in too. He asks if Mothram leads them and what they have to do with the Shadow Plague. Gibby says he's never seen the Dark Guild leader and doesn't truly know what the Plague of Shadows is. He only knows it's something far stronger than humans, and he just obeys orders. Ray realizes the pureblood leader is just another puppet, and now Gibby is useless. So he lets go and Gibby falls screaming. He slams into the ground, his body completely crushed. The knights are stunned that the red-haired boy just killed Elder Gibby like that. The hospital director is impressed and praises Vaughn for training Ray, but Vaughn admits he can't take credit for that. Then Sylvia steps forward and calls out to the knights, saying they all just saw the pureblood leader for what he really was, a coward. If he can fall, so can the rest. She reminds them that a few months ago they survived a terrible attack that took friends and family, and now they're facing that same nightmare again. But this time, she gives them hope. Even with only a few fighters before, they still won. The Dark Guild isn't unbeatable. They're cowards who hide instead of facing them head-on. Sylvia asks who will stand and fight with them, and the knights rally behind her at once, clearly fired up by her words. The Dark Guild men start to waver, but one of them snaps that it's just a cornered beast fighting back and reminds them their goal is the gate. Then another says Gibby's dead, so there's no reason to keep fighting. A man in a white mask cuts him off, saying Gibby's death changes nothing. They lead now. If he wants to follow Gibby, he can join him, and then stabs him dead. After seeing that, the rest fall in line. When asked who their leader is, they answer, Lord Mothram. He repeats the order. The gate comes first, and tells them to kill the silver-haired girl blocking the way and talking too much. Then black clouds rumble overhead, and a loud sound from the city gate stops everyone cold. Gary notices the cracks spreading across the gate and screams for everyone to move. A second later, the city gate explodes. Something huge is coming through. One Dark Guild member realizes it's the main force sent for their mission. Avrian's gate has fallen. Endless monsters pour into the city, with Dark Guild riders charging in on a mammoth demon. But their grand entrance ends fast when someone attacks the mammoth. The beast goes berserk and tramples the Dark Guild men riding it. After a brutal barrage, the mammoth collapses and dies. The director praises Van's timing, and Van tells the kids to leave the big monsters to the adults and handle smaller targets instead. Dan and Kyle can only stare after watching him take down something that huge. A little later, the contract members, including the twins, Jay, Sylvia, Monk, and the others, are boosted by Ray's magic as chi flows into them and their strength surges. Ray tells everyone not to panic, spread out, and bring the enemies down. Jay, still in werewolf form, tears through beasts left and right while Dan grimaces fighting a slimy monster, and Kyle says it's still better than dealing with the mammoth demon. Meanwhile, Ray starts running low on mana and looks for a way to refill it. He tells the others to hold on while he steps away, and Sylvia says they've got this. He uses mana siphoning, draining mana from Dark Guild members while mocking them for finally being useful, but it still isn't enough, so Ray decides to move anyway. Elsewhere, the slime beasts merge together into a foul snake-like monster. The twins panic when they can't damage it, so Gary says close combat won't work and tells Martha to shoot it, though she needs someone to distract it first. Right then, Ray returns, apologizing for the wait, and Sylvia is glad to see him back. He creates a whole group of substitutes with his magic. With all those red-haired clones, they swarm the slime beast using different spells like Fireball and Frost Freeze. The monster starts taking hit after hit, and Martha fires arrows into it too. Ray soon realizes the mana cost is too high, so he needs to remove some clones. As he does, he notices the substitutes have no real durability. One solid hit from the beast is enough to shatter them. Breathing hard as his strength fades, Ray thinks about drawing on Jay's energy, but he's too late and gets slammed by the slime monster crashing to the ground. Sylvia yells for someone to stop that snake, while Ray, growing weaker, thinks he never should have joined this fight. It all feels pointless. Barely breathing, he lies there and starts thinking he should just run away. Then everything changes when Ray looks up and sees something impossible. Everyone freezes at the sight of a blue dragon flying overhead, its roar shaking the air. They panic. Dragons were supposed to be gone for centuries, and now they fear one has returned to take revenge on humans. Sylvia can only stare, stunned that dragons weren't extinct after all. Monk snaps her out of it, while Martha groans that slime snakes were already bad enough, and now there's a dragon too. Even the slime creatures start freaking out when they sense the dragon. A violent storm hits, and everyone yells to hold on so they don't get blown away. As the wind turns into a whirlwind, Ray realizes the wyvern caused this too. They can barely keep their eyes open, so they tell everyone to crouch low, stand back to back, and resist the wind. Then the wyvern roars and breathes ice, instantly wiping out the snack slimes. The other beasts panic at its presence and start running, while the Dark Guild minions curse them as useless and demand to know where they're going. A second later, those minions are frozen by the wyvern's blue breath too. It looks like the wyvern is clearing out every enemy beast and invader, and Dan stares in shock, saying one breath can erase them all. Kyle says they should run. Gary quickly tells Dan and Kyle to follow him underground, but Vaughn tells the kids not to panic. The wyvern won't hurt them. He says he never thought Avrian's legend would come true. Terrified, Dan asks how Vaughn can be so sure when everyone knows dragons are evil. Kyle still panics and says they should hide with Gary first. Vaughn starts to explain that this isn't the kind of dragon they think it is, but before he can finish, Ray cuts in and says it's a wyvern, stunning the old man. A wyvern is basically a close cousin of dragons with two main differences, size and limbs. Dragons are much bigger, usually 2 or 3 times larger, and their limbs are separate from their wings. A wyvern's front limbs are joined to its wings. Ray thinks that when Dan shouted earlier, he hoped he'd really see one of his own kind again, but it seems dragons are truly gone. Vaughn then recalls the prophecy. If the Academy ever faced destruction, a divine companion would descend through a storm and protect it in the god's place. As the wyvern lands, Vaughn tells everyone they must show it respect. He kneels and bows, thanking the wyvern for saving them. The wyvern speaks, calling itself Glack. It says it came to honor its promise with the gods, and now that its duty is done, it owes them nothing from this day on. Vaughn bows again and thanks Glack for keeping that promise. Dan whispers that Glack sounds female and starts thinking the gods must be women too. Martha tells him to shut up. Then Glack says it seems some humans don't appreciate its arrival. Dan immediately thinks his dumb comment made Glack angry. Martha is sure they're dead if Glack loses its temper. Dan hurriedly begs forgiveness, saying he didn't think it would hear him speaking so softly. But that wasn't what upset Glack. Gary notices Ray isn't bowing at all, and asks what he's doing. Ray says he's thankful Glack saved his life, but he won't bow to someone beneath him. Everyone goes silent. Dan thinks Ray has lost his mind, and Kyle says they may need to run. Monk warns Glack won't let them escape, while Martha tells them to keep it down. Furious, Glack calls humans arrogant and says that without its pact with the gods, it could kill Ray with one bite. Ray doesn't care. He just asks why Glack is protecting this city. Glack snaps back, asking who a mere human thinks he is to question it. Ray says he's too tired to explain and tells Glack to read his memories if it can. Glack asks who he really is, and Ray tells it to see for itself. Still suspicious, Glack tells him to place a hand on its head so it can enter his body. Ray puts his hand on Glack's head, and Glack is pulled into memories of him as a red dragon. It also learns he was reborn as a human. Glack jerks back in shock, unable to believe Ray was once a mighty red dragon. Ray asks Glack to keep that secret and the wyvern bows, saying only the two of them can sense this exchange. It apologizes for its earlier disrespect and calls him Sen, his old name as a red dragon. Ray says he doesn't use that name anymore and tells Glack to call him Ray. Then Ray asks again why it protects Avrion City. Glack explains that long ago, when the city was still being built, it was attacked by beasts and badly wounded, falling onto a mountain near the city with barely any life left. Back then, a god found Glack and gave it a rare fruit that grows deep in the forest only once in hundreds of years. The fruit, which looked like red dragon scales, saved its life. In return, Glack promised to guard the city after the god left. Seeing this, Gary wonders if he's imagining things because Glack just bowed to Ray. Sylvia says no, he saw it right. Martha is just completely confused. Even Van can't believe it. A wyvern should have only made an equal deal with a god, so why is it acting like Ray's servant? The hospital director starts thinking the red-haired boy may truly be the one from prophecy. As sunset gets close, Glack tells Ray it has to return because roaming beasts become dangerous in its territory at night. It says it lives in the mountains near the academy, so Ray can find it there. Argai thanks the wyvern for its help. Before leaving, Glack reveals one more thing about a magician it saw in Ray's memories, the one who defeated him. Glack says she is the one Ray is searching for. Put simply, she is the god. Argai is stunned, and Glack adds that he's heading the right way. If Ray meets that goddess, he may finally get his answers. Then Glack says goodbye and flies off. At last, Argai has a new lead. Thinking back to the church statue, Ray now understands why it looked familiar. It was the magician who killed him when he was a dragon. But that raises more questions. If she saved wyverns, why did she wipe out the dragons? And if she's the god, then what was that giant crystal in the church passage that almost showed him the future? Ray decides it's time to leave Avrion, since there may be no more clues here. Then Gary runs over and asks what he was talking about with the wyvern and why it treated him so strangely. Ignoring that, Argai gets straight to the point and asks if Gary wants to leave Avrion with him to check out Roland's magic academy. Gary has clearly been waiting for this chance for a long time, and his eyes light up with determination. Ray then reflects that the war's cost was huge. Avrion was nearly destroyed. The knights took massive losses. Only 3 elders remained, and half the city was left in ruins. The great city of Avrion was gone. After driving out the Purebloods and the Dark Guild, the Crimson Wings took control. As their leader, Ray gave the knights a choice. It was simple. Accept a contract, join the Crimson Wings, and remain in Avrion, or leave. During the final attack, many saw Ness's heroic fight with Mothram, which made him a youth idol fast. And in both attacks, the Crimson Wings led the knights' counterattack, while the higher-ups did nothing. So when people learned that Ness Ray in disguise was the leader of the Crimson Wings, nearly half the knights joined right away. The other half chose to leave, which was about what he expected. After that, Ray thinks that since reaching Dragon Knight, gaining experience has become much harder. Even intermediate beast crystals barely help now. As Moore wakes up, keeping Ness's appearance with glamour keeps draining mana, and his supply is getting low. He starts thinking about how to break through. Then Serkay, Van, and Winford walk over. Ray asks how things turned out. Van says that after the knight's recommendation, Winford and Kay were picked as replacement elders. Kay isn't happy. He thinks he's worthy of being a full elder. But these are desperate times. Winford adds that if they refused, someone like Gibby might take the spot, and guilt flashes across his face as he admits he was partly responsible for Bernardo and the head elder dying. Ray asks if he found any clue about who killed the head elder. Winford says something is off. The wounds on the head elder and the black armored knight weren't sword cuts but burn marks. Those injuries were fatal, yet there were barely any other wounds. Kay adds that the head elder's room was full of dead Dark Guild members, proving there was a fight but none of them managed to hurt the victims. Van says that should be impossible unless they were ambushed by someone they trusted, which makes Ray suspect Gibby. But Van disagrees. Gibby doesn't have that kind of power, and those injuries came from magic, which worries him even more because that means the problem is bigger. Ray then suspects Mothram may be behind it. The old man agrees. He says the Purebloods may have led the invasion on the surface, but the Dark Guild was likely controlling it from behind the scenes. Vaughn adds that the rebel black armored knights were probably sent to look for traces of God. Gibby stirred up chaos in the city, yet Mothram never showed himself once. Winford says that does make sense. Sir Kay then wonders if Mothram really did it. How did he get close enough to the head elder? Ray says they should investigate patiently. Sooner or later the fox will show its tail. And now that Winford and Kay are elders, Sylvia can relax a little. He then asks Van if he's going back to his old post, saying this could be the perfect time to get rid of those awful rules. But Van refuses. He's done with being an elder, and wants to do something more fun. Still, he says, Elder Jin and Humphrey are around, and they've always stayed neutral. With those 2 and the 3 young elders, things should stay stable for now. What none of them know is that Elder Jin is already dead, and Mothram is walking around in his body. Even so, since Winford, Vaughn, and Kay are the people he trusts most, Ray speaks honestly with them. He admits only a few people know he's really Ness. Then he says Avarian needs someone like Ness to lead it, and that leader needs people beside him. He doesn't ask for an answer now, but when he returns next time, anyone on the council can choose to join the Crimson Wings. Winford thanks him for giving them that respect, and says they'll think it over carefully. Vaughn, though, says he's proud of his student and would join right away. Then Serge-Kai asks if Ray has already decided to leave. Ray says he can't stay in Avrion forever. He still needs answers about the Plague of Shadows and some personal matters, so he's planning to head to Roland Magic Academy. When Vane guesses he's going there to meet God, the old man drops a shocking secret. Since Kay and Winford are now elders and would learn this sooner or later, Vane decides to tell them now. He reveals that while many know about the God at Roland Academy, only a few know Avrion also has a trace of God. Pointing at Ray, Vane says he's already met Avrion's God, and as the prophesied one, he must meet the others too. Winford is stunned. He thought the God at Roland was just a cover story. So Kay asks if that means there are two gods. But Vane says it's even bigger than that. The gods of Avrion and Roland are both real, and there's also a third god somewhere in the world. The news leaves them speechless, and Kay can barely believe their god isn't the only one. Ray quickly asks where the third one is, but Vane tells him to slow down and hear the full story first. According to the records, this all began after the gods led the kingdom's army to victory against the dragons. Years after that war ended, God gave a prophecy. One day a disaster would strike future generations and destroy the world. To prepare for that, she split her power into 3 parts. That way, if one god was ever destroyed, the others could become the spark for humanity's counterattack. That power was sealed into 3 crystal gems, and one of them was left in Avrion's underground labyrinth. The other 2 were sent to Roland City, the capital of magic. Back then, dragons were gone, human society was at its peak, the Allure Kingdom was still united, and Avrion's knights were unmatched. On the other side of the continent, Roland had gathered countless powerful mages, so keeping the gods in those 2 places seemed almost perfectly safe. But then the unexpected happened. A transport fleet was hit by a violent storm, and one ship carrying a crystal sank into the sea. In short, nature reminded people they were never as powerful as they thought. Hearing that, Winford asks if the third god was lost in the ocean. But Vane tells him to wait. That's only the story people were told back then. As centuries passed, almost everyone forgot the third god even existed. Only a few at the top still knew. Since it was too important to leave there, the head elders secretly had nearby fleets recover it. After that, to avoid suspicion, the third crystal was hidden in a busy trade city with many waterways. That makes everything click for them, and Winford stares in shock. He realizes the third god is in the merchant city of Kelberg. Raiders is stunned too when he hears that name. Sir Kay explains that Kelberg sits on the main route between major city-states. Its waterways make trade easy, so it's a merchant hub. Caravans need guards, bounty work is common, and many adventure guilds gather there, making it a place full of all kinds of people. Winford still can't believe God was hidden in a place like that. Then he says that since Kelberg is on the way to Roland Magic Academy, Ray will have to stop there. Vane adds that over 10 years ago when God's prophecy appeared, the red-haired child became their hope to stop the world's destruction. He says the prophesied child will meet all 3 gods at the right time, and they will guide him. Ray clenches his fist and says he has no desire to save this ridiculous world, but destroying the shadow is necessary, and if God can help with that, he'll meet her. Deep down, he also wants to know why his fate turned out this way. That night, in the Elder's office, Sylvia is shocked when she learns Ray plans to leave Avrion. He explains he was never going to stay forever, because he still has too much to do. But Sylvia tells him they just survived a battle, and Avrion still needs his leadership. Then Ray uses his glamour and says Avrion doesn't need him, it needs Ness, the leader of the Crimson Wings. Revealing that he is Ness, he tells Sylvia that now she's both an Elder and a Crimson Wings member. It's time to trust her with more responsibility. Learning his secret leaves Sylvia overwhelmed. Ray apologizes for hiding it and says he hopes she can understand why. Sylvia steps forward and hugs him. She says she understands and feels sorry for him. Carrying all this alone must have been hard. Pain flashes in his eyes as he says he's already used to being alone, and he just hopes the war with the shadows ends soon. Knowing she can't stop him, Sylvia asks him to promise he won't stay long in Kelberg on the way to Roland Academy. Then she says she just got a report. There have been many deaths near Kelbury City, and the Bounty Hall has posted its highest level notice. She reveals the cause, a weapon called the Dragonbone Hammer, strong enough to wipe out a town. The moment Ray hears that, fear flashes in his eyes. The next scene moves to Avrion's city gate. Ray and Gary are setting out for Roland Academy. Winford and the others wish them a safe trip, and Monk tells them to be careful and send word if anything happens. As they ride off, Ray looks back and meets Sylvia's eyes. Her expression says what she can't speak. Don't go. Even seeing the pain there, he still turns away and leaves. Sylvia can only watch, silently begging him to stay, as tears run down her face. As they ride, Gary starts grumbling about something. He asks why Ray brought Jay along, complaining that the guy is huge and impossible to miss. Jay cheerfully says he goes wherever the boss goes. Besides, Avrion is boring right now, and he doesn't want to stay there. Ray says the road ahead will be dangerous, and with Jay around, a lot of problems will be easier to handle. The story then flashes back to the Elder's office. After Sylvia mentions the Dragonbone Hammer, Ray asks if it's connected to dragons. She says the legend claims it was once used by a dragon knight and forged from a dragon's spine. Even without being fully awakened, it's already destroyed many villages. Showing him a picture of the weapon, Sylvia again asks him not to stay long in Kelberg. Ray reassures her that Roland Academy is their real goal, so they'll only spend one night in Kelberg. Snapping back to the present, Ray looks at the picture he brought with him and quietly apologizes to Sylvia because it seems he won't be able to keep that promise. Suddenly, Ray senses something. Jay smells it too, but Ray tells them to ignore it for now. Gary then realizes why prices in town have gone up lately. The merchants are too scared to travel and restock. Hidden in the trees, some looters think they've hit the jackpot today, though one of them wonders if the three travelers already noticed them. Another scoffs at that idea. No one has ever spotted them from this far away, especially not three kids. He tells the others to get ready and says they'll take out the big guy first, figuring Jay must be the bodyguard. Meanwhile, Ray and Gary hear every word thanks to their hearing training. With a tired sigh, Ray says that once they settle things here, they should tell Sylvia this road needs to be cleared. A moment later, the raiders launch their ambush and leap from the trees. Their swords slam into Jay first, but he doesn't even flinch. That alone puts fear into them. Then Jay pulls out his oversized sword and with one swing sends the looters flying and beats them down with ease. He just looks bored that none of them were worth the effort. The other thugs go after Gary, saying he looks like the easiest target. That instantly sets him off. Gary mutters that these idiots are ruining his mood, glaring like he's ready to wreck them on the spot. Ray takes the opening and drives a hard kick into one of them. Then he drops the other with a heavy punch. The man's nose starts bleeding, and he yelps, stunned that a small red-haired kid hits that hard. After that beating, the cowards run for it. Jay tells them to bring stronger opponents next time. By sunset, they reach Guboro Town and decide to stay for the night. Inside a tavern, they hear someone bragging about a beast crystal from a mid-level monster he killed. Ray suddenly stops when he spots someone he knows. It's Taffy and Candy, the young adventurers he met earlier as Ness, and they're obsessed with the crystal. He asks the tavern owner for a room, but the man coldly says they're full and tells them to go elsewhere. Gary points out the sign outside says rooms are open, and the owner finally says the truth. They don't want redheads scaring off customers. Jay slams the table, angry that they're holding back, but Ray calms him and says they'll just leave. Then someone in the tavern notices the mark on Jay's hand and realizes they're with the Crimson Wings. The man claims they cause chaos in Avarian, says their leader uses black magic and forces knights into contracts, and even spreads that anyone who disobeys gets executed. He finishes by saying the three elders died because of them, leaving everyone shaken. Gary quietly tells the protagonist that the purebloods who escaped must have spread all these rumors. A moment later, someone splashes water right into Gary's face. His temper snaps as he demands to know who did it. It's Taffy, who tells them to get out because the Crimson Wings aren't welcome here. Candy tries to stop him from pushing things further. Gary admits the kid has guts, then warns he'll regret it. But Taffy just gets cocky, saying they don't look much older than him, so why should he be afraid? Gary is fuming, but Ray tells him to ignore the kids and leave. As they turn to go, they run into some tavern thugs, and one of them tells his boss these are the three he mentioned. The boss, missing his front teeth, snaps at his men for getting beaten by three kids, and then whining to him. At the same time, an inn worker tells another customer to cooperate and pay up, but the man argues that he already paid yesterday. The worker fires back that yesterday's payment was for yesterday, and 1 silver coin won't kill him, so the customer tosses the coins into the barrel. Then the boss turns to Ray and apologizes for his men bothering them. After that, he gets to the point, his protection costs 1 silver coin, and in return, nobody in Guboro Town will touch them. When a bald thug asks if Big Brother is really letting them off, another tells him to shut up and listen, saying Big Brother is with the Crimson Wings, so everyone follows his rules. The boss flashes an ugly grin and says he's willing to let young fools make one mistake. Hearing that, Gary and Jay just stare at him, then burst out laughing at his claim of being from the Crimson Wings. Gary even jokes to Ray that they should take the money in the barrel for travel funds. The bald thug loses it and threatens them, saying Big Brother can call the troops in Avarian to wipe them out. MC mockingly says he's getting scared now. The toothless boss rolls up his sleeve and shows off a fake red crimson mark, warning them to behave. He only sneers at the pathetic act. Then he grabs the man by the neck and, clearly furious, asks how he can claim to be Crimson Wings when Ray has never seen him before. His men panic when they see their boss caught like that. The protagonist's eyes turn deadly as he asks who exactly this fool said he was going to kill. In an instant, he burns the leader alive. The rest freeze in terror, staring at the red-haired monster and wondering if the rumors from Avarian were true. Ray states that anyone pretending to be Crimson Wings will pay for it. Terrified, the underlings run for their lives, screaming as an explosion goes off behind them. Back in the tavern, Gary tells everyone those men were fakes, using the Crimson Wings name to scare people, so they don't need to fear them. But the people inside still look horrified. Ray tells Gary to drop it, and Jay follows him out. Just before they leave, someone calls out to them. It's Taffy and Candy, thanking the three of them. MC gives them a smile. That night, they camp on a grassy spot outside town and tie their horses nearby. At dawn, Ray wakes Jay and says it's time to move. Jay snores like a bear, so Gary yells at the dumb mutt to get up. They're leaving. By noon, they're back on the road. Gary sighs, wishing a high-level beast would show up so he could hunt something, while Jay says a few bandits would be nice since yesterday's fight was boring. Still disguised as Ness, he tells them strong beasts don't usually come near cities, which means they're close. Soon they arrive at Kelberg and stop to look out over the huge city by the sea. They thought Avarian was big, but Kelberg makes it look small. Ray says it's his first time seeing a city this lively, while Jay is more focused on the smell of food and wants to eat first. The protagonist tells them to go explore without him because he needs to check the guild registration process, handing them some money. Gary asks if he's making Crimson Wings an official guild, and MC says yes, official status will make recruiting easier and unlock higher rank quests. But he also plans to use the visit to check on the Dragonbone Hammer. Jay is already chanting about food while Gary heads off to look at weapons. He tells Ness to meet them at the city gate later, and Ray says to take their time. Later, Jay stuffs himself at the food market and says the meat is amazing, asking Gary if he wants some. Gary says he doesn't eat like Jay and keeps eyeing the shiny weapons instead. One sword especially catches his eye, and just as he asks the price, someone else asks too. It's a noble-looking woman in a black cloak with a purple crystal tiara. She completely ignores Gary, which only annoys him more. Then she asks about the sword, and the vendor praises her taste. He says it just arrived yesterday. It's called White Falcon, and it was made from a high-level demon bird. Its sword chi can cut stone and slice iron. When the vendor says it cost 1 gold coin, the woman tells him to wrap it up, but Gary quickly jumps in and offers 1 gold coin plus 5 silver. The girl calmly raises it to 2 gold, making Gary panic. He runs to Jay yelling that he now bids 2 gold and 5 silver. Gary begs Jay to lend him more gold because he found an incredible weapon, and Jay hands it over while still chewing. But when Gary rushes back, the vendor tells him the girl already bought the sword for 3 gold, leaving him stunned. Calling her a damn woman, he notices something under her cloak that looks magical and hurries after her, asking if she's a mage. She admits it, and Gary asks why she wants a sword if she can't use one. She says it's for her father's collection, and besides, she can buy whatever she wants. When she tells him to move because she's busy, Gary pleads for the sword and even offers more money if she'll give it up. Instead, she says if he wants it that badly, they can settle it with a contest. Then she calls someone named Berg from the crowd. She introduces Berg as her follower and says if Gary beats him, the sword is his. Startled by the huge man, Gary asks what kind of contest it is, and she says arm wrestling. 1 round decides it. If Gary loses, he owes her 3 gold coins. He agrees, but says he'll bring his own helper too. Inside, people are buzzing about Berg's arm wrestling match with some kid who turns out to be Jay Gree. Almost everyone bets on Berg, except one guy who throws a silver coin on Jay. Since Berg has never lost here, the whole place cheers for him as the match starts. But in seconds, Jay crushes him so hard he slams Berg down and even breaks the table. The whole room goes silent in shock. Gary is thrilled. He just won the sword. The woman stares at Berg and asks if he forgot to use his breath. Berg says he used everything he had, while quietly realizing Jay is a monster. After they leave the tavern, Jay says Berg wasn't even that strong and that he almost broke his arm. Gary admits Jay is incredible, second only to Ray. The woman figures they're not from this city and asks what guild they belong to. Gary answers right away, they're from Crimson Wings. That makes her suspicious, since she's never heard that name before. She just hopes they won't bring trouble to the city. Meanwhile, Ray arrives at the Kelberg Adventurers Guild Hall. Just like he expected, the place is huge. He's surprised by how packed it is inside. A staff member, Fan Zhou, asks Ness what he needs, and the black-haired boy says he wants to register a guild. Fan tells him it costs 5 gold coins, then adds that if a guild has fewer than 10 members, it's usually better to join another one first. Ray makes it clear money isn't the issue. He's in a rush and asks how fast it can be done because he wants to start taking missions today. Fan says the process can be finished before the day ends. Then she asks for the guild's name, and Ness says it's Crimson Wings. Fan says it's a nice, unique name, but he tells her to just write it down. He doesn't care what people think. Next, Fan Zhao asks if Mr. Ness has a mission in mind and offers suggestions, but he already does. He asks about the man who destroyed several nearby towns and whether anyone has taken that job. Fan realizes he means the A-rank mission, and now understands why he was in such a hurry. She says a lot of people have been asking about it lately. Then Ray learns the case is already over, which disappoints him. Zhao shows him a picture of Vissy and explains that it started as a B-rank quest, so it didn't draw much attention at first. Later, more deaths were reported near the city. A week ago, a high-level adventurer was killed hunting him, so the mayor stepped in and sent the city's 2 biggest guilds after Vissy. They finally captured him. The protagonist figures the mana-infused warhammer must have made the fight rough, but Fan says it actually ended much easier than expected since both guilds already knew how dangerous the weapon was. She says that when they found Vissy, he dropped to his knees and started crying. He claimed the warhammer's demonic power controlled him and that the rampage wasn't what he wanted. MC asks what happened to him after that, and Fan says he's locked in the dungeon waiting for judgment, most likely a death sentence. He thanks her for the information and asks if there are any other quests, since he doesn't want the trip to be wasted. Fan tells him to ask for anything he needs. As he walks away, Ray finds the whole thing suspicious. A man who wrecked villages shouldn't have gone down that easily, so he starts wondering if the Dragonbone Hammer is now in Kelberg's hands. Either way, he decides he has to meet the prisoner and ask where that weapon came from. Later, Ray arrives at the prison with Gary and Jay. He says the plan is simple. Sneak in quietly, ask their questions, then slip back out. He says he checked things out and most of the guards are from Avrian, so they can handle it. Gary agrees but points out that Jay stands out too much, so Ray tells Jay to stay outside and keep watch. Jay is clearly upset about being left out. Then Ray asks Gary about the new sword, and Gary happily starts explaining it. That excitement dies fast when Ray tells him to hand it to Jay because the sword is too flashy. Nearby, the night guards complain about still being on duty even though the culprit was already caught, saying they might as well execute him early. The other guard says it's not that easy. He heard there's another reason they're keeping the man alive. While the guards talk, Ray and Gary slip inside so smoothly it just feels like a cold breeze passed by. They get into the prison much easier than expected. Using his dragon eye, Ray quickly finds the prisoner. Outside, an important visitor arrives to see the prisoner. Jay, still on watch, notices them coming and catches a familiar scent. It's Berg and the young lady from before. Meanwhile, Ray and Gary reach the prison block. Gary is shocked when he sees the prisoner barely alive, slumped there like a corpse. Seeing the warhammer stuck to the man's hand, Ray tells Gary they found the item, but taking it won't be easy. Then Jay warns them that someone is heading inside. Gary starts panicking since this hall is a dead end and they'll be spotted if they leave now. Ray tells him to stay calm and says they'll hide in the next cell. He rips the door open, and the two slip inside. Ray reminds Gary that the visitors aren't here for them, so they just need to stay quiet. The young woman is escorted to Vissy's cell. The guards assure her he can't escape and say he still hasn't confessed anything. They add that he seems very weak. From the next cell, Ray and Gary peek out, and Gary realizes she's the same woman he won the sword from. The woman suddenly snaps at the guards for treating the prisoner this way, saying their city doesn't abuse captives. She's furious that they left him near the furnace when he's almost dying, but the guards insist it was his own request. They explain that ever since Vissy was captured, his hand has fused to the hammer. Some kind of magic is making him worse by the minute. He kept saying he was cold and begged to be placed by the furnace, and they only did it after getting her father's approval. So this girl is actually the mayor of Kelberg's daughter. Just then, Vissy starts babbling like he's possessed, saying they were worried he'd be lonely so they brought him a woman to enjoy. The guards awkwardly tell her he's completely fine. Gary thinks that makes no sense. How can anyone survive that heat? Using his dragon eye, Ray realizes the prisoner is becoming less and less human. The mayor's daughter is relieved he can still speak, so she asks why he committed crimes near Kelberg. Vissy sneers and says the answer is obvious. He needs to kill them all. The guards call him insane and tell him the supreme judge will soon give him a death sentence. One of them adds that if not for the mayor's mercy, he'd gladly arrange a little accident himself. The mayor's daughter presses him again, asking for his real motive, and promising him a fair trial if he talks. Vissy just grins and calls them fools, saying no one can judge him. He says that once he escapes this prison, the shadow will fall, and not even God will escape it. The guards take it as nonsense and joke that if he wants to find God, he should have been taken to Roland City. The mayor's daughter realizes this is going nowhere and turns to leave. Suddenly, Vissy starts twitching and going wild. The guards warn him to sit down or they'll use force. Instead, Vissy swings the warhammer fused to his hand and tells the small fries to get out of his way. Purple energy erupts from him as he loses control, laughing madly and repeating only one thing: destruction. Berg tells the young lady to leave now, but she refuses and says she can't let him run loose. Bursting with insane strength, Vissy tells them to die and calls them God's puppets when the young lady pulls out her wand and attacks. But Vissy was only baiting her, and things start getting out of hand. Then a blast of fire slams toward Vissy, and someone tells the lady to move aside and let them handle it. The fireball hits Vissy directly, and he roars, demanding to know who did that. That's when Ray and Gary step out with their faces covered, swords drawn, saying they're from Crimson Wings. The mayor's daughter instantly recognizes Gary, the guy who took the sword. He says he had his reasons and reminds her he didn't steal it. He won it fair and square. Ray cuts off the talk and says they've got a bigger problem right now. He asks Berg to get the lady out while there's still time, but she refuses to leave, so Ray tells her to cover him while he gets close to Vissy, and she agrees, telling him to stop talking and move. Meanwhile, Vissy loses it, muttering that everyone will die as he swings the warhammer around. Ray realizes the weapon is feeding him power. With Lily covering him, Ray slowly closes in. He knows a direct fight is a bad idea, so they need to drain Vissy first. Then he reaches out and touches Vissy using mana siphoning to steal his strength. Vissy screams that it's his power, but Ray keeps draining him. Lily is stunned to learn he's a mage too. Then Ray suddenly sees shadows gripping Vissy while the man begs for help, screaming like he's on fire. He realizes Vissy is infected with the plague of shadows. A second later, Vissy transforms into a horrifying shadow creature. Shaken, Ray tries telling himself it's just an illusion. Even so, he keeps absorbing Vissy's energy, until he sees a dragon behind him and blacks out on the spot. When he wakes up, he's in a fancy room. As he moves, he notices dragon scales covering half his hand. A careful knock at the door makes him hide it right away. Then the mayor's daughter walks in with Gary. She tells Ray he's been out for days and shouldn't move much yet. He starts asking where they are, and Gary explains they're in the mayor's house and that she's Lily, the mayor's daughter. Ray thanks her for helping him, but Lily thanks him instead for saving her. Now that he's awake, she has questions. As the city's administrator, she has to investigate any group that might threaten the public. She says she checked into Crimson Wings and learned they recently took over Avrian, so she wants to know why the leader of Crimson Wings, a mage and a knight, is here. Ray doesn't explain much. He just says he's not her enemy and that he's chasing the killer because of his weapon, which once belonged to the Avrian Dragon Knight. Apparently that answer is enough, because she says her father's friend in Avrian also vouched for him and suggests they work together. Ray is surprised even more when she says the man's name is Winford, one of Avrian's elders. Gary can't believe she never told them she'd contacted him. Lily says the reply only came this morning, and she needed proof they could be trusted before mentioning Winford. Then Ray brings up her offer to cooperate and guesses the prisoner escaped. Lily nods. Even weakened, Vissy still got away. She believes he's infected by the plague of shadows, though they still don't know if the weapon caused it. Since they both want him caught, she proposes they join forces. Gary figures Vissy has probably already left the city, and finding him now would be like hunting for a needle in a haystack. But Lily says not to worry. They brought in an expert on shadows. Gary guesses it might be someone from Pureblood, but she shuts that down. She says this man was famous when Pureblood was still nothing, and reveals his name, the chronicler of history, Lenny Steele. Later, Ray and Gary call Sylvia to tell her. She's shocked and says if Lenny is really alive, he'd have to be over 200 years old. Ray admits the name sounded familiar too. Sylvia explains his books on dragon knights and magical beasts were written more than a century ago, so even if he somehow survived this long, he should be very old. Drinking tea, Ray tells her not to worry. They'll know the truth when they meet him. But Sylvia calls him out for hiding things and breaking his promise. He said he wouldn't stay in Kelberg long, and now they're chasing the Warhammer. She panics, saying if Lord Winford hadn't gotten that letter, she never would have known. Ray just laughs it off, which only makes her more emotional. She asks him not to keep things from her again. She knows she can't stop him, but she wants him to let her help when he needs it. Watching from the side, Gary can feel the romance in the air while Ray just nods awkwardly and thanks her. The next day, at the Kelberg Guildhall, Lily heads inside with Jay, Ray, and Gary. Seeing Ray's hair, Lily asks if he dyed it black. He says he just didn't want extra attention, and she agrees that's smart. Ray thinks changing only part of his body uses less mana, and since Lily already knows the truth about Ness, hiding it more is pointless. Still, what really bothers him is the dragon scales on his arm, something that never happened before. Then a disturbing idea hits him. Maybe his body is slowly returning to its original form because of the dragonbone hammer. If so, he's determined to learn the truth. When Lily opens the door, she's glad to see someone already there, and it's Fanjo. He says since Miss Lily is leading this special mission herself, they should be ready, while the Scarface guy thought only 2 guilds were involved. Lily says plans had to change. Ray recognizes Fan, the man who helped him before. She then introduces Fanjo of the Fallen Angels Guild and Kirk of the Shattered Guild, followed by Ray, Gary, and Jay from Avrian's Crimson Wings. Fanjo says it's funny, since Mr. Nesset came here recently to register a guild, and he was the one who handled it. Kirk, the scarred man, isn't impressed. He asks Lily if these kids can really do the job or if they'll just slow everyone down. Lily politely but firmly says they're some of the strongest people here, which is exactly why she invited them, and she expects him to respect them as he respects her. Then she gives him a deadly look and tells him to behave. Kirk gets the message fast. Her dark side scares the life out of the others. Jay mutters that she's kind of intense, and Gary hopes she never turns that anger on them. Just then someone arrives and apologizes for being late, hoping he didn't miss anything. It's Lenny Steele saying he got lost in the crowded hall. Ray stares in disbelief. This is supposed to be a man over 200 years old, yet he doesn't look much older than Winford, so they start wondering if he's a fake. Lenny cheerfully greets the kids from Avrian, and says he knows they have lots of questions, but they'll have time for that later. Gary, amazed, says he's honored to meet him, and has read many of his books, which makes Lenny laugh. Now that everyone is here, Lily ends the small talk and gets to work, flicking her wand. Lenny praises her clean wind barrier spell. Fanjo looks surprised and asks if they really need this much privacy, but Lily says the mission involves top-level secrets, and she can't risk leaks. Ray immediately suspects there's more going on. She wouldn't be this careful just to catch one man, so he waits to hear the rest. Lily shares the latest update. They've found traces of Vissy. His power has grown, and it's confirmed he's infected with the Shadow Plague. Fanjo notes how dangerous that plague is, while Kirk just wants to know where Vissy is. Lily says they're going to the White Tower, leaving everyone stunned. Kirk blurts out that it's a forbidden area, and she says that's exactly why this is a secret mission. They're hunting that monster while staying out of the guard's sight. Anyone who wants out can leave now, but first they must promise that even if they're thrown into a Lenny cuts in, saying their loyalty is obvious or they wouldn't be here, and asks her to tell them what's inside the tower. After a tense pause, Lily reveals why the White Tower is forbidden. God lives there. That leaves everyone staring in shock. Ray, though, had already seen this coming. The room erupts in argument. Joe can't believe God would be in Kelberg. Everyone knows she's in Roland City. Gary insists God is in Avarian, while Kirk sneers that he'd sooner believe Kielberg than a place like that. Then Gary boldly says they saw God with their own eyes. Ray, caught off guard, thinks he really needs to tell Gary the truth about what they actually saw in that church. A moment later, Lenny suddenly appears right beside Ray, startling him, and he asks what he's doing. Reading his face, Lenny says Ray seems to know more than he's saying, but MC denies it, and replies that he knows no more than the old man does. Since the matter is this serious, Kirk says they shouldn't hide it from their guilds. At least the leaders should know. Fan agrees and says they may need more guild power, but Lily refuses. She says she chose them personally from the 2 major guilds, and they should only tell their people that mission details are off limits. Lenny adds that dealing with shadows isn't about bringing more people. It's like hunting. If you scare the prey, it won't come out. And if someone sets a huge trap first, you can't even tell who's really hunting who. Kirk pushes back, asking if they really distrust their own guild. Lenny says it's not the guild he doubts, it's human nature. Lily adds that from what they know, Visi plans to move against God. But with the White Tower locked down so tightly, he'd need help from someone on the inside. She says they'll stay together from here on and sneak into the White Tower tonight, whether they catch Visi or the person helping him. Gary doubts her, thinking she just wants to watch them, and is hiding it behind this team plan. Ray also feels the sudden timing is suspicious, even if it's meant to stop leaks. That night they head out. Gary asks why they're here, and Lily reminds him the tower is too heavily guarded, so they need another route. At her garden, Berg greets Lily. She asks if her father already left, and Berg says he went to his dinner as planned and dismissed the servants like she asked. When they notice the statue, Gary says it looks familiar. Ray, remembering this mage killed him in his dragon life, calls it an unexpected bonus. Fanjo asks if the mayor knows about this. Lily says the fewer people who know the better, and adds that her father is too stubborn anyway. Jay and Kirk already look tired of her blunt attitude. Then Lily calls over Jay, the big guy, and asks him to help push the statue. A hidden passage opens under it. Lily explains the tunnel goes straight to the warehouse beneath the White Tower, and warns everyone to stay quiet. As they enter, Linny says the upper class always builds secret exits for themselves, no matter how many rules they make. Lily agrees, without one they'd be helpless in a crisis, and unable to protect anyone. Underground, Gary admits he hates places like this. Fan guesses he had bad memories below ground, and Gary clearly doesn't want to relive them. Suddenly Jay starts sniffing around. Kirk mocks him, asking whose pet he is, and why he keeps twitching his nose. Jay, being a werewolf, says Kirk wouldn't get it. He smells something strange. Ray quickly asks if something's wrong, and Jay points ahead. He uses his dragon eye to check the area. Someone says this warehouse mostly stores grain, so only rats usually come here. Kirk jokes that having Jay around is perfect for rat hunting. After checking the granary, the protagonist says he found nothing unusual, which makes Gary think Jay may be overreacting. MC still warns them to stay careful. He didn't see anything, but Jay's instincts are usually right. Soon they stop at a large door. Lily asks for someone good with locks, since her father keeps the key on him, and she doesn't want signs of a break-in. Gary steps up. Lenny is impressed by his lock-picking skills, saying that talent is rare, while Kirk jokes that they've turned into grain-stealing rats. The gate swings open. An instant later, something deadly strikes. Ray moves like lightning, yanking Gary out of the way. But Kirk gets hit and starts bleeding, saying it felt like something stabbed his ribs. Fanjo panics since he can't see the attacker clearly and guesses it's some kind of beast. Then they finally see it, a tiger bat diving at them, and everyone freezes in shock. The monster charges again, while Jay and Gary get ready to fight. Lenny orders Berg and Joe to carry the wounded Kirk inside at once. The beast's huge claws block their swords. Just as Ray moves to attack, Lenny bursts forward and slams the beast so hard it starts bleeding. Gary is stunned that the old man fights this well, and Ray can't believe Lenny is taking on the monster with his bare hands. Lenny beats the tiger bat down, then shakes his hand, and complains that it hurt more than expected. Kirk, in pain, says he's lucky it wasn't worse. Joe asks Lily how bad the wound is, and she says it doesn't look too serious, but she's never seen a beast like that and doesn't know if it's poisonous. Lenny cuts in, saying tiger bats are fast but not venomous. Relieved, Lily says Kirk got lucky. A moment later, Lenny holds up a ring and asks if anyone recognizes it. Fan takes one look and is shocked. It's a token from the Fallen Angels Guild. He asks where Lenny found it. Lenny says it was on the tiger bat, which means they may have found proof of the traitor. Gary immediately turns on Fan, accusing him of letting the monster in. Fan argues that he's been with them all day and even shows his own ring. Joe adds that if Fan were guilty, he wouldn't leave evidence on the beast. Gary only gets more suspicious, saying Fan could have extra rings ready to clear himself. Lenny steps in and says Fan isn't the traitor. He explains that the Dark Guild often controls beasts through mana-charged items, and those items are tied to the user, so failure exposes them. That reminds Fan that every ring has a different number inside. Joe's ring shows 2806, and Fan says that code points to the East Tower District. Then he sees 0001, and says he may know exactly who that belongs to. Clapping suddenly echoes from behind them as someone steps out from behind a rock. The traitor is revealed to be Mark, leader of the Fallen Angels Guild. Mark is surprised they figured out this much about the Dark Guild and says there's no point pretending anymore. Fan and Joe can hardly believe it. Lily is just as stunned that Mark betrayed them, and she calls it shameful that he's working with the Dark Guild. Mark says serving her would be more honorable, but it still wouldn't get him what he wants. Lily cuts him off, saying he can save the talk for the dungeon, and if he joined the Dark Guild, he should have known the risk. She pulls out her wand. Mark only sneers and asks if she really thought he came unprepared. A shadow suddenly appears behind Lily. Rel yells a warning, and the shadow bursts into large bubbles. Berg jumps in to protect Lily, but the purple liquid hits him, and his body starts to corrode. Lenny sees it and suddenly realizes what it is. He shouts at Gary not to touch the purple liquid splashed on his gear. In the next instant, the shadow lunges at Lily again, but Lenny cuts off its hand and tells everyone to get inside the shield he's casting. Safe inside the barrier, Rel asks what that thing is. Lenny warns them, these shadows are deadly. Even their blood can kill. He explains they were once dying people who failed to become host for the shadow plague. If the shadow takes over fully, the person becomes a shadow warrior. If the process fails just short of that, they turn into monsters like these. Meanwhile, more shadows gather around them. Ray is shocked to see their numbers rising, and Lily desperately asks if Berg can still be saved. Lenny, clearly upset, says he can't bring back the dead. Lily breaks down over Berg's death, tears filling her eyes. Then another shadow throws itself at them, but rage takes over Lily as she grabs it with magic and slams it into the ground. She vows to make Mark pay for this. Mark just smirks and says he'll be waiting, so there's no need to hurry. Mark notices Lily's spell range stops there, but Lenny is the real problem, so he surrounds them with more deadly shadows, knowing the others won't matter if Lenny can't move freely. They watch the shadows press against the shield, trying to break in. Fanjo says Mark must be dragging this out on purpose. Jay calls the creatures disgusting and asks the boss to wipe them out. But Ray stops him, warning that these things are too dangerous to charge blindly. They need a plan. He asks Lenny how long the barrier can hold, and Lenny says if things stay like this, it can last until morning. That gives him some relief, but he still worries Mark may have another trick ready. Since Mark doesn't know he can use magic, he decides to test him with a substitute. Then a voice from behind complains that these people should be dead already, and says if Mark can't do it, he will. To everyone's shock, it's Vissy. Vissy is close to losing control, but Mark tells him to relax, they have time. He says Lily is still useful, so they can't kill her yet. Grinning wildly, Vissy orders Mark to make Lily bring him that person, saying he can't wait any longer and will kill everyone himself if needed. Mark calms him down, saying he is helping him find that person. For now, he tells Vissy to pick someone to play with. Ray feels a chill as he starts to guess who Vissy is talking about. And Mark turns to the shield and asks if they've heard enough. His friend wants someone to play with, and he has an offer. He says they can challenge Vissy one by one and his men won't step in. Whoever wins gets to leave. Lily doesn't buy it and asks what he's really after, since he's never been kind. Mark laughs and says Lily stays no matter what. They still have things to discuss. But the others don't have to die if they choose right. Suddenly, Vissy excitedly blurts out that he wants to kill that person. Seeing how impatient Vissy is, Mark asks them to help calm him down. If nobody fights him, he'll just set Vissy loose to hunt the person he wants. Otherwise, they can sit there until the shield breaks, then everyone survives or dies on their own. Ray asks who Vissy is searching for. Mark says Miss Lily might know since he met Vissy in the dungeon that day. Ever since then, Vissy hasn't been able to forget that person. Right away, Lily realizes he's talking about Ness and Gary. She quietly tells the protagonist that Vissy is after him. Without hesitating, MC steps out of the shield and puts himself in danger. Even as everyone tries to stop him, Ray says he can handle it and tells them to use this time to make a plan. Mark is pleased that Vissy finally has an opponent. He says Vissy is in luck. The person he wants is right here. Then he reveals himself as Ness, and magic rises from his body. Mark is stunned to learn the kid is a mage too, while Vissy goes wild with joy, looking ready to tear Ness apart. Lenny praises him, impressed that even he was fooled by the protagonist's hidden magic. Fan is shocked too, realizing this is the leader of the Crimson Wings and wondering which identity is real. MC raises his sword at Vissy and challenges him. Grinning like a maniac, Vissy says he and his hammer have been waiting for this. He sends blazing flames at Ray. He stops them with ice magic. Some of the fire slams into the shield, and Lenny warns that if this keeps up, it won't last until dawn. Gary yells at the protagonist to end it fast. Lenny asks Lily if her wind barrier can block attacks like that, but she says no, she's never trained it for defense, and compressing wind to block sound is her limit. Hearing that, Lenny says there may still be a way. He tells her he'll teach her something and to follow his instructions later. Meanwhile, the battle keeps raging. Vissy shows off the dragon hammer's power, mocking Ray and saying he's nothing against it. When Vissy swings the hammer down, MC catches it with his sword, shocking him. In the next second, he grabs Vissy by the neck and glares at him, ready to test just how strong that dragon power really is. With his body burning, Vissy slams down the dragon bone hammer and a huge explosion erupts. Inside the shield, Lenny asks Lily how she's doing. Stressed out, she snaps at him to be quiet and says she's trying. Watching the fight, Fanjo worries and asks if Ness can really win, but Gary is focused on something else. He tells Fanjo look at Mark. He isn't joining the fight or saying what he wants. That makes them think he's playing some deeper game. Fan says he never thought the guild leader would betray the guild, and he believes Mark knows about the gods. Gary doubts his actions make sense. If Mark really wanted to find the god, he should force Lily to take him there instead of wasting time, so there has to be another scheme. As Vissy's dragon hammer keeps clashing with Ray's sword, the protagonist uses the opening to make a substitute. Vissy fires dragon flames at him, but the double casts Icebind and freezes every flame attack. Mark notices Ray is dangerous, skilled in close combat and flexible with magic. If they don't get rid of him now, he'll become a bigger problem later. Then Mark looks toward the shield and realizes Lily is gone. He instantly orders a shadow warrior to find her. It catches sight of Lily as she runs. She turns and hits it with a wind slash that cuts through it, and Mark shouts, asking if she's trying to get herself killed. Using her wand, Lily casts a wind barrier and a blast of wind, trapping the shadow warrior in a whirlwind. At that moment, Lenny, Fan, and Zhu rush Mark. Gary and Jay jump in too, and Mark draws his sword covered in purple energy. Then Jay turns into a werewolf and roars, which catches Mark off guard. At the same time, Fan, Joe, and Lenny battle the shadow warriors. Fan struggles against the creature, while Lenny throws heavy punches at it. Then Fan realizes the shadow is about to